Dear beloved souls, have you ever wondered what happens when you stop playing the game, when you stop reacting to the chaos they try to create and instead choose peace and silence? What if the most powerful response to their manipulation is not fighting back, but simply walking away and letting them face the consequences of their own actions? That's exactly what happened. They came at you with everything they had, expecting chaos, expecting you to break under the weight of their manipulation. They believed their mind games, deceit, and calculated attempts to shatter you would send you spiraling. But instead of meeting their energy with fire, you responded with something far more terrifying to them: silence. You didn't beg, you didn't react, and you didn't even acknowledge their desperate attempts to shake you. Can you feel the power of that silence? The very thing they thought would break you became the thing that shattered them instead. Your calm became a language they couldn't comprehend, yet couldn't ignore. Your maturity was a force they never saw coming, and now they are the ones drowning in the aftermath, haunted by the realization that they never had power over you to begin with. They are obsessed, unraveling, and fixated on you because you did the one thing they never expected. You turned their games into your victory. Before we dive deeper, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt thanks to all of you who have generously supported the channel through Super Thanks. Your support means the world to me, and I'm deeply grateful for your contributions, no matter the size. Whether you donate or not, just your presence and engagement with these messages are already a blessing. Thank you for being here. And now, I'd love to hear from you. Comment 999 below if this message resonates with you, if you've experienced the power of silence and stepping into your own strength in the face of manipulation. Let's come together and share our stories of transformation. Now, let's dive in. God's chosen ones, they can't believe how calmly you handled them. Now they're obsessed with you. Chosen one, have you ever noticed how some people will go to great lengths just to test your patience? They set traps, waiting and watching, expecting you to stumble into their carefully laid snares. The world around you becomes a stage, and they're desperate to see you fall. It's as if they believe your reaction to their insults, their distortions of your words, and the chaos they create will somehow validate their efforts. They want to see you break, to give in to the pressure of their manipulation. And if you do, it gives them power. Why? Because in their minds, your response will be the tool they need to twist the narrative, making themselves the victim and you the villain. But the chosen ones don't operate that way. What would happen if you didn't react at all? What if you remained steadfast, like a rock in the middle of a storm? In Proverbs 15:1, it says, "A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger." Think about it. When you remain calm in the face of provocation, you take away their power. Your silence speaks louder than any argument could. In their eyes, you're supposed to fight back, to lash out, to prove them wrong. But you didn't. You stayed still, watching their tantrum unfold before you. It's almost like you're a spectator, an observer of their chaos, detached from the drama they desperately try to pull you into. Why does your calmness unsettle them so much? The absence of reaction confuses them, and they don't know what to do. It's like you've removed the very foundation of their expectations. You didn't justify yourself, nor did you chase after them, trying to explain why they were wrong. You simply moved forward, moved with grace, moved with silence, moved onward, like Jesus in Matthew 27:12-14, when he stood before Pilate, silent amid false accusations. His silence wasn't weakness, it was strength. And just like him, your silence now carries power. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Have you ever wondered if this is the secret of the chosen ones? Perhaps this stillness is not weakness, but a deliberate choice. A choice that says, I don't need to engage with your chaos. Take Mahatma Gandhi, for example. He faced constant provocation during his fight for India's independence, but he didn't react in anger or violence. Instead, he remained calm, practiced non-violent resistance, and let his actions speak. His movement gained so much power precisely because he refused to be drawn into the turmoil created by others. The absence of your reaction is deafening to them. It's like King David in 1 Samuel 24:12, when he chose not to kill Saul despite having the perfect opportunity to do so. David's refusal to retaliate left Saul perplexed, confused, and eventually his anger dissipated. Sometimes silence can be the most powerful weapon in our arsenal, as it leaves those who provoke us with nothing to hold on to. Your response, or lack thereof, has left them without a foundation to stand on. Why does your stillness hold so much power? It's not a silence born of weakness, but of strength, of the knowledge that you have nothing to prove. You walk a path that is yours alone, and no matter how much they try to bait you into their world, you remain untouched, unscathed, and unbothered. You are the chosen one, and that is the greatest power you can possess. Chosen. 1. Have you ever noticed how some people thrive on control? They feed off the power they hold over others, manipulating emotions, twisting words, and creating chaos just to maintain their grip. But what happens when that control slips away? What happens when you, the chosen one, refuse to be controlled, refuse to react? The moment you removed yourself from their web of manipulation, they were left alone with their own mess. For the first time, they had no one to blame, no one to manipulate, no one to control. Just themselves, drowning in the chaos they created. Can you see it now? The panic that sets in when they realize they have no power over you anymore. Psalm 37:7 reminds us, "Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes. You chose stillness. You chose peace. And with that choice you broke their grip. They relied on your emotional energy to feel alive, to feel powerful. But without you, they are left with nothing. It's almost as though you were their emotional sustenance, feeding them unknowingly with your kindness, your energy, your attention. And now that supply is gone. You've cut them off completely. How does it feel to reclaim your power? At first, they convinced themselves they didn't care. They put on a show, pretending to be unbothered, laughing louder, posting more, surrounding themselves with distractions. But do you see through their act? It's all a mask, a desperate attempt to cover the panic slowly creeping into their hearts. Why do you think they pretend to be unaffected? Could it be that deep down they are feeling the suffocating weight of their own realization? That they need you, not the other way around? Proverbs 14:12 tells us, "There is a way that appears to be right, but in the end it leads to death." They thought they were in control, but the truth is catching up with them. Your absence has left a void that they can't fill. They are gasping for air, trying to breathe without the comfort, the energy, and the attention you once gave them. Can you imagine the desperation they now feel, knowing that they underestimated you? They thought you would always be there, always giving. They believed you needed them, but you showed them otherwise. You walked away, and now the silence you left behind speaks louder than any words could. Matthew 7:7 says, "Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened to you." In your stillness, you took control over your own life. And by doing so, you opened doors to a future they can't touch. And the worst part, watching you thrive without them. Isn't that a kind of divine karma? You're not just gone, you're glowing. You are elevating in ways they never imagined. You are rising, and every step you take is a reminder of the power you have within you. They tried to break you, to pull you down to their level, but you refused to play their game, and now they can only watch as you shine. How does it feel to become untouchable, to rise above the ashes they tried to burn you with? Think of Maya Angelou, a woman who overcame immense struggles and challenges, yet thrived in the face of adversity. Like you, she did not let the hate of others define her. She rose higher, and her success was a reflection of her strength. What lesson can we learn from her journey? That the power of silence, the power of walking away, is what truly breaks the chains that once held us. Now, they are obsessed with you, they miss you, they finally see your worth, and the realization is eating away at them. Can you see how their world is crumbling as they face the truth? That they underestimated you, that they took you for granted. Now, they are left with nothing but their regret and the haunting knowledge of what they lost. You are the one they can't have, the one they thought they could control, and now you are out of their reach forever. Chosen one, have you ever experienced those moments when someone who once had a hold on you tries to subtly re-enter your life? It can start innocently enough. A random like on your social media, a casual, "How have you been?" message, or even a mutual friend reaching out with no real purpose other than to test if you're still accessible. It might feel like a sign of care, or maybe even a step towards reconciliation. But don't be fooled. This isn't love. This isn't about healing or growth. This is panic. It's the panic of losing control, of realizing that the grip they once had over your emotions is slipping away, and they don't know how to handle it. In their eyes, you've become a puzzle they can't solve. They know that they no longer hold the key to your feelings, and that is terrifying to them. Why do you think that rattles them so much? What makes the loss of control over you feel like such a profound crisis to them? The fact is, they need to feel powerful, and they thrive on the emotional energy of others. They've been feeding off your kindness, your attention, your willingness to engage with them. But now that you've pulled away, they are left grasping at straws, trying to find any way back into your life. Psalm 36:2 speaks to this when it says, "For in their own eyes they flatter themselves too much to detect or hate their sin. Their pride has clouded their ability to see the truth. They've manipulated you, used you, and taken advantage of your emotional generosity. But now that they've lost that influence, they find themselves suffocating. They put on a mask, pretending everything is fine, pretending they don't care. But deep down, they are panicking. The game they've been playing has no more stakes, and they are desperate to regain control. How do you feel about them suddenly reaching out to you after everything that's happened? It's not genuine concern. It's a calculated move to see if they can re-enter your world. It's a test to see if you're still available to them, still vulnerable to their influence. But here's the hard truth. They are not reaching out to make amends or to right the wrongs. They are reaching out because their ego can't stand the thought of losing. And they want to prove to themselves that they still have power over you. They want to reassert that control. They might say they've changed. They might claim they need closure. They might play the victim, pretending they are the one who has been hurt, hoping that this will force you to let down your guard and give them another chance. But ask yourself, if they truly valued you, why would they have pushed you to the point of walking away in the first place? If they truly respected you, they would never have created the space that led to this silence. The very fact that they are back, asking for forgiveness or trying to reconnect, speaks volumes about their selfishness, not their growth. Romans 12:2 urges us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Don't allow their manipulation to pull you back into old patterns. What would happen if you gave in to their attempts? Would you regain the peace you've found, or would you be opening the door to more chaos? They may claim they've changed, but the truth is, their actions have already shown you who they are. And if they haven't made real changes, it will only lead to more hurt and disappointment. You might feel tempted to believe their words, to think that time has healed all wounds, but the reality is this is a test, a trap set to draw you back into their cycle of manipulation. They are not coming back because they've changed or because they miss you in a healthy way. They are coming back because they can't handle losing you as a source of emotional supply. They are starving, and they want to feed on your attention again. Proverbs 4:23 reminds us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." If you let them back in without truly understanding their motives, you are opening your heart to potential harm. Your emotional peace, your sense of control over your own life, has value. Don't let their panic cloud your judgment. Will you fall for it again, or will you stand firm in the peace and strength you've cultivated? Maya Angelou once said, "We delight in the beauty of the butterfly, but rarely admit the changes it has gone through to achieve that beauty." Your journey towards strength, peace, and emotional freedom has not been easy, and it's not come without struggle. Just like the butterfly, you've gone through a process of transformation, and now you stand as someone who has learned the importance of walking away from toxic influences. What does it mean for you to stay in this transformed state, to resist the pull to return to what once caused you pain? Think about Steve Jobs, who was ousted from Apple, the company he founded, only to return years later to lead it into unprecedented success. His absence forced him to grow, to evolve, and when he came back, he didn't go back to the old ways. He brought with him innovation, vision, and clarity. Similarly, when you walk away from what no longer serves you, you make room for something greater to emerge in your life. Now, they see your absence as a reflection of their failure, and they miss you, but it's not because they've learned to value you in a meaningful way. They miss the control they once had over you. And now, with the realization that they've lost that, they can only stare at the space you've left behind. The question remains, will you allow them to return and repeat the cycle? Or will you stand strong in your peace and move forward, knowing that you are worthy of better? Matthew 7:7 tells us, "Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened to you." The door you've closed for them is not just a symbol of your strength, it's an invitation to something better. Don't open that door to the past. Keep moving forward, because what's ahead is far greater than what's behind. Chosen one, when your growth, your decision to walk away, and the boundaries you've set have revealed the true nature of those around you, it's as if the silence you maintained, the distance you created, and the self-respect you reclaimed have exposed them for who they truly are. It's almost as if you've turned a light on in a dark room, and now their true colors are showing in ways they can no longer hide. How does it feel to see them for who they really are now? In Psalm 91 verse 1 it says, "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty." You've chosen to dwell in peace and strength, away from the chaos they tried to pull you into. Your distance from them is not just physical, it's emotional, mental, and spiritual. And in that space of calm, you've reclaimed your power. You've chosen to protect your energy, and now the very silence you've embraced is making them uncomfortable. It's not the silence of weakness, but the silence of strength, the kind of silence that reveals the truth. Why do you think they're struggling with your absence? Isn't it fascinating how the moment you stopped feeding into their drama, the moment you stopped reacting to their games, everything shifted? They never expected you to actually walk away. They never thought you would rise without them. They believed they were the center of your world, the ones who could manipulate your emotions and actions. But you proved them wrong. And here you are, untouchable, out of reach, moving forward in a way they can't predict or control. How does it feel to be untouchable, to know that they can no longer reach you with their tricks and their chaos? Isaiah 54:17 reminds us, No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. The weapon they tried to use against you, emotional manipulation, chaos and control, has failed. And now, their true colors are being exposed for all to see. You're not just walking away from them, you're walking into a new version of yourself, one that is strong, independent, and free from their influence. It's often said that growth isn't always comfortable. It's uncomfortable for those who have benefited from your vulnerabilities, your kindness, or your willingness to engage with their drama. But isn't that the point of growth? It forces us to shed old layers, to become something greater, something unrecognizable to those who once knew us. This is exactly what's happening now. You're moving in a way that is unpredictable, unstoppable. And for them it's terrifying. They thought they could hold you in a cage of emotional turmoil, but now they see that cage was never real. It was a construct they built in their minds, and you broke free from it. What would it feel like to know that you've completely outgrown their influence? Nelson Mandela, during his long imprisonment, found freedom not just in his physical release, but in his ability to rise above the hatred and injustice he faced. He didn't allow the world around him to shape his sense of self-worth. Similarly, you've outgrown the chains they tried to place on you. You've reclaimed your autonomy, and now you stand in the light of your own growth. And now they're left in the shadows, watching as you rise without them. Do you see how their discomfort is revealing their true nature? They never truly valued you. They only valued the control they had over you. But now, without that control, their egos are exposed. John 8:32 reminds us, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." And the truth is, they never wanted you to be free. They never wanted you to stand on your own 2 feet. But now, you are free. You are untouchable. Your growth has forced them to confront their own weaknesses. Why do you think they never thought you could rise without them? Was it because they believed they were the source of your strength, or did they fear your potential all along? Now, they can no longer hold you back. They can no longer manipulate you. You are moving forward, and nothing will stop you. Maya Angelou once said, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. You've encountered struggles, but you've overcome them all. You've risen, and in doing so, you've become a living example of strength and resilience." Now, they see you, untouchable, unstoppable, and out of their reach. And the only thing they can do is watch as you continue to thrive. Chosen one, for so long, they convinced themselves, and perhaps even others, that you were the unstable one, the one who overreacted, the one who could never let things go. They labeled you as too sensitive, too emotional, too much. Why do you think they do this? Why is it so important for them to twist the narrative in this way? For a time, they believed their own lies. They manipulated the story to fit their narrative. But now that you've walked away, they are faced with a truth they didn't anticipate. The chaos didn't leave with you. Proverbs 12:19 tells us, "Truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue lasts only a moment." The truth you've lived, the truth of your actions, your peace and your strength has stood firm, and their lies are starting to fall apart. Can you feel it? The cracks in their carefully constructed story are beginning to show. They don't want to believe it. They don't want to accept that they were the real source of the problem all along. It's unbearable for them to face the fact that it was never you. It was always them. And now, because they can't handle this truth, they lash out. They try to rewrite the narrative. They talk about you more than they should, mentioning your name in conversations where it doesn't belong. Why do you think they feel compelled to do this? Why is it so important for them to keep your name in their mouths? They reach out to mutual friends or acquaintances, fishing for information, desperate to find out how you're doing. If you still care, if you're still thinking about them, Do you see how their fear of losing control is pushing them to act this way? James 1:19 reminds us, everyone should be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry. But they're not listening. They're scrambling to keep the illusion intact. They don't want to admit that they've lost their grip on you, that you've truly moved on. They can't stand the idea that you're thriving without them, that you're flourishing without their toxicity in your life. But here's the truth. Your absence is more powerful than their presence ever was. As you continue to grow, to evolve, to move forward, their world begins to unravel. Have you noticed how the more you win in silence, the more they come undone? Your strength, your ability to walk away without drama, without needing closure, is like a mirror reflecting their own flaws. They don't like what they see when they look at themselves. What does that realization feel like for you? The fact that you're not the one holding them back anymore. Take Serena Williams, for example. She's faced many challenges and detractors in her career, but instead of engaging in negativity, she's chosen to rise above it. How has her strength and resilience inspired you? She didn't let the noise and criticism define her. Instead, she stayed focused on her purpose. Like her, you are walking in your purpose now, and their attempts to distract you or draw you back into their narrative are failing. Now their actions are coming back to haunt them. They thought you were the one holding them up, but without you, they're sinking. The people around them, the friends, family members, and others who once believed their version of events, are beginning to see the truth. Can you feel the shift as people begin to see through their lies? They can no longer blame you for the dysfunction, and the deception they use to control the narrative is falling apart. Their inconsistencies are catching up with them, and deep down, they know it. How does it feel to know that their actions are now revealing their true selves? Romans 2:6 says, God will repay each person according to what they have done, and now their own actions are repaying them. They feel the shift, the weight of their own choices crashing down on them. They feel the loss of your presence more deeply than they ever expected. The comfort, the security, the emotional supply you once provided, it's all gone now, and they're left scrambling, unsure of how to regain what they once had. But you don't even have to lift a finger. You don't have to expose them. You don't need to seek revenge. You don't have to force anyone to see the truth. Their actions are doing that for you. Your silence, your peace, and your growth are doing all the work. The truth is being revealed on its own, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. Why do you think this is happening? Why do you think their lies are falling apart so easily now that you've removed yourself from their game? Mahatma Gandhi faced great adversity and betrayal in his quest for independence, yet he always chose peace over violence. His decision to rise above the chaos became a powerful statement of his strength and resilience. What can we learn from his ability to remain calm in the face of manipulation and control? That peace and integrity are more powerful than any attempt to draw you back into a toxic cycle. And now they're obsessing over you. They're stalking you. They're trying to find anything that will connect them back to you. They check your social media, hoping to see signs of struggle, signs that you're missing them. But all they find is someone who looks happier without them. Does that surprise you? They expected you to fall apart, to be devastated by their absence. But instead, you've thrived. You've elevated. You've become untouchable. And now they're the ones falling apart. Isaiah 40:31 promises, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." This is your strength. You have soared above the chaos, above their manipulation, and now you are moving forward with grace, leaving them behind to deal with the consequences of their own actions. And they know it. They feel it. You are untouchable, and they cannot stand it. Chosen one, have you ever noticed how some people become addicted to the energy, the attention, the presence of others? It's as though they feed off your light, your spirit, your very essence. They crave it. But here's the truth, the supply's gone. You've removed yourself from their toxic grip, and without it, they are left with nothing. Can you feel the weight of their desperation? Without your presence to feed on, they are restless, agitated, lost. Why do you think they feel this way? They know that what they had with you was rare, an energy they can't easily replace. In Proverbs 10:22, we are reminded, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it." You were their blessing. Your presence brought them comfort, stability, and a sense of control. But now, that blessing is gone. They can't find anything that compares to what you gave them. No distraction is strong enough to fill the void you left behind. No new person can replace the unique bond you shared. And deep down they know it. How does it feel knowing that your absence is teaching them a painful lesson? But that's just the beginning of their downfall. Karma doesn't forget. What goes around always comes around. The people who thought they could replace you are now faced with their own emptiness. Why do you think they believed they could easily move on from you? Was it because they underestimated your value? Or was it because they couldn't see the strength in your silence? Isaiah 61:7 promises, "Instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion, and instead of disgrace, you will rejoice in your inheritance." The shame they placed on you is now falling back on them, and they are drowning in the regret of how they treated you. They took you for granted. They thought you would always be there, that you would always give and give without ever asking for anything in return. But now that you've walked away, they're realizing how wrong they were. They thought you would struggle without them, that you would come crawling back. But instead you elevated. You made moves they never expected, and now they are the ones struggling to keep up. Take Oprah Winfrey, for example. She was often underestimated, and at many points in her life, people tried to discredit her value. But she continued to rise, and her success became a testament to her strength. What can we learn from Oprah's ability to rise above adversity and show the world her true worth? You are doing the same now, walking away from what didn't serve you and letting the world see the power that was always within you. Now, without your emotional supply, they are drowning in the emptiness they tried to ignore. Luke 6:38 says, "Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you." You gave them so much, and now that you've withdrawn that energy, they are feeling the impact. The emotional supply they once relied on is gone, and they're left struggling to find balance. Do you feel the power of your decision to stop giving in? Their attempts to keep you in their orbit have failed. They thought you'd be lost without them, but instead you found strength in your silence, and now you're stepping into the life you've always deserved. The financial control they tried to use against you? Shattered. Their tactics no longer work. You are free. And as you continue to rise, they continue to fall. How does it feel knowing that their belief in their superiority over you has crumbled? Mahatma Gandhi once said, "Strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from an indomitable will." You've shown the world your strength, not through physical means, but through your ability to walk away from what no longer serves you. Do you see how your strength is now something they can't ignore? You've moved forward without them, and now they are struggling to keep up with the power you've unlocked within yourself. Chosen one, every step you take without them is a silent reminder that they were never as important as they believed. Do you see it? Every win you achieve without their help exposes the truth. They had no real power over you. How does it feel to see their illusion of control crumble? Every time they watch you thrive, something inside them twists. Jealousy, regret, disbelief. They tried to break you, but in reality, all they did was set you free. And now they can't stand it. They watch you in silence, hoping for any sign of failure, searching for cracks in your happiness, praying you'll slip. But all they find is someone who stepped into a new level of abundance. Psalm 23:1 says, "The Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. As you grow, so does your abundance. New connections, new opportunities, new blessings. And with each blessing, they shrink. Why does your success bother them so much? Because nothing eats them alive more than seeing you become everything they once tried to convince you that you couldn't be. Chosen one, the jealousy is undeniable now. They won't admit it, of course. They'll act unbothered, pretending they don't care. But their actions tell a different story. They're watching, they're bitter. And deep down, they know they lost someone they will never replace. Can you see the truth in their eyes? No matter how much they try to suppress it, your presence lingers like a song stuck in their head, like a ghost they can't outrun. Why do you think they can't move past you? Because they never truly understood your value until it was too late. In Romans 12:21, we are reminded, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." You didn't need to fight back. You didn't need to prove anything to them. You simply moved forward with grace, and now they are left to deal with the consequences of their actions. They can't outrun the truth, no matter how much they try to distract themselves. Now, when they try to focus on something else, your absence still lingers like a shadow they can't shake. Can you imagine how haunting it must be for them? They scroll through their phone, hovering over your name, their fingers hesitating over the keyboard, typing messages they'll never send. The words seem empty now. Nothing they say can undo what's been done. Instead, they sit in silence, drowning in their own thoughts, replaying every moment, every conversation, every choice that led them here. What do you think they're feeling as they dissect their every misstep? Jeremiah 29:11 tells us, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." The plans God had for you all along were bigger than anything they could ever offer. You were never meant to stay in their destructive cycle. Now they're left questioning themselves, trying to pinpoint the exact moment they lost you. But deep down, they already know. Losing you wasn't a single moment. It was a series of choices, a pattern of neglect and arrogance that led them to believe you would always be there. How does it feel to realize that their actions have caught up with them? And now they can't move on. Not because they don't want to, but because they can't find anything or anyone that replaces what you gave them. How many times have they tried? They've surrounded themselves with distractions, jumped into meaningless connections, drowned themselves in temporary highs. But no matter where they turn, they keep hitting the same wall. What do you think it is about your energy, your love, that they can't replace? Maya Angelou once said, "You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. You've refused to be reduced by their attempts to control you. You've stepped into a life full of abundance and self-respect, and now they're left with nothing but emptiness. Do you see how their attempts to replace you have only highlighted how rare and precious your presence was? They thought they could move on, but all they found was the hollow space you once filled. And now the withdrawal is unbearable. It's a slow, gnawing ache that doesn't go away. They can't fill it with distractions, with temporary highs, with new people. What do you think this says about your worth? They tried to replace you, but all they found was a void, a hollowness that no substitute can fill. John 14:27 reminds us, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled and do not be afraid." Your peace is something they'll never find again. They can try to fill the space with others, but nothing will ever come close to what you gave them, and that is the part that hurts the most. The pain of realizing what they've lost and knowing they can never get it back. Chosen. 1. Have you ever noticed how they expected you to be the one who struggled? They assumed you'd be the one reaching out, desperate to fix what was broken, desperate to reclaim what was lost. Why did they think you would come crawling back? They were certain you'd run to them, begging for another chance. But instead, they're the ones falling apart. They're the ones spiraling, trying to hold on to fleeting highs that never last. What do you think it is about your absence that's throwing them off balance? No distraction is strong enough. The new faces they try to replace you with all blur together. None of them carry the warmth, the depth, the soul that you did. Psalm 37:4 tells us, "Take delight in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart." Your presence was their source of peace and comfort, and now that it's gone, they are faced with the reality that what they had with you was something special, something irreplaceable. It wasn't just a relationship, it was a rare connection that can't be replicated, and that's what haunts them. How does it feel knowing that you were irreplaceable? They may never admit it, but their actions betray them. The late-night stalking, the accidental likes on your posts, the random check-ins from mutual friends, they all show how much they're still thinking about you. Why do you think they can't let go? It stings every time they hear about you, see you, or think of you, because what they once took for granted has now become their greatest regret. Can you see the regret in their actions? The bitterness in their forced smiles when your name comes up? The silence when they realize you've moved on? It all speaks volumes. But you've already let them go. This was never just a loss, it was a lesson, and you learned. You didn't just walk away, you evolved. You didn't just heal, you ascended. You outgrew what was never meant for you. You stepped into your power, into your purpose, into your peace. How does it feel to have gained so much strength from what you've been through? In Jeremiah 29:11, God tells us, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." This wasn't rejection, but redirection. Can you see how God was guiding you all along, even when it felt like a loss? He saw the hidden motives and burdens that you couldn't see. And when you wouldn't let go, he made sure they let go of you, not as punishment but as protection. Why do you think it was important for you to walk away? Because you were never meant to stay in places that drained you. You were never meant to pour endlessly into people who only took. And when you stopped chasing what was never meant for you, your blessings began chasing you. The peace you feel now, that's divine alignment. The doors opening for you, that's God's favor. The opportunities flowing your way, that's just the beginning. Take Denzel Washington as an example. His rise to fame wasn't a smooth journey, and at many points he faced struggles and setbacks. But he never let those challenges define him. Instead, he took them as lessons, and he kept pushing forward. What can we learn from his resilience? Just like him, you've embraced the challenges, learned the lessons, and now you're walking into the abundance that was always meant for you. Your blessings are here, and this is only the beginning. You've stepped into your greatness, and nothing can stop you now. Chosen one, have you ever noticed how they wanted to break you, but all they did was set you free? They thought they could tear you down, make you doubt yourself, or hold you back. But look at you now. Every step you've taken without them has proven them wrong. How does it feel to know that, despite their attempts, you've only become stronger and more powerful? They can't stop watching. They can't stop wondering what you're doing, where you're going. They can't stop missing you. Why do you think they feel that way? Because they lost you, and this time you're never coming back. They are now a reflection of the growth you've stepped into, and while you rise, they struggle. But why are they struggling? Not because you wished them harm, not because you sought revenge, but because they are now forced to sit in the very energy they put out. What do you think it means for them to now face their own actions? Every lie they told, every manipulation they played, every attempt to keep you small, it's all come back full circle. Do you see how the universe is now holding them accountable for what they did to you? Galatians 6:7 warns, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. The energy they sent your way, the manipulation, the control, the deceit, it's all coming back to them now. And they have no choice but to watch you receive everything they tried to block, all the blessings and opportunities they thought they could keep from you. How does it feel to know that the very thing they feared most, your success, is now the reality you're living? That is their real punishment. They thought they were teaching you a lesson by walking away. They thought their absence would weaken you, that their rejection would break you. Why do you think they believed that? Was it because they thought you depended on them, that you couldn't thrive without them? But instead, God used it to teach them a lesson. They thought they were in control, but God was always in control. In Romans 8:31, we are reminded, if God is for us, who can be against us? When you are chosen, when you are aligned with your purpose, when you are protected by divine favor, nothing they do can stop what is meant for you. Can you see how everything is falling into place for you, even when they tried to stop it? That's why you keep winning. That's why you keep elevating. They wanted you to lose. They wanted you to suffer. They wanted to be the reason you failed. But instead, you became their biggest nightmare. You didn't just survive without them. You thrived. Nelson Mandela was once imprisoned and exiled by those who sought to break him. Yet he emerged stronger, more determined, and more committed to his cause. How does his story resonate with yours? The trials he faced didn't define him. They elevated him. Similarly, you've faced challenges, but instead of being defeated, you've been elevated by them. Matthew 19:26 reminds us, with man this is impossible, but with God all things are possible. And now you are living proof that God's plans for you are unstoppable. How does it feel to know that no matter what they try to do, God's will for your life is the only thing that matters? You've become untouchable, someone they can no longer reach, someone they can no longer affect. And that is their real punishment, seeing you rise higher than they ever imagined. Chosen one, now the jealousy is eating them alive. They see you winning, they see you glowing, and they see doors opening for you that they never thought you'd walk through. Can you feel the burn they must be experiencing right now? Every success you achieve is a reminder of the power you always had, a power they tried so desperately to convince you didn't exist. They spent so much time trying to dim your light, trying to make you doubt yourself. But now, all they can do is watch as you shine brighter than ever. What does it feel like to know that, despite their efforts, you've become the brightest version of yourself? Isaiah 61 reminds us, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." This is your time to shine, and their attempts to bring you down only made you rise higher. Do you see how their attempts to weaken you have only fueled your strength? So, they pretend not to care. They act unbothered. They tell themselves they've moved on. Why do you think they can't truly move on? The truth is, they are watching you, checking up on you, listening when your name comes up, secretly hoping for any sign that you're struggling, searching for any crack in your happiness. Why do you think they feel this need to keep tabs on you? It's because deep down, they know they lost someone irreplaceable. How does it feel to know that no matter what they do, they can't undo what they've lost? Proverbs 4:23 says, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." You've guarded your heart, chosen your peace, and in doing so, you've created an unbreakable foundation for your life. And that realization that they lost something irreplaceable is suffocating them. It's a pain they can't escape. What do you think it means for them to realize they can never replace you? Because their plans backfired. They thought discarding you would break you. They thought turning others against you would isolate you. They thought their absence would leave you empty. Do you see how they underestimated your strength? Everything they did to destroy you only set you free. Do you feel the freedom now, knowing that their attempts only pushed you closer to your purpose? In Romans 8:28 it is written, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." What they tried to use to break you became the very thing that propelled you forward. Every attempt to weaken you only made you stronger. Every setback they tried to create became the foundation for your comeback. Can you see how God was using their actions for your good? Take Tyler Perry, for example. He faced years of rejection and hardship, yet each rejection only pushed him to work harder and rise higher. His setbacks turned into the foundation for his empire. How does his story resonate with your journey? Like him, you turned adversity into an opportunity for growth, and now you're reaping the rewards of your perseverance. Their efforts didn't break you, they set you free. You are now living proof that no matter how hard they try to tear you down, nothing can stop what's meant for you. You are unstoppable, and they are left watching you soar, knowing they'll never be able to undo the power you've found within yourself. Chosen one, now they are the ones drowning in regret. They sit in the heavy weight of their own decisions, wishing they had appreciated you when they had the chance. Can you see how regret is consuming them? They regret playing games instead of valuing something real, regret letting their pride, their ego, their immaturity push away the one person who truly cared. And the worst part? There's no going back. They have to face the painful reality that they will never get another version of you. In Isaiah 43:18 we are told, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past." You've outgrown them. You've evolved into someone who no longer fits into the space they once occupied. And now they have to live with the fact that the version of you they knew is gone forever. What do you think that feels like for them? To know they can never get back what they lost. And you owe them nothing. Not a second chance, not an explanation, not another moment of your time. The person they betrayed no longer exists. The version of you that tolerated their games, excused their lies, and overlooked their disrespect is gone. How does it feel to know that the person they once knew will never return? What's left is someone they can never touch again. They can't manipulate someone they can't control. They can't deceive someone who knows their worth, and that terrifies them. Matthew 10:16 says, "I am sending you out like sheep among wolves. Therefore be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves." Once you see them for who they truly are, once you recognize the patterns, once you break free from their influence, they lose all power over you. Can you feel the power you have now that you've broken free from their control? They will try to pull you back, not because they love you, but because they can't stand to see you free. They can't accept that you've outgrown them, that their absence didn't break you, and that their control over you was never real. Why do you think they can't accept this truth? It was always an illusion, a game they tried to play with your emotions. But this is where you break the cycle. They were a lesson, not a life sentence. Their presence in your past does not mean they deserve a place in your future. Why do you think it's important to leave them in the past? The pain they caused doesn't mean they deserve another chance. You don't go back to what broke you. You don't reopen doors that God has closed. You don't entertain people who only miss you because they lost control over you. Can you see now how their absence has only made you stronger? Your growth intimidates them. Your silence torments them. Your elevation exposes them. And that is why you must keep moving forward. Why do you think your growth is so powerful that it terrifies them? Because the moment you look back, you risk slipping into the very chaos you fought to escape. The moment you entertain their games, you slow down your own progress. The moment you let them back in, you prove them right, that you were never really gone. But this time, you are gone. They can't reach you anymore. In Romans 8:18, it says, "I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us." You've endured the pain, the betrayal, and the manipulation. And now, you're stepping into the glory that was always meant for you. They have to sit with their loss. They have to sit with the reality that you're not coming back, and the weight of their own choices and consequences is all they will have left. The silence they never expected. It's their punishment. The moment you keep moving forward, they are left behind, and there's nothing they can do to stop you. How does it feel to know that nothing can hold you back anymore? You've broken free, and now you walk into a future they can never touch. And you, beloved chosen one, you keep rising, because the only way to truly win is to never go back. It's over, and they know it. They lost access to you. They lost control over you. They lost the one thing they never thought they'd lose: you. And now they have to live with that reality. How does that feel to know that the power they once held over you is now gone forever? Your silence speaks louder than any argument. Your success is the revenge you never had to seek. And every step you take forward is a constant reminder to them that they could never hold you down. Your elevation is proof that they never had power over you to begin with. And that's why they're still watching, still obsessing, still holding on to something that no longer exists. Deep down, they know what they lost and they can't stop thinking about it. But you've already won. How powerful is that to acknowledge? You walked away with your peace, your dignity, and the life they swore you'd never have without them. What is it about that kind of strength that they can never take from you? And that is what will haunt them forever. The fact that they will never have the chance to control you again. That's all for today, dear one. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining me on this incredible journey of personal growth, spiritual awakening, and divine elevation. It's truly an honor to be part of your journey and to share these messages of strength, resilience, and hope with you. My prayer is that today's message has resonated deeply with you and reminded you of your unshakable worth, your unmatchable power, and the life of abundance that awaits you. You're not just surviving, you're thriving, and your journey has only just begun. If you've found value in today's message and it has inspired you in any way, I would be incredibly grateful if you would consider supporting this channel with a super thanks. Every contribution, no matter the size, helps us to continue spreading these messages of empowerment and truth. Please remember, though, that your presence, your engagement, and your energy are the greatest gifts. Whether you choose to donate or not, I want you to know how truly thankful I am for you being part of this community. Thank you for your support, for your time, and for your commitment to your growth. Now, let's take a moment to pray together. Dear Father, I pray for the growth of my faith. Help me trust you even when physical evidence is lacking. Let me believe in your perpetual presence, knowing you will never harm me. I understand that your thoughts for me are thoughts of prosperity and not harm, to give me a good future. Thank you, gracious and eternal Father, for always listening to my voice. I offer up this prayer to you in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you, Jesus, for your love and provision. I am grateful for your presence in my life and the abundance you bring. If this video resonated with you, please like, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who need to hear this powerful message. Leave a comment below about your own personal journey, how you're finding strength in the face of challenges, and how you are preparing for your own triumphant return to your true self. We've loved walking alongside you on this journey and are excited to continue exploring these spiritual truths together. Thank you for staying with us until the very end. Keep shining brightly, keep embracing your destiny with courage, and know that you are never alone on this path. See you next time. Blessings to all the beautiful souls. May your journey be filled with peace, power, and divine favor. Dear chosen ones, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you who has contributed through Super Thanks. Your support means more than words can express. Whether you donated or simply engaged with this message, you are part of this powerful movement. For those of you who chose to donate, I want to give you a special thank you. Your generosity makes it possible for us to continue bringing these transformative messages to the world. For everyone here, whether you donated or not, your energy, presence, and engagement are deeply appreciated. Do you realize how much your support helps keep this movement growing? Now, awaken your spirit, my beloved. Power is not given to you. You have to take it. Beyoncé, think about that for a second. Do you ever wonder why the most powerful people in history didn't wait for an invitation? Why they claimed their place, even when the world said they didn't belong? What if the truth is that the most powerful people didn't sit back and wait for things to come to them? They took action. And the crazy part, what if most of them weren't even half as powerful as you are right now? Now, here's something that will truly shake you. Scientists have proven that human energy can literally be felt by others. Do you realize that your mere presence can influence emotions, decisions, and even biological responses? It's not just that people see your power, they feel it. Have you ever felt someone's energy shift when you entered a room? And does that make you wonder, why does it make others so uncomfortable? Ever notice how some people get uneasy around you? Maybe they subtly try to undermine your confidence, act overly competitive, or try to throw jabs at your progress. Could it be that it's not random, it's instinctual? When someone carries raw, unshakable energy, those who rely on fear and control start to get uncomfortable. What does it say about them when your strength shakes their foundations? Could it be that the real reason they try to hold you back is because they sense the power you have, even if they don't say it? Here's the thing, you have no idea how powerful you are, but they do, and that's exactly why they work so hard to keep you from realizing it. How often have you held back from stepping into your power because of someone else's doubt? What if you didn't need permission anymore to claim what's already yours? Are you ready to claim your power fully? If this message resonated with you, if it sparked something deep inside, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with someone who needs to hear it. But also, comment 999 below. Let's make it a collective awakening. Are you ready to rise with those who truly get it? God's chosen ones. You have no idea how powerful you are. They feel it, and it terrifies them. One, your existence alone disrupts the status quo. You might not realize it, but simply existing, just as you are, is an act of defiance. You don't have to move mountains, give speeches, or prove yourself to anyone. The mere fact that you occupy space, breathe the air, and walk through life as yourself already shakes the foundations of everything others have carefully built around them. Have you ever wondered why your presence makes people uneasy? Is it possible that your very existence challenges their expectations in ways they're unwilling to face? It's because the way you think, the way you move, and simply the way you are is something they can't control. You're disruptive, not because you try to be, but because you refuse to conform to their narrow expectations. This disruptiveness is a gift. Have you ever thought about how this might be part of a greater plan? In the Bible, we see the same force in the lives of many chosen ones. Consider the example of David. He wasn't the oldest, strongest, or the most obvious candidate for kingship, but God saw in him something powerful, something that made him stand out, his heart. And it was this very heart that became a disruptive force against the mighty Goliath. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. Could it be that what makes you stand out today is exactly what God has placed in you to disrupt the world? In today's world, people thrive on predictability. Society, institutions, even the people around you, function by understanding what to expect from others. But when you step outside the conventional molds, when you stop following the script that everyone else is reading, they don't know how to handle you. You are like the wind, unseen, uncontainable, and impossible to predict. What would happen if you fully embraced your unpredictability? What if you let go of the need to fit into their predefined boxes? Think about the life of someone like Steve Jobs. He didn't fit the mold of a conventional businessman. His relentless pursuit of innovation disrupted entire industries. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Steve Jobs didn't need validation from anyone. His vision was so powerful, it transformed the world, just like your presence shakes the foundations of others' expectations. Could it be that your vision holds the same power to shift the world around you? But here's the truth. The discomfort people feel around you isn't about what you've done. It's about who you are. You don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Some will try to minimize you, tell you to calm down, or that you're too much. They do this not because you're overwhelming, but because you force them to confront their own limitations, their own fears. Do not be afraid of them. The Lord your God himself will fight for you. Deuteronomy 3:22. Are you ready to be unapologetically yourself, even when it makes others uncomfortable? You are a force, unapologetic, aware, and capable of shifting entire systems with your mere existence. They feel threatened, but that threat isn't because you've done something to them. It's because you're living a version of life they don't understand, or perhaps don't have the courage to pursue. And here's the most powerful part. You don't need their approval. You don't need them to understand. The force that drives you is far greater than their fears. For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. 2 Timothy 1:7. What if the very thing that terrifies them is the key to unlocking your full potential? 2. They fear what they can't predict, and you are unpredictable. Why do people fear what they don't understand? Because they can't predict it. Think about it. How often have you found yourself unsettling others without intending to? You don't respond the way they expect. You don't play by the rules they thought you would. That kind of unpredictability is terrifying for those who rely on control. What if your unpredictability is your greatest strength? The true power of God's chosen ones lies not in their ability to be understood, but in their ability to remain unreadable. Jesus himself embodied this when he was on earth. The Pharisees and others tried to pin him down, trying to figure out his next move, but he always remained a mystery to them. But Jesus did not trust himself to them because he knew all people. John 2:24. Could it be that your ability to remain unreadable is your secret weapon, the one thing that keeps others on edge? Consider the example of a person like Muhammad Ali, who defied all expectations of a boxer. His boldness, unpredictability, and refusal to conform to society's ideas about athletes made him an icon. He didn't play by the rules. They couldn't predict his next move, and that's what made him unforgettable. I am the greatest. I said that even before I knew I was. What if you embraced the same confidence in your unpredictability? Could it elevate you to greatness, just like Ali? You are the same. People watch you trying to figure out your next move, trying to place you in their predictable boxes. But just like they couldn't predict Jesus or Ali, they can't predict you. They wait for you to react the way they think you will. But when you don't, the fear sets in. Why? Because unpredictability holds power. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Could it be that the more they try to figure you out, the more you become a force they can't control? And when they can't figure you out, they'll try to control you. They might test you, push your buttons, or attempt to box you in. Why? Because the moment they realize they can't control you, the fear escalates. They don't know what you're capable of, and that uncertainty makes them nervous. That's the real power you hold. The ability to remain unpredictable, to force others to question their own assumptions. What if embracing that unpredictability is your path to freedom? You don't owe anyone predictability. You don't have to shrink yourself to fit into their narrow perspectives. For the Lord is your keeper, the Lord is your shade on your right hand. Psalm 121, verse 5. The more you embrace your true self, unpredictable, independent, and living on your own terms, the more power you have. And the more they realize that no matter how hard they try, they'll never truly know what you're capable of until it's already too late. 3. You don't need permission to be great, and that's a problem for them. Do you find yourself constantly waiting for permission, waiting for someone to tell you it's okay to step up, to claim your power, and take what's rightfully yours? The truth is, most people do, waiting for approval, validation, or a sign that it's safe to move forward. But what if the approval you seek is something you'll never receive from others? Here's the harsh reality. No one is coming to give you permission. No one is going to hand you power, respect, or a place at the table. The ones who have it didn't wait for anyone's approval. They took it. And the second you decide to do the same, you become a problem for those who have been thriving off your hesitation, off your smallness. Why does that feel so uncomfortable for them? People are conditioned to believe they have to be chosen by a boss, by society, or by the system to step into something greater. That's a lie. A story designed to keep you in place while others advance. But once you recognize that you don't need anyone's validation to be great, you strip away the very thing that keeps most people stuck, the fear of moving without permission. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Psalm 27:1. When you begin to own your voice, take up space without asking if you're worthy, and stop apologizing for wanting more, you upset the balance. You become unpredictable, dangerous, a force they cannot control. Is it possible that by choosing to step into your greatness, you challenge the world around you in ways that most people aren't ready to face? They will try to humble you, to make you doubt yourself, to convince you that you're not ready. They'll attempt to shake your confidence and make you hesitate. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. But what if you simply decided that you are ready, regardless of their doubts or their expectations? That's when the game shifts in your favor. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Jeremiah 29:11. You don't need permission to take up space or move forward. You don't need their recognition for your power to exist. The only thing that matters is whether you recognize it first. And once you do, nothing, not their opinions, their doubts, or their rules, can stop you. 4. Your presence forces people to confront their own limitations. Have you ever wondered why some people react so strongly to you, especially when you haven't done anything to provoke them? The truth isn't about your actions, it's about what you represent. You represent everything they could be but aren't. You remind them of all the dreams they abandoned, the goals they never pursued, the version of themselves they buried under fear, doubt, and complacency. This discomfort isn't always obvious. It often hides behind backhanded compliments, subtle competition, or dismissive comments. You think you're better than everyone. Why are you trying so hard? Or, must be nice to have that confidence. What they're really saying is, I see something in you that I wish I had in myself, and it's easier to criticize you than to admit that I've been holding myself back. Does that sound familiar? How often have you been criticized for simply being yourself? Why do you see the speck that is in your brother's eye, but do not notice the log that is in your own eye? Matthew 7:3. People don't lash out at mediocrity. They don't waste their energy resenting those who make them feel comfortable. But someone who challenges their self-perception, someone who forces them to confront their wasted potential, that's a different story. You are not just another person to them. You are a mirror. And looking into that mirror is painful when they don't like what they see. Think about someone like Oprah Winfrey. She came from a background filled with hardship, yet she rose to prominence and success. Many people criticized her, and some even tried to tear her down. But she kept moving forward. Her very presence challenged the norms, forced people to examine their own lives, and made them confront their own limitations. The biggest adventure you can take is to live the life of your dreams. Could it be that your mere existence is forcing others to reflect on their own untapped potential? Some people will try to downplay your achievements or make you second-guess yourself. Why? Because if they can shake your confidence, they don't have to confront their own insecurities. If they can bring you down to their level, they don't have to rise up to yours. But this battle is not yours. It's theirs. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. You are not responsible for their insecurities, and you are certainly not responsible for making them feel comfortable at the cost of your own growth. The ones who are ready to evolve will be inspired by you. The ones who aren't will be intimidated. Either way, it has nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. So, why not keep going? Keep rising and let them deal with themselves. 5. You've already won the moment they start talking about you. Have you ever noticed how the moment someone starts talking about you, especially in a negative light, it's actually a sign that you've already won? Here's the truth. People don't waste energy on things that don't matter. They don't gossip about people who are insignificant. They don't try to discredit someone who isn't a threat. So why do they talk about you? Why do they go out of their way to criticize, scrutinize, or belittle you? If your name is in their mouth, if they're taking time out of their day to bring you down, it's because you matter, and whether they admit it or not, they know it. If God is for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. You've made an impact just by being yourself. Your existence alone is powerful enough to stir their emotions and force them to acknowledge your presence. Isn't that a sign of your greatness? People attack what they fear. It's a defense mechanism. When they see someone rising, someone who refuses to be controlled, someone who doesn't need their approval to move forward, it triggers something deep inside them. It reminds them of their own limitations, their own insecurities, and their own failures. And instead of working on their own growth, they fixate on you. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness. Ephesians 6:12. Could it be that their reaction is not really about you, but about their internal battles? They'll twist your words, downplay your abilities, and try to make you feel like you're not as great as you are. Not because it's true, but because they need it to be true. If they can convince themselves that you're just lucky, that you don't deserve what you have, or that you're not actually a threat, they don't have to face the uncomfortable reality that you've already outgrown them. Does it bother you that their perception of you is shaped by their own limitations rather than your truth? Let's think about the story of someone like Michael Jordan. The world didn't always believe in his greatness. Critics questioned him, doubted him, and tried to minimize his success. But as he faced these criticisms, they only fueled his greatness even more. I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career, I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I've failed over and over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed. His critics only made him more determined. Could it be that your critics are doing the same for you, unknowingly adding to your power? The funniest part of all, the more they talk about you, the more power they give you. Every time they mention your name, they are spreading your influence. Every time they try to discredit you, they're proving that you're worth talking about. Isn't it fascinating how their attempts to bring you down are actually elevating you? The same people who want to see you fail are the ones unintentionally making you more relevant. They're investing their energy in you, even if they don't realize it. So, let them talk. Let them whisper. Let them waste their energy trying to bring you down. Why? Because while they're busy obsessing over you, you're busy winning. No weapon that is fashioned against you shall succeed, and you shall confute every tongue that rises against you in judgment. Isaiah 54:17. You don't have to defend yourself. You don't need to prove anything. Their reaction alone is proof that you've already made an impact, and that's your victory. When they talk, they reveal that you've already won. Isn't it time to embrace the power of their attention and keep moving forward? 6. You don't need to be liked. You need to be respected. Have you ever found yourself caught in the cycle of seeking approval? Many people live their lives trapped by the need to be liked. They mold themselves based on what others find acceptable, adjusting their words, their actions, and even their dreams to fit into a box that others deem right. But what if that constant striving for approval is actually holding you back? For am I now seeking the approval of man or of God? Or am I trying to please man? Galatians 1:10. Could it be that the very thing you're seeking is the very thing that makes you dependent and therefore controllable? Here's the truth. When you live for approval, you create a dependency. And once you're dependent, you become controllable. But those in positions of power, they don't chase popularity, they chase respect. Why? Because respect isn't a surface-level validation. It's built on something deep, something real. It's not about how many people smile at you or how many compliments you receive. It's about how many people truly recognize your worth, even if they don't personally like you. Does it feel empowering to think that you don't need everyone's approval to be valuable? Throughout history, many impactful figures weren't universally adored. They weren't concerned with pleasing everyone. Instead, they focused on creating something meaningful. They were too busy shaping the future, breaking barriers, and challenging the status quo. Think about the way people responded to figures like Winston Churchill. Not everyone liked him, but his leadership during World War II earned him respect. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. He didn't chase popularity. He chased a legacy. Could it be that your refusal to please everyone is the very thing that propels you toward greatness? When you choose to move like that, bold, unapologetic, and focused on your mission, you're bound to upset some people. But here's the reality. You don't need everyone to like you. What you need are the right people to respect you. Why? Because respect opens doors that popularity can't. It forces people to acknowledge you, even when they don't want to. Respect places you in situations where your presence is undeniable, where being liked is irrelevant. Have you ever wondered how your refusal to fit into others' expectations might actually work in your favor? The moment you stop trying to win people over, you become untouchable. You stop explaining yourself. You stop justifying your choices. You stop watering yourself down to make others comfortable. The only way to do great work is to love what you do. Steve Jobs. What if you stopped seeking validation and simply embraced your authenticity? That That's when true power takes hold. You no longer need to win anyone's approval because your strength lies in your unwavering confidence. You stand firm in your truth. You become a force that cannot be ignored. Let them dislike you. Let them misunderstand you. Let them talk. At the end of the day, their approval means nothing, but their respect, that's what lasts. That's what shifts things. For the Lord will be your confidence and will keep your foot from being caught. Proverbs 3:26. And that respect, that makes you unstoppable. 7. They can't understand you because you don't speak their language. Have you ever wondered why some people just don't get you? It's not because you're wrong or because you're too much. It's not because you need to explain yourself better. It's simply because you don't speak the same language. For the message about the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved, it is the power of God. 1 Corinthians 1:18. Could it be that your mindset and your way of communicating are on a different frequency from theirs? You speak in action, they speak in fear. You talk in movement, progress, and execution. They talk in excuses, hesitation, and self-imposed limits. What if the difference between you and them isn't about your capability, but about how you view the world? You say, "Let's make it happen." They say, "But what if it doesn't work?" You think, "What's the next step?" They think, "What's the safest option?" Think about the difference between pioneers and those who follow. Pioneers like Elon Musk and Thomas Edison didn't wait for safety or certainty. They pushed forward, often met with doubts and resistance, yet their language was one of action, not hesitation. Edison famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Isn't it empowering to think that the great innovators and changemakers speak a language that others don't yet understand? You are playing on a different frequency. You're not stuck in loops, repeating the same doubts, the same insecurities, and the same narratives that keep others comfortable. You are thinking about the next breakthrough, the next challenge, the next opportunity. But what happens when you refuse to stay trapped with them? Why do you think that makes them so uncomfortable? That's why they look at you like you're the strange one. That's why they call you unrealistic, reckless, or arrogant. It's not because you are, it's because your mindset makes theirs feel small. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. Isaiah 55:8. Could it be that the very thing they fear is your potential to break free from their limited perspective? Instead of rising to meet you, they'd rather pull you back down to a place where they can understand you again. But you don't owe them that. You don't owe them your explanation. You don't have to shrink yourself so they feel safe. You don't have to slow down so they can keep up. You were running a good race. Who cut in on you to keep you from obeying the truth? Galatians 5:7. If they don't understand your moves, let them stay confused. If they don't get why you think the way you do, let them misinterpret you. The truth is, their lack of understanding is not your responsibility. If they want to sit in the same conversations, repeating the same fears, let them. But you have things to build, places to go, and a future to create. You don't need them to understand you. What you need is the freedom to keep moving forward. Because the ones who are meant to be on your level, the ones who resonate with your language, will recognize it the moment they hear it. And the Lord said, "Go out and stand on the mountain in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by." Then a great and powerful wind tore the mountains apart and shattered the rocks before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind. 1 Kings 19:11. Your language may be new, but it's powerful. Keep speaking it. Keep moving. The right people will hear you. 8. Power isn't just in what you say, it's in what you don't say. Have you ever realized that power isn't just in what you say? In fact, Sometimes the loudest person in the room is the weakest. True power is found in restraint. It's in what you don't say, what you don't react to, and what you choose to leave unanswered. Whoever keeps his mouth and his tongue keeps himself out of trouble. Proverbs 21:23. Could it be that silence, not words, is what truly makes people uncomfortable? Silence makes people uneasy. It forces them to fill in the gaps, to question themselves, to wonder what you're thinking. And that's where the real control lies. When you remain silent, you don't give them anything to work with. You don't give them an opening to twist your words or manipulate you into a defensive position. Have you ever noticed how some people can't handle a lack of reaction from you? Why do you think that is? Consider how powerful figures like Nelson Mandela wielded their influence. Mandela was known for his quiet strength, for his ability to hold his tongue in the face of immense adversity. His silence in many critical moments didn't weaken him, it solidified his power. I am not a saint unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying. Nelson Mandela. What if your silence could be the most powerful statement you make? What if it forces others to confront their own assumptions and expectations? When you argue, over-explain, or try to prove yourself, you give away your power. You offer them something to counter, to twist, or to manipulate. But when you choose to say nothing, they have nothing. A fool gives full vent to his spirit, but a wise man quietly holds it back. Proverbs 29:11. What if, in moments of provocation, the most powerful response is no response at all? That's why people panic when you don't react. They expect you to get defensive, to justify yourself, or to meet them at their level. But when you refuse to engage, when you let their words fall into empty space, it drives them crazy. They scramble to get a reaction from you, to push you into defending yourself. But the second you do, they've won. They've pulled you into their game. Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him. Proverbs 26:4. Could it be that when you master the art of silence, you stop playing their game and start controlling the narrative? The most powerful people don't play that game. They let their actions, their results, and their presence speak louder than any words ever could. Think of someone like Mahatma Gandhi, who, during his fight for India's independence, remained calm and unshaken, never responding with violence or anger, but with peaceful protest. His silence in the face of oppression sent a message that words could never convey. Be the change that you wish to see in the world. Mahatma Gandhi. Can you imagine the impact of choosing to respond with action rather than words? Silence is its own kind of response. It unsettles people, commands attention, and forces them to feel your presence rather than just hear your voice. Not every comment deserves a response. Not every insult, every rumor, or every attempt to provoke you is worth your energy. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1. The real power comes from knowing when to speak and when to say nothing at all. And when you master this, you become untouchable. 9. You are the exception, and exceptions make people nervous. Have you ever noticed how people like to believe in rules? Rules about life, success, and what's possible. Not just the laws, but the unspoken ones. They tell themselves you have to follow this path to make it. They believe you need these qualifications to succeed. You must wait your turn, pay your dues, and stay within the lines. These rules make them feel safe. They give them a sense of order and certainty. But what happens when someone comes along and shatters that comfort? You are the exception. You don't follow the script they've created. You move differently. You achieve results without asking for permission. You succeed without obeying the paths they've convinced themselves are the only way. And that terrifies them. The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. Could it be that your success is the proof they never wanted to see? The proof that the rules they live by may have never been real? That's why they try to discredit you. They'll call you lucky, say you had an unfair advantage, or act like you must have cheated the system. Why? Because if they admit that you're simply proving the rules were never real, they'd have to confront the uncomfortable truth. They've been holding themselves back all this time, and most people would rather protect their comfort than face the fact that they've been the ones limiting themselves. For as he thinks in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Could it be that the only limits they face are the ones they've created in their minds? Think about someone like Oprah Winfrey. She came from a difficult background, yet she achieved greatness. She didn't follow the conventional paths. She forged her own. Oprah didn't wait her turn, and she didn't stay within the lines. Turn your wounds into wisdom. Oprah Winfrey. What if your success too is proof that the traditional rules people believe in are just illusions? It's not that they hate you. It's not that they don't want you to succeed. It's that you represent a reality they weren't ready for, a reality where playing it safe wasn't necessary, where the limitations they believed in were self-imposed, and where they could have done more, but they chose not to. So they lash out. They downplay your success. They act like you're the weird one, the exception, but deep down they know the truth. But the one who is noble plans noble things, and on noble things they stand. Isaiah 32:8. Doesn't it feel empowering to think that your success challenges their reality? You've proven that the rules don't apply, that limits are illusions, and that the only thing stopping them is themselves. That's why exceptions make people nervous, because once one person proves the rules were never real, everyone has to start questioning everything they thought they knew. And that's the power you hold, the power to disrupt, to make others rethink their entire approach to life. 10. You see through the illusions, and that makes you a threat. Have you ever realized how many people are mentally asleep? Not physically, but mentally. They are trapped in a system designed to keep them distracted, chasing things that don't matter, and believing lies that keep them small. They are told that success is about approval, that happiness comes from outside validation, and that power is something given rather than taken. They believe it because it's easier than questioning it. For the time will come when people will not put up with sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their own desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to say what their itching ears want to hear. 2 Timothy 4:3. But you don't buy into it. You see through the illusions. You know the game, and even worse, you know how to win it. That makes you dangerous, not just to individuals, but to entire systems. Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. What if the truth you know is the very thing that makes others fear you? What if it's the awareness of how manipulated they've been that makes you stand out as a threat? People who see through the noise can't be manipulated. They can't be controlled with false promises or fake rewards. They don't waste time chasing things that were designed to keep them occupied, but never fulfilled. Think about someone like Elon Musk, who didn't follow the traditional paths. He saw through the noise and created something truly revolutionary. His success didn't come from following the rules. It came from defying them. When something is important enough, you do it even if the odds are not in your favor. Could your ability to see beyond the illusions be the key to your own success, just like his? And that threatens everything. They want people running in circles thinking the only way to win is to play by their rules. But you know better. You've realized that the real power isn't in seeking approval, it's in not needing it. For Am I now seeking the approval of man or of God? Or am I trying to please man? If I were still trying to please man, I would not be a servant of Christ. Galatians 1:10. The real success isn't in following the path they built for you, it's in building your own. And once you see that, you can't unsee it. You can't go back to a life of blind conformity. Think of someone like Maya Angelou, who defied all odds and created a legacy by telling her own story. She didn't need to follow the conventional path to become a voice for change. We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. How much stronger would you feel if you embraced the same mindset, to create your own path and trust in your own abilities? That's why they try so hard to shut you down, discredit you, or make you doubt yourself. Not because you're wrong, but because you're right. Not because you're weak, but because you're strong. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. Isaiah 41:10. People like you, people who think for themselves, move with intention, and refuse to be controlled, are the only ones who can break the cycle. And here's the part they fear the most. Once you fully step into your power, others will see it too. When that happens, the entire system starts to crumble, because all it takes is one person proving the game was rigged to make everyone else stop playing by the rules. The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. Could it be that you, as the exception, have the power to disrupt the very system that has been holding others back? 11. The more you level up, the lonelier it gets, and that's a good thing. Have you ever noticed that the higher you climb, the lonelier it gets? It's not because you've done something wrong, it's because at your altitude, fewer people can breathe. But you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession. 1 Peter 2:9. Could it be that the very isolation you feel is a sign of your growth, a reminder that you are on a path few are capable of following? Power, success, and self-mastery require a level of endurance most people don't have. And the further you go, the more you'll notice something. The crowd gets smaller. It's easy to feel like something is wrong, especially when people you once trusted start to distance themselves. Why do certain relationships feel strained? Why do fewer people seem to understand you? For the mountains may depart and the hills be removed, but my steadfast love shall not depart from you. Isaiah 54:10. Not everyone is built to handle power. It takes resilience, discipline, and a level of self-awareness that most people aren't willing to develop. Some prefer comfort over growth. Some are addicted to distractions, excuses, and mediocrity. But when you step into something greater, they have two choices: rise with you or step back. Do not be deceived. Bad company ruins good morals. 1 Corinthians 15:33. Could it be that the very people who fall away were never meant to go as far as you? That's not a loss, it's a filter. The people who can't handle the pressure of your growth were never meant to go all the way with you. If they were, they'd be leveling up too. Think of someone like Steve Jobs, who revolutionized technology, but often faced isolation due to his unconventional methods. He understood that not everyone could accompany him on his journey of constant innovation. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. Does it make you wonder if your growth requires you to leave some people behind to make room for those who truly align with your vision? When they start resenting your progress, making you feel guilty for wanting more, or subtly trying to keep you within their reach, that's your cue. Do not give dogs what is holy, and do not throw your pearls before pigs, lest they trample them underfoot and turn to attack you. Matthew 7:6. They were never meant for the next level. The loneliness you feel isn't a punishment. It's a sign you're exactly where you're supposed to be. You didn't settle. You didn't stop. You kept going when others made excuses. And the ones who truly belong at the top, they'll find you there. The higher you go, the fewer distractions there are, the clearer your path becomes, and the more aligned you become with the people who understand your journey. Think of Maya Angelou, who stood firm in her vision despite the challenges she faced. She rose above the noise, creating a lasting impact in the world. We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. Could it be that your solitude is simply the space where your true purpose is being shaped, free from the distractions of those who are not meant to walk beside you? So let them fall away. Let them misunderstand you. Let them stay where they're comfortable. Your journey isn't for everyone, and that's exactly what makes it powerful. 12. They want you to doubt yourself because they can't handle the truth. Have you ever felt that moment when you start stepping into your power and suddenly doubt begins to creep in? That nagging voice telling you that you're not good enough, that maybe you're not ready, that maybe others are right to question your ambition. But here's the truth. It's not your own voice that's whispering those doubts. It's the voices of others. For God gave us a spirit, not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. 2 Timothy 1:7. Could it be that the seeds of insecurity they plant are not really about you, but about their inability to rise to the level you've reached? Have you ever stopped to consider why your growth makes others so uncomfortable? Doubt is a weapon, and those who fear your power know exactly how to use it. They don't need to stop you outright. All they need to do is make you question yourself. Once you start doubting, once you hesitate, once you second-guess your own abilities, they don't have to hold you back. You'll do it yourself. This is the game they play. They plant subtle seeds, remarks disguised as concern, sideways glances, or lukewarm support. Have you heard things like, "Are you sure you're ready for this? What if you fail?" People like us don't usually make it that far. Do you recognize that these aren't words of advice? They're words of fear. There is no fear in love, but perfect love drives out fear, because fear has to do with punishment. The one who fears is not made perfect in love. 1 John 4:18. Can you see how their fear is being projected onto you? The truth is, your growth forces people to confront their own insecurities and the lies they've believed for years. They've spent their lives convincing themselves that success is for the chosen few, that confidence equals arrogance, that making big moves is reckless, and that staying small is the smarter choice. But you come along and you shatter these illusions. You prove that limits are self-imposed, that fear is a choice, and that success isn't about waiting for permission, it's about persistence and action. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. What would happen if you fully embraced the power of your persistence? How much of your success has come from simply not giving up, even when others doubted you? And that shakes them to their core, because if you're right, if the rules they've been following aren't the truth, then they've been wrong all along. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. Proverbs 9:10. How much easier would it be for them to stay comfortable in their beliefs rather than face the reality that they've been holding themselves back? Rather than admit that they've been holding themselves back, rather than rise with you, they'll try to pull you down. Why? Because it's easier for them to maintain their comfort and stay in the illusion than face the uncomfortable reality that their lives have been shaped by false beliefs. Take someone like Albert Einstein, for example. He was often misunderstood, criticized, and doubted by many throughout his career. His ideas about the universe were so groundbreaking that they were initially rejected by the mainstream scientific community. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution. Could it be that Einstein's ability to persist despite the doubts of others is exactly what allowed him to change the world? Imposter syndrome creeps in, not because you don't belong, but because you're stepping into something real, something most people don't have the courage to face. For you did not receive a spirit of slavery to fall back into fear, but you have received a spirit of adoption, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. Romans 8:15. Why does stepping into your power feel so uncomfortable? Is it because you're afraid to face the truth of your potential? Or is it the fear of others projecting their doubts onto you? When you start doubting yourself, recognize where that doubt is coming from. It's not your truth, it's theirs. It's the weight of everyone who never dared to do what you're doing. It's the fear of those who stayed in their comfort zones, never questioning the rules or daring to reach higher. Cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you. 1 Peter 5:7. Could it be that by carrying their fears, you're stopping yourself from stepping into your greatness? You don't owe them that. You don't need to carry their fears or let them pull you back into their world of doubt and limitation. Let them doubt you. Let them whisper. Let them stay in the illusion. Your path is different, and that's exactly what makes it powerful. I press on toward the goal to win the prize, for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus. Philippians 3:14. What if you fully embraced your journey, regardless of how others may view it? The moment you stop seeking their approval and stop allowing their fears to control you, you become unstoppable. Because just like Einstein, your true power lies in your ability to believe in yourself, to persist, and to keep moving forward, even when others can't see the vision. "13. The most powerful person in the room is the one least afraid to lose." Have you ever noticed that the most powerful person in the room is the one least afraid to lose? Power isn't about having the most money, the loudest voice, or the highest status. True power comes from one thing: a lack of fear. For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. 2 Timothy 1:7. Could it be that the real source of your strength isn't in what you possess, but in your ability to stand unshaken in the face of uncertainty? Most people operate from fear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of losing what they've built. Even the so-called powerful ones, the ones with status, titles, and influence, are often just as trapped as everyone else. They are motivated by the need to avoid loss, rather than to achieve more. They play defense, they protect, hoard, and avoid risk. They're terrified of falling, so they never truly rise. The fear of man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe. Proverbs 29:25. Do you see how fear keeps them trapped, unable to move forward or embrace new opportunities? But you play a different game. You're not desperate to hold on to things. You're not moving from scarcity, from the need to impress, or from the fear of what happens if it all falls apart. You're not chained to a specific outcome because you know something most people don't. Freedom is the real power. Think of someone like Richard Branson. He didn't amass his fortune by holding on to what was safe or predictable. Branson took risks that seemed insane to others, and yet his boldness allowed him to create a multi-billion-dollar empire. You don't learn to walk by following rules. You learn by doing and by falling over. When you stop fearing loss, you become unpredictable. You make moves others wouldn't dare to make. You take risks that seem insane to people who are ruled by fear. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. You aren't bound by the need for approval, comfort, or safety, and that makes you a nightmare for anyone who is. Because they can't manipulate you, they can't control you with threats, rejection, or the possibility of failure. None of it affects you. How liberating would it feel to live without the constant fear of losing what you have? That's why fearless people rise while others stay stagnant. While others are clinging to what they have, trying to avoid loss, you're out there creating more. You're expanding, taking shots, making plays. And yes, sometimes you'll lose. But what if that loss is just part of the process of success? It's in the failures that you build resilience and refine your approach. You'll keep moving, keep rebuilding, keep evolving, while they stay exactly where they are. For a righteous man falls 7 times and rises again. Proverbs 24:16. Isn't it true that it's the fear of loss that often keeps others from even trying, while your ability to bounce back makes you unstoppable? Detach from fear. Detach from the need to protect what you have at the cost of what you could have. The second you do that, you become unstoppable, because a person with nothing to fear, that's a person no one can control. For you did not receive a spirit of slavery to fall back into fear, but you have received a spirit of adoption, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. Romans 8:15. What would happen if you fully embraced that freedom? How much could you accomplish if fear no longer held you back? 14. You are the storm, not the shelter. Have you ever felt that pull to be predictable, manageable, easy to categorize, to play it safe, to move carefully so you don't disturb the way things have always been? Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. Could it be that the world expects you to shrink into a box, to find shelter from the storms, when you were actually meant to be the storm? Most people seek comfort. They avoid disruption. They shrink themselves to fit into spaces that were never meant to contain them. But you were never meant to be contained. You are not the shelter. You are the storm. For the kingdom of God is not a matter of talk, but of power. 1 Corinthians 4:20. What if the power you possess isn't in playing it safe, but in embracing the force of who you truly are? They can feel it, even if they don't say it. It's in the way you move, the way you speak, the way you refuse to play by the rules they swear are unbreakable. Your very existence disrupts the illusion they've built their lives around, and that makes people nervous. Have you ever wondered why people get uncomfortable when you step into your full potential? Could it be that your courage to break the rules forces them to confront their own limitations? Because storms don't ask for permission. They don't wait for approval. They don't move carefully to avoid making people uncomfortable. Storms change everything, whether people are ready or not. Think of someone like Martin Luther King Jr. He didn't wait for approval to fight for civil rights. His courage to speak out and demand change disrupted the entire system. And even when others resisted, his mission moved forward. Faith is taking the first step, even when you don't see the whole staircase. Could your own refusal to wait for approval be the thing that sets you free to make the impact you were born to make? That's why they try to make you doubt yourself. That's why they tell you to slow down, to be careful, to think about how your choices might make others feel. They don't actually care about your well-being. What they care about is control. They want to contain you, to weaken you, to turn you into something small enough to manage. The fear of man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe. Proverbs 29:25. Could it be that their attempts to control you are really just their own fear projected onto you? But you weren't built for that. You weren't made to be silent, safe, or unseen. You were made to shake the ground, to shift the atmosphere, to wake people up. Think of someone like Steve Jobs, who constantly challenged the status quo in technology and business. Jobs didn't care about being liked. He cared about changing the world. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. What if your purpose, like Jobs, is not about making others comfortable, but making an impact that resonates far beyond your lifetime? So let them misunderstand you. Let them be uncomfortable. Let them talk. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. You don't need their approval to move forward. Your journey is not for everyone, and that's exactly what makes it powerful. The ones who fear the storm are the ones who have built their lives around things too fragile to withstand the wind. But those who are ready, they'll rise with you. You were never meant to hide. You were meant to change everything. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Jeremiah 29:11. Do you feel the weight of the purpose you carry? The moment you stop seeking approval and start embracing who you are, you step into your true power. Power isn't about being the loudest, the most liked, or the most accepted. It's about knowing who you are, refusing to shrink, moving with an energy that can't be ignored. It's about seeing through illusions, breaking the rules that were never real, and stepping into the version of yourself that most people are too afraid to become. But the one who is noble plans noble things, and on noble things they stand. Isaiah 32:8. What would it look like if you fully embraced this version of yourself, no matter who it challenges or who doesn't understand? You don't need permission, you don't need validation, and you definitely don't need to explain yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Let them talk, let them doubt, let them project their fears onto you. The Lord will fight for you, you need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. None of it matters, because the truth remains, you are not like them. You don't play by their rules, you don't chase approval, you don't move out of fear. And because of that, you are a force that cannot be controlled. They feel it, even if they don't admit it. They see it, even if they pretend not to. And deep down, they know, you are not here to fit in. You are here to change everything. So let them be uncomfortable. Let them question you. Let them fall away. You are rising, and the air gets thinner at the top. Not everyone is built for it. Not everyone has the courage to walk this path. But you do. Keep moving. Keep disrupting. Keep becoming. I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus. Philippians 3:14. Because the second you stop seeking their approval, the second you fully embrace who you were meant to be, you become unstoppable. Beloved, chosen one, if this message resonated with you, if it made you think, feel something deep within, or reminded you of the power you possess, don't keep it to yourself. This is the time to stand tall, to step fully into your purpose. Like, comment, and share this with someone who needs to hear these words, someone who's waiting for that spark to ignite within them. I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude for your presence here. Whether you choose to donate or not, your support, your engagement, and your energy mean the world to us. If you feel moved, you can contribute through Super Thanks. It goes a long way in helping us continue bringing these messages to the world. But remember, your energy, your time, and your commitment to leveling up are just as valuable. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Finally, may you be blessed with strength, wisdom, and courage as you continue on your journey. The world needs more people who refuse to play small, who break the rules, shake the system, and step fully into their power. If that's you, stick around. Your time is now. Keep moving, keep evolving, and may blessings pour upon you as you walk in the fullness of who you were always meant to be. Chosen one, I need you to listen carefully. What I'm about to share is not just another message, it is a divine revelation that has been hidden from you for far too long. Your entire life, there have been forces working in secret, ensuring that you never truly discover who you are. But today, that changes. If you are watching this right now, it is not a coincidence. You were led here by divine intervention. Think back to your childhood. Do certain moments feel like a blur? Were there experiences that never made sense, patterns that seemed too strange to be random? Deep down, you've always felt different, set apart, as if you didn't quite belong. And that feeling was not in your imagination. You have been chosen since birth, but the truth about your identity has been deliberately hidden from you. Why? Because the moment you fully recognize who you are, you become unstoppable. Those who knew your potential tried to keep you in the dark. They suppressed your light before it could fully shine. But no matter what they did, the calling over your life could never be erased. Now, the time has come for you to reclaim your true identity. Before we uncover this hidden truth, I want you to do 3 things. Like this video, subscribe so we reach 100,000 subscribers, and comment 777 below. This number holds powerful spiritual significance. It is a sign that you are aligned with God's divine purpose. To everyone who has generously supported this mission through super thanks, I am deeply grateful. Your kindness allows this message to spread, touching lives in ways you may not even realize. May God bless you abundantly for your giving heart. Chosen one, prepare yourself. Once you hear what I am about to reveal, you will never see your life the same way again. Everything you thought you knew, your struggles, your past, even the way others treated you, will suddenly make perfect sense. But be warned, not everyone is ready for this truth. Only those who are truly chosen will understand. If you are still here, that means you are ready. Now, let's begin your journey toward rediscovering who you really are. The truth has been hidden for long enough. It's time to bring it into the light. God's chosen ones, they hid from you who you really are, your true story. From the very moment a child enters this world, there are subtle yet powerful signs that reveal their divine purpose. Signs that are often invisible to the ordinary eye, but carry deep spiritual significance. What may seem like random events, fleeting emotions, or unexplained inclinations are, in reality, orchestrations of God's hand, gently guiding His chosen ones toward their destiny. Perhaps you recall moments from your childhood when you felt an unshakable sense of peace, an inexplicable pull towards something greater, or a deep understanding of the world that seemed beyond your years. These experiences were not coincidences. They were divine markers placed along your path, calling you to a sacred mission. This aligns perfectly with Ephesians 1:4, which declares, "For He chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world. In His love, He predestined us to be holy and without blemish." Imagine that. Before the earth was even formed, God had already set you apart for a special purpose. Have you ever wondered why certain memories from your early years stand out so vividly? Why, despite everything, you have always felt different, like you were meant for something greater? If so, pay close attention, because these signs may be confirmation that you are one of God's chosen ones. Since childhood, you may have sensed that you were different from those around you. Perhaps you were more observant, preferring to watch and understand rather than simply follow the crowd. While other children easily blended into social circles, you might have found yourself standing on the outside, not because you weren't capable of fitting in, but because you saw the world through a different lens. Maybe you were the one who asked the profound questions that even adults struggled to answer. Why was I born? What is my purpose? Why do I see things differently from everyone else? These thoughts weren't just childhood curiosities, they were glimpses of your divine calling. Consider Samuel, the young prophet in the Bible. As a child, he was set apart, growing up in the temple under Eli's guidance. One night, Samuel heard a voice calling his name, yet he did not recognize that it was God speaking to him. It wasn't until Eli instructed him that he understood he was being called for something greater. 1 Samuel 3:1-10. Could it be that, like Samuel, God has been calling you since childhood, but the world around you failed to recognize it? Many chosen ones feel this sense of being different as a kind of burden, a reason for loneliness. Have you ever felt like you were too mature for your age? Like the way you thought, acted, and processed emotions was beyond what others could grasp? This isn't a flaw, it is a sign of divine preparation. The Bible reminds us in Jeremiah 1:5, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to be set apart. History has shown that those who are called often experience rejection or misunderstanding. Take Albert Einstein, for example. Before he became one of the most influential scientists in history, he struggled in school and was often dismissed as slow by his teachers. His mind worked differently. He saw possibilities where others saw limitations. He later revolutionized physics because he embraced his unique perspective rather than conforming to what others expected of him. What if you too have been given a vision that the world has not yet understood? What if your difference is not a limitation, but a gift that will one day change lives? Chosen ones are often driven by an inner urge to help others, to bring light where there is darkness. Have you always been the one offering a comforting word when someone was hurting? The one who gave without expecting anything in return? Maybe you were the friend who people turned to in times of struggle, even though you rarely received the same level of care in return. This is the mark of someone carrying God's heart within them, someone chosen to reflect His love in a world that desperately needs it. Jeremiah 29:11 reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to bless you, plans that will not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." If you've ever wondered why you give so much and yet feel unseen, remember, God sees you, and He is preparing you for something beyond what you can imagine. That feeling of loneliness, that longing for something more, is not a sign that you are lost. It is an indication that God is calling you into something greater. Embracing this truth is the first step toward unlocking the future He has in store for you. So tell me, have you ever felt like the world was keeping something hidden from you? Like you were meant for something far beyond what others perceive? If so, perhaps the time has come to finally uncover the truth of who you really are. Since childhood, you may have felt that the world around you appeared different. While others went about their days with carefree innocence, you had an awareness that went beyond mere observation. It was as if your senses were sharper, your intuition deeper, and your ability to perceive emotions more profound than those around you. You noticed the weight behind unspoken words, the hidden sorrow in a person's eyes, or the subtle shift in energy when you entered a room. Even as a child, you understood things that others didn't seem to recognize. Could it be that this heightened awareness was not a coincidence, but rather a divine gift given to you for a greater purpose? Unlike your peers who found joy in games and fleeting amusements, you were drawn to something deeper. The whisper of the wind, the rhythm of the falling rain, or the silence of the night stirred something within you. It felt as though the world itself was speaking, carrying a message beyond words. This sensitivity was more than just emotional depth. It was a spiritual connection, a sign that you had been set apart. The Bible reminds us in John 15:16. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you that you should go and bear fruit, fruit that will last, so that whatever you ask the Father in my name, he may give it to you. This verse is a direct confirmation that you were not chosen randomly. You were appointed for a purpose that is meant to bring lasting impact. Many people throughout history have carried this divine sensitivity, and though the world may not have understood them at first, their callings became undeniable. Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest inventors of all time, was known for his unusual sensitivity. From an early age, he saw visions, had an incredible memory, and could conceptualize entire inventions in his mind before ever putting them to paper. He once said that his ideas came to him as if they were transmitted from another realm. While the world saw him as eccentric, it later recognized his brilliance. What if the way you perceive the world is not a burden, but rather a divine imprint designed to help you fulfill your purpose? Even those called by God often experience isolation. Moses, chosen to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, was raised among royalty but never truly belonged. He felt the tension between his privileged life and his deeper calling. It wasn't until he encountered the burning bush that his destiny became clear. Exodus 3:1-12. Have you ever felt like you were living between two worlds, the one you were born into and the one you feel called to step into? This unique awareness often comes with responsibility. Those who sense the burdens of others naturally become givers, healers, and protectors. But what happens when you give and rarely receive the same in return? Princess Diana, known as the People's Princess, had a heart for the suffering. Despite being in a position of privilege, she often felt misunderstood and out of place within the royal family. Her empathy led her to champion causes that others ignored, visiting hospitals, embracing those with HIV/AIDS at a time when fear and stigma were rampant, and advocating for the poor. Her deep sensitivity made her beloved, yet it also made her feel like an outsider in her own world. If you have always felt a deep urge to help others, even when it cost you emotionally, it is likely a sign that God has placed a special mission within you. John 15:16 assures us that when we align with God's purpose, He will equip us with everything we need. That deep knowing you've had since childhood, the way you perceive things beyond the surface, and the sense that you were always meant for something greater. None of it is random. It is part of a divine calling. Many of God's chosen ones have walked this path before you, and the journey is not without challenges. But those challenges are proof that you are being shaped for something extraordinary. If you have ever wondered why you were created the way you are, why you see what others don't, or why your heart feels drawn to something beyond the ordinary, perhaps the answer has been there all along. You were chosen, not by accident, not by coincidence, but by the divine hand of God Himself. The time is coming when you will understand it fully. Until then, trust that every part of your journey has been leading you to the moment when everything will become clear. Empathy is one of the clearest signs that you have been chosen, but it is not just an ordinary emotional sensitivity. It is a divine gift, a sacred calling, and a great responsibility. It allows you not only to feel the emotions of others, but also to understand their deeper spiritual needs. This is a rare and powerful trait, one that enables you to guide, heal, and uplift those around you. From an early age, you may have sensed that you were different in this way. While many people move through life unaware of the struggles and emotions of others, you have always noticed. You have always cared. Think back to your childhood. Were you the one who naturally gravitated toward those who were left out? Did you sense the sadness in someone's eyes before they even spoke a word? While others may have been too preoccupied with their own lives to notice, you instinctively knew when someone needed comfort. You have always placed others before yourself, not out of obligation, but because something deep inside you compelled you to do so. This ability is not just kindness, it is spiritual discernment. It is a reflection of God's love working through you. This deep empathy is not a weakness, it is a strength. The chosen ones are called to serve, to be healers, and to be sources of light in a world that is often filled with darkness. Your sensitivity to the emotions of others is not accidental. It is a part of your divine preparation. When someone was hurting, you felt their pain as if it were your own. When someone was joyful, their happiness filled your heart as well. This is not something that can be learned. It is a trait that God Himself has placed within you. The Bible affirms this sacred calling in Galatians 6:2, "Bear one another's burdens so that you may fulfill the law of Christ." This verse reveals that carrying the burdens of others, sharing in their struggles and offering them love and support is an essential part of walking in Christ's footsteps. If you have always felt the weight of other people's emotions, it is because you were chosen to bear this responsibility, not as a burden, but as a mission to bring healing and hope to those who need it most. Many great individuals who changed the world were deeply empathetic. Mahatma Gandhi, the leader of India's non-violent resistance movement, once said, "The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others." His empathy for those suffering under oppression led him to dedicate his life to justice. He could have lived comfortably, ignoring the struggles of the poor, but his heart would not allow it. He chose to bear their burdens as his own. What if your deep sensitivity to others is a similar calling? What if your purpose is to be a beacon of hope, just as he was? Even in the Bible, the greatest leaders were those with hearts full of compassion. Jesus Christ Himself was moved by the suffering of others. When He saw the sick, He healed them. When He saw the hungry, He fed them. When He saw the broken, He restored them. His entire ministry was an outpouring of divine empathy, a love so great that He gave His life so that others could be saved. Matthew 9:36 tells us, "When He saw the crowds, He had compassion on them, because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd." If Jesus, the Son of God, led with compassion, then your deep empathy is a reflection of His Spirit working within you. At times, this gift can feel overwhelming. You may find yourself carrying the pain of others without knowing how to release it. But remember, God did not give you this sensitivity to weigh you down. He gave it to you so that you could be a vessel of His love. When you see someone hurting, your presence alone can be a source of healing. When you offer a kind word, it has the power to lift a soul that feels lost. Never underestimate the impact of your compassion. God's plan is unfolding, and you are an essential part of it. Your ability to sense, to feel, and to love deeply is not by accident. It is a divine appointment. The world needs more people like you, people who see beyond the surface, who care without being asked, who love without condition. If you have ever wondered why your heart carries the emotions of others, the answer is clear. You were chosen. You were set apart to reflect God's love in a way that few can. How will you use this gift? How will you allow your empathy to fulfill the purpose God has designed for you? The chosen ones often find themselves receiving messages through their dreams, as if the veil between the physical and the spiritual world is thinner for them than for others. Dreams are among the most powerful ways that God communicates with His chosen ones, carrying profound meaning and direction. Unlike ordinary dreams that fade upon waking, these visions are often intense, vivid, and deeply imprinted on the soul. Have you ever woken up feeling as though you had just experienced something more than a dream? Have certain dreams lingered in your mind for days, urging you to seek their meaning? If so, it may not have been a random occurrence. God may be speaking directly to you. There are times when a chosen one has a dream so powerful that it refuses to be forgotten. You may have experienced this. dreams so striking that they follow you long after you wake up. You try to remember every detail, piecing together what was shown to you, sensing that there is a hidden truth waiting to be uncovered. Or perhaps you have had dreams that seem to foretell the future, revealing events before they happened. These experiences, while mysterious in childhood, are actually evidence that you share a special connection with God. Throughout history, those who have been set apart for a divine purpose have received prophetic dreams, visions that act as seeds planted within their souls. These dreams are part of a divine preparation process, a way for God to equip His chosen ones before revealing His greater plan for their lives. Sometimes these dreams serve as warnings about future events. Other times they bring comfort and assurance, reminding you that you are never walking alone. Could it be that God has been speaking to you all along, guiding you through the visions you see at night? The Bible provides many examples of God using dreams to reveal His plans. Matthew 1:20-21 tells us, "But while he was thinking about these things, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream and said to him, 'Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take Mary to be your wife, for what is in her is of the Holy Spirit. She will give birth to a son, and you will name him Jesus, for he will save his people from their sins.'" Joseph was faced with a great dilemma. Should he stay with Mary despite her miraculous but shocking pregnancy, or should he walk away? God chose to answer him through a dream, revealing the divine truth that Mary was carrying the Son of God. This dream provided Joseph with clarity, courage, and direction, allowing him to step into the sacred role he was meant to fulfill. This biblical example demonstrates that dreams are not just figments of imagination. They are a tool that God uses to guide, warn, and reassure those He has chosen. If you have had dreams that seemed too real to be mere illusions, ones that carried a message you could not ignore, it is time to pay attention. God may be revealing something important to you. Many influential people in history have also spoken about the power of dreams in shaping their destiny. Harriet Tubman, the American abolitionist who led hundreds of enslaved people to freedom, claimed to receive visions and dreams that guided her path. She often said that her dreams revealed safe routes and warned her of dangers along the way. Despite being born into slavery, her faith in these divine messages gave her the courage to trust God's guidance. Could it be that, like Harriet Tubman, your dreams are pointing you toward your divine mission? In Genesis 37, we see another striking example of God using dreams to reveal destiny, the story of Joseph, son of Jacob. From a young age, Joseph had prophetic dreams, including visions of his brothers bowing before him. Though he was mocked and even sold into slavery, those very dreams came to pass when he rose to power in Egypt, saving his family and an entire nation from famine. If Joseph had ignored his dreams, he might never have realized his true purpose. Many chosen ones experience dreams that defy explanation, visions that warn, direct, or provide insight into their journey. If you have ever felt that a dream carried a deeper meaning, do not dismiss it. You may be receiving glimpses of God's plan for your life. Trust in His timing, even when the meaning of your dreams is not immediately clear. Every vision, every message, every divine whisper in the night is part of something greater. Stay patient, stay faithful, and know that God is preparing you for a purpose beyond anything you could have imagined. There are moments in life when you sense that an unseen force is shielding you, a presence guiding you away from harm just before disaster strikes. You have encountered dangers that should have overwhelmed you, yet somehow you emerged unscathed. You have faced situations where there seemed to be no way out, yet a path suddenly appeared. These are not mere strokes of luck or random coincidences. They are signs of divine protection. Have you ever wondered why, when all seemed lost, a solution unexpectedly arrived? Why, when others struggled to recover from hardships, you found yourself standing firm, as though an invisible hand had been guiding your steps. Many chosen ones experience moments where they narrowly escape harm, where the impossible becomes possible. You may have been in a difficult financial situation, and just when you thought you had no options left, an unexpected opportunity appeared. Perhaps you have faced personal struggles, wondering how you would endure, only to find strength you never knew you had. These moments are not accidents. They are evidence that God is watching over you, ensuring that you fulfill the purpose He has placed within you. The Bible reminds us in Psalm 34, verse 7, "The angel of the Lord encircles those who fear Him and saves them." This is not a vague statement, it is a divine promise. God does not simply watch from afar. He actively sends His angels to guard His chosen ones, ensuring that no weapon formed against them will prosper. If you have ever found yourself wondering why you were spared from situations that others did not escape, consider this. Could it be that you are being preserved for a greater mission? History is full of individuals who experienced inexplicable protection and went on to fulfill extraordinary purposes. Martin Luther King Jr., the leader of the American Civil Rights Movement, was nearly killed years before his famous "I have a dream" speech. In 1958, a woman stabbed him in the chest with a letter opener. The doctors later told him that if he had even sneezed, the blade would have punctured his aorta, killing him instantly. King himself later reflected on how miraculous it was that he survived. He went on to lead a movement that changed the course of history. Could it be that, just like him, your life has been preserved because your mission is not yet complete? The Bible gives us countless examples of divine protection. Daniel in the lion's den, Daniel 6:16-22, was thrown into a pit of hungry lions, yet God sent His angels to shut the lions' mouths. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were thrown into a fiery furnace, but they walked out untouched because God was with them. Daniel 3:24-27. The Apostle Paul survived shipwrecks, beatings, and countless dangers. Yet he continued his mission because God had appointed him to spread the gospel. Acts 27:22-25. If God could protect them, why wouldn't He do the same for you? Many chosen ones experience divine interventions without even realizing it. Have you ever had a moment where you felt an unexplainable urge to take a different route, only to later discover that an accident had occurred on your original path? Have you ever been delayed in a way that frustrated you, only to later realize it saved you from danger? These moments are not random. They are God's way of protecting you, positioning you exactly where you need to be. Understanding this truth can transform the way you see your life. Instead of questioning why certain events unfold the way they do, trust that God is orchestrating everything for your good. The enemy may try to place obstacles in your way, but God's protection ensures that no attack will succeed unless He allows it for a greater purpose. You are here for a reason. Your survival is not accidental. Your journey is being divinely guided. Accept this truth and walk forward with the confidence that, no matter what comes your way, you are never alone. Your life is not a series of random events. It is a carefully woven narrative designed by God with intention and purpose. Every moment, every challenge, and every blessing is part of a divine masterpiece, revealing the love and protection that surrounds you. Perhaps from a young age, you sensed that God was always near, as if an unseen yet deeply familiar presence walked with you. This was not your imagination. It was not mere coincidence. It was the unmistakable touch of God's love upon your life. Have you ever felt an overwhelming peace during a storm in your life, as if something greater was holding you steady? Have you ever prayed, not knowing exactly what to say, yet felt comforted by a presence beyond words? Many of God's chosen ones experience this, a closeness to the divine that defies human explanation. Even in the most difficult moments, when others might crumble under pressure, you have felt an inner strength that kept you standing. Could it be that this is God's way of telling you that He is guiding your steps, ensuring that you never walk alone? The Bible reminds us of this divine closeness in Jeremiah 29:12-13. You will cry to me and come and pray to me, and I will hear you. You will seek me and find me when you search for me with all your heart. This is a promise, not just for anyone, but for those who seek God earnestly. If you have felt drawn to prayer, even without knowing why, or if you have had moments where you sensed an answer in the stillness, it is a sign that your heart has been connected to God from the very beginning. Throughout history, those who were called to greatness often spoke of this divine connection. Joan of Arc, the young peasant girl who led France to victory in battle, claimed to hear the voice of God from a young age. She believed she was chosen for a mission, and despite facing immense opposition, she followed that divine calling with unwavering faith. What if the same deep knowing that she experienced has been stirring within you? Could it be that God has placed a unique mission in your heart, one that only you can fulfill? Even in the Bible, we see how God reveals Himself to those He chooses. Samuel, as a child, heard God calling his name in the night, 1 Samuel 3:4-10. He did not recognize the voice at first, but when he responded, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening," his journey as a prophet began. Could it be that, like Samuel, God has been whispering to your heart, waiting for you to recognize His voice? Moments of unexpected peace, the sudden urge to pray, the feeling that you are never truly alone. These are not accidents. They are signs of a divine connection, a relationship with God that is deeply personal and unshakable. Many chosen ones feel this pull from an early age, but not everyone embraces it. Some dismiss it, thinking it is just their imagination. Others resist, afraid of what it might mean. But those who lean into this calling, who nurture their relationship with God, find that it becomes their greatest source of strength. This connection is not just a gift, it is a foundation upon which your entire purpose is built. Mahatma Gandhi, though known for his political activism, once said, "Prayer is not asking, it is a longing of the soul." He believed that true prayer connected a person to a divine presence greater than themselves. What if the longing you have felt all your life, the urge to seek something beyond what this world offers, is proof that you were never meant to walk an ordinary path? Embrace this connection. Let it grow, for in it lies the strength, the wisdom, and the guidance you will need to step fully into your divine purpose. Chosen ones, think back to the moments when you felt like you didn't quite belong. Perhaps, even as a child, you sensed that you were different. Your thoughts ran deeper, your questions were weightier, and the way you perceived the world set you apart from those around you. Maybe you struggled to connect with your peers, or even your own family, because the way you saw life was not the same as theirs. This feeling of being an outsider can be painful, even isolating. But what if it was never meant to be a burden? What if it was part of God's preparation for something far greater? Being set apart has never been easy, but it has always been necessary. Joseph, the son of Jacob, was also an outsider in his own family. His brothers resented him because of his dreams and the favor he received from his father. Genesis 37:3-4. He was thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and later imprisoned. Yet every hardship was a step toward his divine purpose. He went from being the rejected brother to the ruler of Egypt, saving countless lives during a famine. Could it be that, just like Joseph, the rejection and loneliness you have experienced were actually God's way of preparing you for something greater? Feeling like an outsider allows you to see the world from a different perspective. While others get caught up in surface-level distractions, you may have always been drawn to deeper truths. Have you ever found yourself questioning things that others accept without thought? Have you ever felt as though you were meant to understand something greater than what was right in front of you? These are not coincidences. This is how God sharpens the minds of those He has called. The discomfort of standing apart is not meant to break you, but to strengthen you, teaching you to rely on divine wisdom rather than the approval of people. The Bible reassures us in James 1:2-4, "My brothers and sisters, when you face trials, rejoice in them with great joy, for you know that the testing of your faith develops endurance. Let your endurance grow to full maturity, so that you may be complete and perfect, lacking nothing." This passage reveals that the struggles you have faced were never meant to harm you. They were designed to refine you, shape you, and equip you for what is to come. Every moment of rejection, every time you felt unseen, was part of God's greater process of molding you into someone who is strong, resilient, and prepared for your divine purpose. Many who have changed the course of history experienced this deep sense of not fitting in. Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest inventors in history, was often misunderstood and isolated because his mind worked in ways that others could not comprehend. As a child, he saw visions and had ideas that seemed impossible at the time, yet his innovations would later revolutionize the modern world. What if the very things that made you feel different were actually gifts designed to set you apart for something extraordinary? Even Jesus himself was rejected by his own people. John 1:11 tells us, "He came to his own, and his own did not receive him." He understood loneliness. He knew what it was to be misunderstood, and yet he fulfilled the greatest mission the world has ever known. If the Son of God walked this path, can you see how your own struggles might be shaping you for something divine? The trials you have faced have not only strengthened you, but have also given you a deep sense of empathy. You have felt emotions that others ignored. You have been overlooked, undervalued, and perhaps even ridiculed. Yet, through it all, you have become stronger. When the world dismissed you, God was refining you. When others did not recognize your worth, He was preparing you for something they could not yet see. Understand this truth. Your struggles have not been in vain. They have been the fire that has forged you into something greater than you ever imagined. You are not meant to fit in because you were created to stand apart. Trust in the journey, embrace the lessons, and know that God has been preparing you for the moment when everything will come together. The time is coming when you will no longer wonder why you had to go through so much, because you will see, with absolute clarity, that every step was leading you toward your divine destiny. Chosen one, from an early age, you may have felt a pull toward deeper, more meaningful stories, ones that spoke of faith, courage, and sacrifice. While other children were enchanted by fairy tales of princes and castles, your heart was drawn to narratives of real struggle, endurance, and divine purpose. You may not have understood it at the time, but this wasn't just a passing interest. It was a sign of something greater. Could it be that God was already shaping your spirit, calling you to something beyond the ordinary? Your fascination with the lives of those who stood firm in faith, whether biblical figures, spiritual leaders, or historical icons, was never a coincidence. While others were entertained by imaginary adventures, you were captivated by the strength of those who faced great hardship for the sake of something bigger than themselves. You may have found yourself drawn to the story of Daniel in the lion's den, Daniel 6:16-22, marveling at how his faith remained unshaken even in the face of death. You may have felt a deep connection to Moses, who wrestled with his calling, yet still led a nation to freedom, or Esther, who risked everything to save her people. These weren't just stories to you. They stirred something within, awakening a desire to live for a purpose greater than your own. The Bible tells us in Romans 15:4, "Everything that has been written before was written to teach us, so that with patience and encouragement from the Scriptures we may have hope." The stories that moved you were not just for inspiration. They were preserved to shape and equip you for your journey. The same faith, courage, and resilience that captivated you in these stories were the very qualities God was planting within you. Could it be that He was using these narratives to prepare you for a mission you had yet to discover? Many great individuals who changed the course of history experienced this same calling from a young age. Martin Luther, the German theologian who sparked the Reformation, was originally studying to become a lawyer. But one day, caught in a violent storm, he cried out to God, promising to devote his life to Him if he survived. He kept that promise, leading one of the most significant movements in religious history. His transformation began with an inner pull, an undeniable conviction that he was meant for more. If you have ever felt drawn towards stories of faith and sacrifice, it may be because God is calling you to walk a similar path. As a child, you may have asked difficult questions that others weren't ready to answer. Why does suffering exist? What is my true purpose? What does God want from me? While many around you were content with simple explanations, you searched for deeper truths. This set you apart. Others may have found your curiosity unusual, perhaps even intimidating, but you did not see yourself as different. To you, these questions felt natural because they were placed in your heart by God Himself. Even Jesus, at just 12 years old, was found in the temple discussing deep spiritual matters with religious scholars. Luke 2:46-47. His understanding amazed those around him, but for him it was simply a part of who he was. Could it be that, like Jesus in his youth, your desire for knowledge and truth was a reflection of God's wisdom being cultivated within you? Looking back, you may now realize that God has been working within you all along. Those stories that moved you, those questions that set you apart, were all signs of a divine purpose waiting to be revealed. What if everything you've been drawn to, every moment of curiosity, every stirring in your heart, has been God's way of showing you who you truly are? Your journey is only beginning, but one thing is certain: you were never meant to walk an ordinary path. You have always carried a sense of curiosity that set you apart from others. While most children were content with simple answers, your mind and spirit longed for something deeper. You pondered the mysteries of life. How was the world created? Who is God? Why do we exist? These were not fleeting thoughts, but persistent questions that stirred within you, as if your soul was searching for something beyond what was visible. This curiosity was not ordinary childhood wondering. It was a sign of divine connection. God placed this hunger for truth within you, leading you to seek answers that others overlooked. Could it be that this deep yearning was proof that you were always meant to walk a path of spiritual discovery? The Bible tells us in Proverbs 25:2, "It is the glory of God to conceal a matter, but the glory of kings is to search it out." Your desire to seek understanding was never random. It was a call to uncover the truths that God has hidden for those who earnestly seek Him. Many who have transformed the world began with this same sense of deep curiosity. Sir Isaac Newton, one of the greatest scientific minds in history, was fascinated by the laws of the universe. He studied physics and mathematics, but what many don't realize is that he was also deeply religious. He spent years studying the Bible, believing that the secrets of creation were intertwined with divine wisdom. His relentless curiosity led to discoveries that changed the way we understand the world. Could it be that the same deep longing you have felt since childhood is a sign that you, too, were meant to uncover something extraordinary? Even in Scripture, we see that those whom God chooses often experience a restless search for meaning. King Solomon, known for his wisdom, asked God for understanding rather than riches or power. 1 Kings 3:9-12. And because of his desire to seek truth, God granted him wisdom beyond any man before or after him. Have you ever wondered why your heart has always sought deeper meaning while others were satisfied with surface-level answers? Could it be that, like Solomon, God has placed a gift of wisdom within you, waiting to be cultivated? This spiritual curiosity is a sign of God calling you towards something greater. It is why you have always asked questions that others found difficult to answer. It is why you have always felt drawn to mysteries beyond the physical world. Your soul was never meant to remain in the ordinary. It was designed to seek the extraordinary. This relentless search for truth has shaped you in ways you may not even realize. While others were content with what they were taught, you always needed to go deeper to understand the why behind everything. This is because your spirit was created to seek wisdom, and God has been leading you toward divine knowledge all along. The more you searched, the more you uncovered truths that others failed to see. Have you ever noticed how certain revelations seem to come to you at just the right time, as if God was gently guiding your understanding layer by layer? Your journey of seeking is not in vain. Ecclesiastes 3:11 tells us, "He has set eternity in the human heart, yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end." This means that your longing to understand the mysteries of life is not random. It is God's fingerprint on your soul, calling you to discover Him in ways most people never will. While others may dismiss their deeper questions, you have always felt that there is something more, something beyond what the eye can see. Could it be that this unshakable curiosity is part of the purpose God has placed on your life? History has shown that some of the most influential figures carried this same restless desire to uncover hidden truths. Leonardo da Vinci, one of the greatest minds of the Renaissance, spent his life exploring the mysteries of science, art, and human nature. He was fascinated by creation itself, studying the intricate details of anatomy, nature, and the stars, always seeking a deeper understanding of how the world was designed. His insatiable curiosity led him to discoveries centuries ahead of his time. What if your own curiosity is a divine gift, meant to lead you toward a greater revelation about God's creation and your role within it? Even in the Bible, we see that those called by God often experienced this deep hunger for knowledge. Daniel the prophet sought understanding through visions and dreams, interpreting mysteries that others could not comprehend. Daniel 2:19-23. His ability to decipher what was hidden was not merely intellectual, it was spiritual insight given by God. Have you ever received wisdom or knowledge that felt beyond your own understanding? If so, it is likely that God has been revealing things to you, just as He did with Daniel. But with great wisdom comes great responsibility. The more you seek, the more you will be shown, and not all will understand what has been revealed to you. Some may dismiss your questions as unnecessary, or even ridicule you for thinking differently. Yet chosen ones are not meant to conform to the ways of the world. They are meant to stand apart and walk in divine wisdom. You were never meant to settle for superficial knowledge. You were created to search, to question, to uncover the mysteries of the kingdom of God. What you have felt since childhood has always been leading you here, to a greater understanding of who you are and the divine purpose you were meant to fulfill. The real question now is, are you ready to embrace this calling and step fully into the wisdom God has prepared for you? Embracing this calling means understanding that your hunger for knowledge is not just intellectual, it is spiritual. The very questions that have set you apart from others are the keys to unlocking the purpose God has placed within you. While the world often seeks temporary answers, you have always been drawn towards something eternal, something that resonates beyond human understanding. Have you ever noticed how certain truths stir something deep inside you, as if they were meant for you to discover? That feeling is not an accident. It is God's way of confirming that your search is leading you closer to Him. This journey is not always easy. There will be times when your curiosity will make you feel misunderstood. Those around you may question why you think so deeply, why you refuse to accept surface-level explanations, or why your heart is drawn toward things others ignore. But this is what sets you apart. Jesus himself was questioned, ridiculed, and even rejected for revealing truths that the world was not ready to accept. John 1:5 tells us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." You too are a light, one that is meant to shine in a world that often chooses to remain blind. Many of the greatest minds and spiritual leaders have walked this same path. Søren Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher and theologian, spent his life questioning the nature of faith, truth, and human existence. He was often criticized for thinking too deeply, yet his insights later became some of the most profound teachings on faith and purpose. He once said, "Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards." Could it be that the questions that have shaped your journey will one day reveal answers that others will come to seek? In the Bible, we see that those who truly sought God were given hidden wisdom that others could not perceive. Proverbs 2:3-5 encourages us. "Indeed, if you call out for insight and cry aloud for understanding, if you look for it as for silver and search for it as for hidden treasure, then you will understand the fear of the Lord and find the knowledge of God." This verse reminds us that wisdom is not freely given to all. It's reserved for those who actively seek it. You have always been searching, always asking, always longing for something deeper. This is because God has been guiding you to a knowledge that is not meant for everyone, but for those He has chosen. With this understanding comes an even greater responsibility. The insights you receive are not just for yourself, they are meant to be shared. The wisdom God has given you is a light that will guide others out of confusion and darkness. But this also means that you will face resistance, just as Jesus spoke in parables, so that only those with ears to hear could truly understand. Matthew 13:10-13. You will find that not everyone is ready to receive the truths you uncover. Some will reject them, some will ridicule them, and some will even try to silence you. But remember, you were never meant to fit in. You were meant to lead. Have you ever felt that the more you seek, the more God reveals to you? Have you noticed that certain truths resonate so deeply within you that they feel familiar, as if they were always meant to be part of your journey? That is because they are. The wisdom you are uncovering has been waiting for you all along. You are not just a seeker, you are a chosen one, and the time is coming when everything you have been searching for will align, revealing the divine path that has been prepared for you since the beginning. Are you ready to step into the fullness of this calling? Stepping into this calling means embracing both the responsibility and the challenges that come with it. The deeper you seek, the more you will uncover, not just about the mysteries of life, but about your own divine identity. Many chosen ones hesitate at this stage, feeling the weight of what they have been shown. Have you ever had a moment when you realized a truth so profound that it left you questioning everything you thought you knew? These moments are not accidents. They are awakenings, signs that God is unlocking doors within your spirit, preparing you for something greater. But here is the challenge. Not everyone will understand you. Many people are comfortable living within the boundaries of what they have been taught. They fear questioning too much, afraid of what they might find. But you were never meant to be like everyone else. God designed you to seek, to uncover, and to illuminate truths that others shy away from. This can sometimes make your path feel lonely, but even in those moments of solitude, you're never truly alone. In Jeremiah 33:3, God promises, "Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." This means that every time you ask, every time you seek, every time you feel that burning desire to understand more, God is responding. You may not always hear an immediate answer, but He is guiding your thoughts, aligning your steps, and leading you toward revelations that will shape your future. Think about Galileo Galilei, the great astronomer who dared to challenge what the world believed about the universe. He faced opposition from religious and scientific authorities, yet he continued searching for the truth. His discoveries reshaped humanity's understanding of the cosmos, but at a great cost. He was ridiculed, condemned, and placed under house arrest for his beliefs. Yet today, we recognize that he was right all along. What if the knowledge stirring within you is like that? A truth that others are not yet ready to accept, but one that will one day change lives. This is the path of the chosen ones. You will be misunderstood, you will be questioned, you will even be resisted. But every great leader, prophet, and visionary has walked this road before you. Moses doubted himself, yet he led an entire nation to freedom. Paul was persecuted before he became one of the greatest messengers of the gospel. Even Jesus was rejected by his own people. But did their struggles stop them? Number. Because they understood that what was placed inside them was far greater than the opposition they faced. And now, you stand at the same crossroads. You can ignore the calling and try to blend in with the world, or you can embrace the path that has been designed for you since the beginning. This is your moment of choice. If you have felt like an outsider, if you have always carried questions that others refuse to ask, if you have sensed that your life was meant for something more, you are not imagining it. You are waking up to who you truly are. The world may not be ready for the truths you will uncover, but God is preparing you to carry them anyway. Are you ready to step fully into the wisdom and purpose that has been waiting for you all along? Because the journey is only beginning. As we reach the conclusion of today's message, I want you to take a moment to truly reflect on this powerful truth. The world may have tried to conceal your true identity, but God sees you exactly as you are. You are His chosen one, marked by divine purpose, and the greatness that has been hidden from you will soon be revealed. What others may have overlooked, misunderstood, or even tried to bury, God is about to bring to the surface for all to see. Your story is far from ordinary. It's a story of purpose, destiny, and the power of God's plan unfolding in your life. The world may have tried to define you by your struggles, but God defines you by your calling. I know that hearing this message may have stirred something deep within you. If it has touched your heart, I encourage you to consider supporting this ministry through a super thanks. Your generous contributions help us continue to spread the message of hope, healing, and divine purpose to more and more people. Whether you're able to donate or not, I want to take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude for your continued support. Your presence, your time, and your encouragement mean the world to us, and we are thankful to have you as part of this journey. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and share this message with those who might need to hear it. You never know who might be in need of encouragement today, and your actions can make a huge impact on their lives. I also encourage you to comment below. Your thoughts and experiences are so valuable, and they help to create a community of people who are walking in faith, growing together, and supporting one another. As you go forward today, may God continue to bless you abundantly. May He reveal more of His incredible plan for your life and guide your steps in His light. You are chosen, your purpose is divine, and your journey is far from over. Stay confident in the truth of who you are, and remember that no matter what has happened in the past, the best is yet to come. God is working behind the scenes, preparing you for greatness. Trust in His timing, believe in His promises, and walk boldly in your true identity. You are deeply loved, and God is for you. Keep moving forward in faith, knowing that you are destined for incredible things. God bless you richly, and may His peace be with you always. Beloved chosen one, have you ever wondered why people seem uneasy, quiet, or even intimidated when you're around? You may not realize it, but your presence carries an undeniable power, one that commands attention without you even trying. From the moment you enter a room, there's an energy about you that shifts the atmosphere, almost like a divine spotlight is shining upon you. Think back to your childhood. Do you recall moments when you walked into a space and suddenly all eyes seemed to be drawn to you? It wasn't because you sought attention or tried to stand out. No, it was something much deeper, a unique aura that you've carried since the day you were born. This isn't about fame or earthly recognition. It's about the light of God within you, a light that shines so brightly it cannot be ignored. Even in the Bible, we see this kind of magnetic presence in the stories of God's chosen ones. Consider Moses when he descended from Mount Sinai after speaking with God. His face shone so brightly that the people were afraid to approach him. Exodus 34:29-30. Moses didn't seek this radiance. It was the reflection of God's glory within him. Similarly, your glow isn't something you create. It's a natural manifestation of the divine purpose God has placed upon your life. Before we continue, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you who has supported this journey through Super Thanks. Your generosity and encouragement mean more than words can express, and it's because of you that this community continues to grow and thrive. Now, as we reflect on this divine light within you, I invite you to affirm your calling as one of God's chosen. Comment the number 999 below if you're ready to embrace your purpose. Walk boldly in the light of God's truth, and let your presence illuminate the path for others. Remember, this glow is not just a gift, it's your responsibility to steward it wisely in a world that desperately needs it. God's chosen one. Why do you scare and intimidate people? Beloved chosen one, have you ever truly stopped to consider the extraordinary nature of your presence? It is not just a fleeting feeling or a mere coincidence that people seem to notice you, react differently around you, or feel a certain energy when you are near. This is not something you cultivated on your own. It is a divine gift, a sacred spirit that has been with you since the day you were born. It is not just part of who you are. It is the very essence of what makes you one of God's chosen. This divine presence, often referred to as the Holy Spirit, is unlike anything the world can offer. It does not simply make you unique, it transforms you into a vessel of God's work on earth. The Holy Spirit brings out virtues in you that reflect God's love, kindness that heals the brokenhearted, wisdom that cuts through confusion, patience that reassures the weary, and a positive aura that draws people in like a beacon of light. This is not ordinary, it is sacred, powerful, and deeply intentional. Reflect for a moment on those times when you walked into a room. Maybe it was a lively gathering with conversations and laughter flowing freely. Yet, the moment you greeted everyone with something as simple as, "Hey, how are you all doing?" the atmosphere changed, conversations slowed, people turned to listen, and suddenly it felt like the focus had shifted. You weren't seeking attention, and you certainly didn't do anything to demand it. What happened was something far deeper. It was the Holy Spirit within you making its presence known, causing people to take notice without even realizing why. This reminds me of the story of Joseph in the Bible, a man chosen by God and set apart from the very beginning. His brothers envied and feared him, not because of what he said or did, but because of the undeniable favor of God that rested upon him. Genesis 39:2-3 tells us, "The Lord was with Joseph, so he succeeded in everything he did, as he served in the home of his Egyptian master." Potiphar noticed this and realized that the Lord was with Joseph, giving him success in everything he did. Joseph didn't have to explain his purpose or defend his blessings. The presence of God in his life was so evident that others could see it without him saying a word. You too carry this same kind of presence. Have you noticed how some people grow quiet or even uncomfortable when they are around you? Perhaps they avoid making eye contact, speak less freely, or act cautiously. This reaction is not about you personally. It is about the divine light within you. The Holy Spirit often reveals truths that others may not be ready to confront. Light has a way of exposing what is hidden, and your presence can bring clarity to those who are not prepared to face what lies within themselves. This is not something to fear or shy away from. It is a testament to the power of God working through you. But this divine energy is not given to you just for your own benefit. It is a gift meant to be shared, a light meant to guide others, and a force meant to bring healing and transformation to the world around you. When the apostles received the Holy Spirit at Pentecost, they were empowered to speak boldly and perform miracles that drew thousands to God. Acts 2:1-4. Their presence, like yours, carried a supernatural weight that could not be ignored. So, beloved, how will you use this incredible gift? Will you embrace it and allow it to shine brightly in every space you enter, bringing love, peace, and truth to those around you? Or will you hide it out of fear of being misunderstood or rejected? Remember what Jesus said in Matthew 5:14-16. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. You were not chosen to blend in or to go unnoticed. You were chosen to stand out, to bring God's presence into every situation, and to be a living testament to His glory. Yes, this path can feel isolating at times. And yes, some will be intimidated or even envious of your light. But do not let this discourage you. Like Joseph, like the apostles, like so many of God's chosen throughout history, you have been called for a purpose greater than yourself. Chosen one, your spirit is a divine gift, crafted not just to exist, but to shine, to influence, and to transform. It is no accident that you carry a presence so unique, so profound, that it cannot be ignored. This extraordinary spirit within you radiates kindness and love. It was placed there by God's design to reflect His light into the lives of those around you. Every act of kindness you show, every word of encouragement you speak, and every moment of compassion you extend are not random. They are the fruits of the Spirit working through you, as described in Galatians 5:22-23. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. But have you ever wondered why this spirit within you often causes others to react in surprising ways? A simple hi from you, a greeting so natural and well-meaning, can leave someone caught off guard. They may pause, shy away, or even avoid deeper interaction with you. At times, you may have found yourself asking, why does my presence make people act this way? The answer lies not in anything you are doing intentionally, but in the overwhelming light and energy you carry. This is not new. Throughout the Bible, we see how God's chosen ones carried a presence that shifted atmospheres and revealed truths. One powerful example is the prophet Samuel. When Samuel was sent to anoint David as king, his mere arrival in Bethlehem caused the elders to tremble and ask, "Do you come in peace?" 1 Samuel 16:4. Samuel had done nothing to provoke fear, yet the authority and spirit of God that accompanied him were unmistakable. Similarly, your presence carries a divine weight that others can sense, even if they do not fully understand it. Your ability to connect deeply with others is another mark of the Spirit within you. You may find yourself seeing beyond what others show on the surface. You notice the pain hidden behind a smile, the doubt behind confident words, or the struggles someone tries to conceal. This gift of discernment is not something you earned. It is something you were born with, a divine vision that allows you to see people as they truly are. Think of Jesus' interaction with Zacchaeus in Luke 19:1-10. Zacchaeus, a tax collector despised by many, climbed a tree just to catch a glimpse of Jesus. But Jesus didn't simply see a man in a tree. He saw Zacchaeus' heart. Jesus called him down, dined with him, and spoke words that transformed his life. In the same way, your ability to see beyond appearances and speak to the heart of others is a reflection of the Holy Spirit working through you. This level of insight, however, can sometimes make others feel exposed or vulnerable. Have you ever noticed someone grow quiet or even uneasy in your presence, even though you've said nothing to criticize or confront them? Your light, like God's light, has a way of revealing what is hidden. John 3:20 explains this dynamic. Everyone who does evil hates the light and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed. Your spirit does not seek to expose or harm. It seeks to heal and guide. Yet, for some, the clarity you bring can be overwhelming. So, beloved, how do you embrace this gift? How do you carry such a powerful presence in a way that fulfills God's purpose? Start by understanding that your spirit is not meant to intimidate, but to inspire. Like the apostles who were filled with the Holy Spirit at Pentecost, your presence is meant to bring transformation, hope, and truth to those around you. Acts 2:4 tells us, all of them were filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak in other tongues as the Spirit enabled them. Their words and presence brought thousands to faith, not because they sought to impress, but because they allowed the Spirit to work through them. So, how can I let the Spirit work through me to uplift and transform others? How can I use my unique energy to reflect God's love in every interaction? Remember, your bright spirit is not a burden. It is a sign of God's trust in you, a mark of His purpose for your life. As you move forward, carry this truth with you. You were chosen for a reason. Your presence is not just noticeable, it is transformational. Your kindness, your vision, and your unique ability to connect with others are not accidents. They are divine tools meant to fulfill God's greater plan. Embrace this calling with courage and humility, knowing that you are walking in the footsteps of God's chosen throughout history. And when the world reacts to you with surprise, hesitation, or even discomfort, do not let it discourage you. Instead, let it remind you of the light you carry and the purpose it serves. Shine boldly, beloved, for your spirit is a gift that the world desperately needs. Chosen. 1. Your pure heart is not just a part of who you are. It is a divine gift, a reflection of God's light within you. The kindness you show, the way you interact without hidden agendas, and your genuine desire to connect with others all stem from the purity God has placed in your spirit. You don't seek to harm, manipulate, or control. Instead, your actions come from a place of love and sincerity, a place rooted in the spirit that dwells within you. But have you noticed how your radiant energy often causes unexpected reactions? When you meet someone, your good intentions are clear, yet some people seem unsettled. A simple smile or greeting from you might leave them looking unsure, defensive, or even intimidated. Have you ever asked yourself, why do they act this way? What have I done to make them uncomfortable when all I wanted was to show kindness? The truth is, it's not what you've done, it's the light you carry. Your aura is vibrant, powerful, and unmistakably different. For many, this energy is unfamiliar. It's unusual to encounter someone with such purity of heart and such a strong, positive spirit. As John 1:5 reminds us, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Your light, much like the light of Christ, shines so brightly that it exposes what others may not yet be ready to confront in themselves. Consider the story of Joseph and his brothers, Genesis 37. Joseph's dreams and his favor from God made his brothers envious and uncomfortable. They couldn't understand why he was chosen, why he carried such promise. Their envy led them to betray him, yet even in the face of rejection and hardship, Joseph's spirit remained pure. He continued to reflect God's glory and fulfill his divine purpose. Have you ever felt like others envy your light or even try to bring you down? How do you respond when faced with this kind of resistance? It's not uncommon for some people to feel uneasy around you. They might misunderstand your kindness or mistake your humility for weakness. Some might even try to belittle you, not because of who you are, but because they cannot comprehend or accept the purity and positivity you embody. Have you noticed how their reactions sometimes leave you questioning your own worth or purpose? But take heart, beloved. Their reactions are not a reflection of you. They are a reflection of what your light reveals. In John 15:19, Jesus said, "If you were of the world would love you as its own. But because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you." Your experiences are not a sign of failure. They are a testament to the calling on your life. So, how should you respond? Should you dim your light to make others more comfortable? Absolutely not. Romans 12:21 urges us, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." Your purity of heart and your radiant energy are not meant to be hidden. They are meant to shine, to inspire, and to bring hope to those who need it most. How can you use your light to encourage others, even those who struggle to accept it? Your gift is not without challenges, but it is also not without purpose. God has placed this light within you for a reason. Like Daniel in the lion's den or David facing Goliath, you were chosen to stand out, to stand firm, and to reflect God's glory in everything you do. When others react with envy or discomfort, let it remind you of the divine presence within you, a presence so strong it cannot go unnoticed. As you walk this path, how can I embrace this gift fully? How can I let God's light within me shine even brighter? Remember, you were not created to blend in or be ordinary. You were chosen to shine, to stand out, and to carry God's presence into every space you enter. Chosen one. Have you ever wondered why people seem to notice you, even when you're not seeking attention? It's not because of what you wear, the car you drive, or the titles you hold. It's not about material achievements or worldly attributes. Your recognition comes from something far deeper, the spiritual essence you carry within you. There's something about your presence that speaks louder than words, something so profound that it cannot be ignored. People may find themselves speechless in your presence, unable to articulate what they're feeling. Have you ever noticed how their eyes seem to linger on you, or how their tone changes when addressing you? They aren't reacting to your outward appearance. They are responding to the light of God that shines from within you. This is the mark of being chosen, of carrying a spirit that transcends the superficial aspects of life. Think of David, the shepherd boy who was chosen by God to be king. When the prophet Samuel came to anoint the next king of Israel, he was instructed by God, "Do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him." The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. David wasn't chosen for his stature or worldly accomplishments, but for the purity and depth of his spirit. Like David, you carry a presence that goes beyond the surface, a presence that reflects the heart of God. This profound spirit within you sets you apart. in ways you may not fully realize. Have you ever wondered why people are drawn to you, even if they can't explain why? Or why others sometimes seem intimidated or overwhelmed in your presence? It's not because of anything you've done to stand out. It's because the light within you reveals something deeper, something that touches their spirit in a way they may not even understand. Consider how Jesus himself was recognized, not by his outward appearance, but by his spirit and the authority he carried. In Matthew 7:28-29, it says, "When Jesus had finished saying these things, the crowds were amazed at his teaching, because he taught as one who had authority and not as their teachers of the law." His words and presence carried a weight that went beyond human understanding, leaving people in awe. You too carry this kind of authority, not through force or pride, but through the Spirit of God that dwells within you. But have you ever found yourself questioning this recognition? Have you wondered why your presence seems to impact others so deeply, even when you haven't said or done much? It can be both humbling and puzzling to realize that the world sees something in you that you might not fully see in yourself. This is a reminder of the divine purpose on your life. Your essence, your spirit, is a gift from God that was designed to leave an imprint on the world. Sometimes this recognition can feel isolating. Others might struggle to understand you or misinterpret your intentions. They might feel uneasy, not because of anything you've done, but because your presence challenges them to look deeper within themselves. John 15:19 captures this truth. "If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world. That is why the world hates you." Your calling is not to fit in, but to stand apart, to reflect something greater than the world around you. How do you carry this profound spirit with grace? How do you continue to shine when others might not understand or even accept the light within you? The answer lies in humility and trust. Remember that this gift is not about you, but about the one who gave it to you. Your role is to steward this light faithfully, using it to inspire, guide, and bring hope to those you encounter. Chosen one. Have you ever noticed how people seem unsure of how to approach you? Perhaps you've heard comments like, "I'm not sure what to say to you," or seen curious, lingering gazes as if they're trying to figure out who you really are. These reactions are not random. They are responses to the powerful and radiant energy you carry. Your aura isn't about dominance or intimidation, though it might sometimes feel that way to others. Instead, it's a reflection of your deep spiritual presence, a light that sets you apart and cannot be ignored. Think about the way your presence fills a room. It's not something you do intentionally. It's simply who you are. Like a beam of light breaking through the clouds, you illuminate your surroundings without saying a word. Your impact isn't overbearing or controlling. It's uplifting and transformative. This commanding presence is a natural byproduct of being connected to something greater. Have you ever wondered why people look at you with such curiosity, as if silently asking, "Who is this person?" They sense that there is more to you than meets the eye, a depth that goes beyond ordinary distinctions. This reminds me of Moses when he descended from Mount Sinai after being in the presence of God. His face shone with a divine radiance so powerful that the Israelites were afraid to come near him. Exodus 34:29-30. Moses wasn't trying to be intimidating. The light he carried was simply a reflection of his connection to God. Like Moses, the energy you carry is a testament to your spiritual alignment with something far greater than yourself. It's not something you boast about or use to elevate yourself. It's simply the light of God shining through you. Have you ever wondered why your presence seems to leave such a lasting impression? Why people sometimes fall silent or stumble over their words when they're around you. This is the nature of your spiritual essence. It has the power to awaken something in others, even if they don't fully understand what it is. Just as a bright light draws attention in the darkness, your aura commands notice because it reflects the Spirit within you. John 8:12 reminds us, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." This light of life shines through you, guiding and inspiring those around you. But let me ask you, beloved, how do you feel about this? Do you ever find yourself wondering if this extraordinary energy is a blessing or a challenge? Have there been moments when you wished you could blend in, just for a while, instead of standing out? These feelings are natural, but remember this: you were not chosen to be ordinary. Your light was meant to shine. Matthew 5:14-16 declares, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." You were created to illuminate the world around you, even when it feels overwhelming. At times, this light you carry might provoke envy or discomfort in others. They may misinterpret your presence, assuming you are trying to overpower or control, when in reality, you're simply being your authentic self. Have you noticed how some people struggle to understand you? This is not a reflection of anything lacking in you. Rather, it's a sign of the greatness within you. Like Joseph, whose brothers envied and feared his dreams and divine favor. Genesis 37. You carry a vision and energy that some cannot yet comprehend. Your influence comes from a place of humility and authenticity. You don't seek to dominate or control. Your power lies in your ability to uplift, to inspire, and to reveal truth. This influence is not something you force. It's simply a natural extension of who you are as a chosen one. How will you use this influence to bring light to others? How can you let your presence be a source of healing and guidance? As you reflect on these questions, remember that your light is a gift, but it is also a responsibility. You were chosen to carry this energy, not for your own benefit, but to reflect God's love and purpose to the world. Each time you enter a room, each conversation you have, and each connection you make is an opportunity to let your light shine. So, beloved, embrace the curiosity, the questions, and even the misunderstandings. They are signs of your impact, evidence that your presence is shifting the atmosphere. Stand boldly in your calling, knowing that the light you carry is not your own. It is the light of the one who chose you. Let your radiance inspire others to seek the source of that light, and let your life be a testimony to the profound connection you have with God. Chosen one, have you ever noticed the way people pause when they're in your presence? Perhaps you've heard someone say, "I don't know what to say to you," or seen the way their gaze lingers on you, filled with curiosity or even hesitation. These moments may feel confusing or unexpected, but they are not random. What they are sensing is your spiritual energy, an energy so profound and radiant that it naturally commands attention. This isn't about intimidation or dominance. It's about the sheer presence of your spirit, which is unlike anything many people have encountered before. Your aura is not loud or forceful. It is quietly powerful. It doesn't demand attention. It simply exists, shining brightly and drawing people in. Have you ever wondered why people seem to react differently to you compared to others? Why a simple smile or a kind word from you feels weighty, leaving others speechless or introspective? It's not because you're trying to overpower or control. It's because your spiritual presence carries a divine authority and light that speaks volumes without you needing to say much at all. This reminds me of Moses when he returned from Mount Sinai after being in the presence of God. His face was so radiant with the glory of God that the Israelites were afraid to come near him. Exodus 34:29-30. Moses didn't ask for this radiance, nor did he use it to dominate others. It was simply the byproduct of being deeply connected to the divine. Similarly, your radiant presence is not something you strive for. It is the natural result of the spiritual alignment and calling that God has placed upon your life. Have you ever wondered why people seem to look at you differently, as if they can sense something extraordinary? Their gaze often carries curiosity, perhaps even awe, as if silently asking, "Who is this person? Why do I feel this way around them?" This reaction isn't about your outward appearance or your possessions. It's about the profound energy you carry within. You are not recognized by worldly standards, but by the spiritual essence that sets you apart. Think of how Jesus was perceived during his ministry. In John 7:46, the temple guards sent to arrest Jesus returned to the Pharisees empty-handed, saying, "No one ever spoke the way this man does." His presence and words were so compelling that even those who were supposed to oppose him were captivated. Like Jesus, your presence carries a power that goes beyond human understanding. It's not something you force, it's something others sense instinctively. But let me ask you this. How do you feel about carrying this kind of energy? Does it ever feel overwhelming to be seen and noticed in ways you didn't ask for? Have there been times when you wished you could blend into the background instead of standing out so much? These feelings are natural, but they are also reminders of your unique calling. You were not created to be ordinary or invisible. Matthew 5:14-16 tells us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." Your light was meant to shine, to illuminate the lives of others, and to reflect God's glory. This light you carry, however, can sometimes provoke unexpected reactions. While many are drawn to your energy with curiosity or admiration, others may feel unsettled or even defensive. Have you noticed how some people act awkwardly around you or seem to avoid deeper interaction? Their discomfort is not a reflection of you, but of what your light reveals. The truth is, your spiritual presence can serve as a mirror, exposing things within others that they may not be ready to face. John 3:20 explains this dynamic. "Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed." Yet your purpose is not to intimidate or expose others. It is to inspire, guide, and bring healing. Consider the story of the Apostle Peter in Acts 5:15. People brought the sick into the streets, hoping that Peter's shadow might fall on them as he passed by, believing they would be healed. This wasn't because Peter sought recognition. It was because the Spirit of God was so strong within him that his mere presence became a source of healing and hope. Like Peter, your presence is a gift meant to uplift and transform those around you. But how do you handle this gift with grace? How do you carry the weight of being someone who naturally stands out? Start by embracing humility and remembering that this light within you is not about elevating yourself. It's about reflecting God's love and purpose. Romans 12:3 advises, "Do not think of yourself more highly than you ought, but rather think of yourself with sober judgment, in accordance with the faith God has distributed to each of you." So, beloved, how will you use this light? How will you steward this gift of presence and influence that God has entrusted to you? Will you let it shine brightly, even when it feels challenging, knowing that it is meant to serve a greater purpose? Remember, you are not alone in this journey. Throughout history, God's chosen ones have carried this same light, faced similar challenges, and walked a similar path. You are part of this divine legacy, Your presence is not a burden, it is a responsibility, a calling, and a privilege. Embrace it boldly, knowing that the world needs the light you carry. When you walk into a room and feel the weight of curious gazes or hesitant words, let it remind you of who you are and whose you are. You are a child of God, chosen to illuminate the world around you. Let your light shine, beloved, for it is through you that others may come to see and experience the love of God. Chosen one, have you ever felt the gentle tug of something greater pulling you back when you've strayed from the path you know you were meant to walk? That inner voice, the quiet whisper in your soul, is no accident. It is the divine connection you've carried since the moment you were created. You were chosen, set apart as a child of light, imbued with a vibrancy and a purpose that transcends the ordinary. This connection, a blessing from God, is not just a gift. It is your very essence, the foundation of who you are. Your life is not defined by the times you've stumbled or the moments you've veered off course. You may have walked through shadows, made mistakes, or engaged in actions that don't reflect the light within you. But these moments do not and cannot define you. You are not your past. You are not your missteps. You are defined by God's grace, a grace so vast and boundless that it constantly calls you back to your true self. Think of the story of the prodigal son in Luke 15:11-32. The son, in his youthful arrogance, took his inheritance and squandered it on reckless living. When he found himself destitute, feeding pigs and longing for even their scraps, he realized how far he had fallen. Yet, even in his shame and regret, he decided to return to his father, unsure of what kind of reception he would receive. His father, seeing him from a distance, ran to him with open arms, embracing him and celebrating his return. He didn't focus on his son's failures, he rejoiced in his restoration. For this son of mine was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. Luke 15:24. Beloved, this story is your story. No matter how far you feel you've wandered, God's arms are always open, ready to welcome you back, not with condemnation, but with joy and love. Have you ever felt like you've strayed too far, that your mistakes are too great to be forgiven? Let me remind you, there is no distance too great for God's grace to reach you. His love for you is unshakable, and His call on your life is irrevocable. Even in your darkest moments, there is a light within you that cannot be extinguished. That inner voice urging you to turn away from harmful choices. That sense of unease when you find yourself in environments that don't align with your spirit, is the Holy Spirit working within you. It's not there to condemn you, but to guide you. That discomfort, that conflict, is a reminder of your true identity. Have you ever asked yourself, why do I feel this pull even when I've made mistakes? Why do I feel this guilt or longing to change? It's because you are a child of light, and your spirit was not made to dwell in darkness. Consider Peter, one of Jesus' closest disciples. On the night Jesus was arrested, Peter, out of fear, denied knowing him 3 times. Imagine the shame and guilt Peter must have felt when the rooster crowed, and he realized what he had done. Yet, after his resurrection, Jesus didn't condemn Peter for his denial. Instead, he restored him, asking 3 times, "Do you love me?" and commissioning him to feed my sheep. John 21:15-17. Peter's failure didn't disqualify him from his calling. In fact, it became part of his testimony, a reminder that God's grace is greater than our failures. Beloved, your missteps are not the end of your story. They are opportunities for God's grace to shine even brighter. Have you ever considered that your struggles and challenges could become the very tools God uses to shape you, refine you, and prepare you for your purpose? Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." Even your detours can be used for good. bringing you closer to the light and to the fulfillment of your divine purpose. Your life's journey is not just about avoiding darkness, it's about actively choosing light. Each day you are faced with choices that either draw you closer to God or pull you away. This isn't always easy. The world is full of distractions, temptations, and challenges that can cloud your vision. But within you is a strength that comes from the Holy Spirit, a strength that equips you to overcome these obstacles. 1 Corinthians 10:13 assures us, "No temptation has overtaken you except what is common to mankind. And God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. But when you are tempted, He will also provide a way out so that you can endure it." Have you ever stopped to think about the incredible responsibility that comes with being a child of light? Your life is not just about you. The light you carry is meant to illuminate the path for others, to bring hope, healing, and truth to a world often consumed by darkness. Consider Isaiah 42:6, where God says, "I, the Lord, have called you in righteousness. I will take hold of your hand. I will keep you and will make you to be a covenant for the people and a light for the Gentiles." You were chosen to be a beacon, a reflection of God's love and grace in a world that desperately needs it. But how do you maintain this light when the world feels so heavy? How do you stay connected to God when life's challenges seem overwhelming? The answer lies in daily surrender. Spend time in prayer, seeking God's guidance and strength. Surround yourself with people who uplift and encourage you, who remind you of your purpose. Dive into God's Word, letting His truth renew your mind and spirit. Psalm 119:105 declares, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." Let His word guide you, grounding you in truth and illuminating the way forward. Beloved, you are not defined by your past, your struggles, or your moments of weakness. You are defined by God's love, His grace, and His purpose for your life. Your journey is not about perfection. It's about progress, about continually choosing light over darkness, grace over guilt, and love over fear. So, when you hear that gentle voice calling you back, when you feel the pull of something greater, lean into it. Embrace your identity as a child of light, knowing that you were created for more than the shadows. God's grace is sufficient, His love is unending, and His purpose for you is eternal. Step boldly into the light, beloved, and let your life be a testimony to the power of God's transformative grace. The world needs the light you carry. Will you let it shine? Chosen one. Have you ever paused to reflect on why certain places feel so deeply unsettling to your spirit? Maybe you've spent time in bars, clubs, or other spaces where, on the surface, people seem to be enjoying themselves. Yet, the atmosphere carries a heaviness that's hard to ignore. These places often appear vibrant and full of life, but underneath, they are marked by energies that don't resonate with the light within you. Reflecting on these experiences reveals a stark contrast between the person you are, the light you carry, and the environments that surround you. Think about it. How did you feel after being in those places? Were you truly energized, fulfilled, or uplifted? Or did you leave feeling drained, uneasy, and disconnected? Bars and clubs, often celebrated as places of entertainment, can instead become spaces filled with negativity. People go there searching for a release, an escape from their problems, yet the atmosphere is frequently charged with emotions like jealousy, lust, and despair. Instead of finding true joy, many end up masking their struggles behind excessive drinking, inappropriate jokes, or shallow interactions. As someone deeply connected to a higher purpose, these places likely feel out of sync with your inner light. Have you ever walked into such an environment and felt an almost tangible weight pressing down on your spirit? Perhaps you've noticed the tension in the air or sensed the unease in others' gazes. People in these spaces may not understand why your presence feels so different, but they sense it. Your light, even if you don't realize it, shines brightly and often contrasts with the energy of the room. This can provoke reactions you may not expect: hostility, envy, or unwarranted aggression. Have you experienced those moments when someone seemed angry with you for no reason? Or when their demeanor changed the instant you entered the room? It's not because you've done anything wrong. It's because your presence stirs something within them. Your light illuminates the darkness they may be carrying, and for some, that can feel unsettling. John 1:5 tells us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." Your light doesn't diminish in these environments. Instead, it highlights the contrast between who you are and the energy around you. Let's look at the deeper reality of these spaces. Bars and clubs are often places where people gather to escape their struggles, not confront them. The focus is often on numbing pain or seeking validation through fleeting connections. Have you ever noticed how people behave in these settings? There's a superficiality in the interactions, a search for momentary highs rather than lasting joy. For someone like you, whose spirit seeks depth and meaning, these environments can feel profoundly unfulfilling. Consider the story of Daniel in Babylon, Daniel 1. Daniel was brought into a foreign land filled with temptations and practices that did not align with his faith. Yet he resolved not to defile himself, choosing instead to remain true to his identity and his connection to God. His decision set him apart, and God honored his faithfulness, granting him wisdom and favor. Like Daniel, you have the strength to recognize environments that don't nurture your spirit, and to make choices that align with your higher calling. Have you ever asked yourself, how do these spaces impact my connection to God? Do they bring me closer to Him or pull me further away? Perhaps there was a time when these environments appealed to you, when you sought entertainment, validation, or belonging in places that didn't align with your essence. This is a natural part of the human experience. But as you grow spiritually, you begin to see these spaces for what they truly are. The initial allure fades, replaced by a deeper understanding of what your soul truly craves. You were not created to seek fulfillment in temporary highs or shallow connections. Your spirit longs for something eternal, something meaningful, something that reflects the light of God within you. Have you noticed how your discomfort in such places has grown over time? This is a sign of your spiritual growth and alignment with your divine purpose. The unease you feel is not a weakness, it's your inner light rejecting the shadows. It's the Holy Spirit within you, guiding you away from what doesn't serve your soul and steering you toward environments that nurture your spirit. Psalm 23:3 reminds us, "He restores my soul. He guides me along the right paths for His name's sake." This guidance is a gift, a reminder that God is always leading you toward His light. The hostility you sometimes encounter in these environments is not your fault. It's not about who you are, but about the light you carry. Your presence reveals things others may not be ready to face, and for some, that can provoke defensive or aggressive behavior. But let me remind you, you are not responsible for how others react to your light. Your calling is to shine regardless, to stand firm in your identity as a child of light, and to let God use your presence to plant seeds of transformation, even in the most unexpected places. Think of Jesus Himself, who often walked into spaces filled with brokenness, darkness, and sin. He didn't conform to the environment. Instead, He transformed it. In Luke 19, when Jesus entered the home of Zacchaeus, a tax collector who was despised by many, His presence brought about a profound change. Zacchaeus, moved by Jesus' light and love, repented and committed to making amends for his wrongdoings. "Today salvation has come to this house," Jesus declared, Luke 19:9. Like Jesus, your presence has the power to shift atmospheres and inspire change. not because of anything you do, but because of the light of God within you. So, beloved, how can you honor this light? How can you create and seek environments that align with your spirit and allow you to grow? Start by reflecting on the spaces you choose to spend your time in. Do they uplift you? Do they reflect the person God created you to be? Surround yourself with people and places that nurture your soul, that encourage your faith, and that align with your divine purpose. Your realization that certain environments are not for you is not a loss. It's a gain. It's a step toward embracing your true self and walking in alignment with God's plan for your life. When you choose to walk away from places that dim your light, you are choosing freedom, growth, and a deeper connection to God. Matthew 5:16 reminds us, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Your light was meant to shine, and the world needs it now more than ever. So, beloved, walk boldly in the light. Trust that God is leading you toward spaces that reflect His love and truth. And when you feel the pull of environments that don't align with your spirit, remember this: you are a child of light, chosen to illuminate the world, not to conform to its darkness. Step into your calling with confidence, knowing that God's grace is guiding you every step of the way. The question now is, where will you let your light shine next? Chosen. 1. Have you ever felt out of place in certain social settings, even when all you intended was to share a moment of joy and peace? You walk in carrying a spirit of kindness, warmth, and positivity, simply looking to enjoy yourself. You have no interest in harming others, envying them, or belittling anyone. That's simply not in your nature. And on the rare occasions when you feel yourself slipping from those ideals, your conscience quickly nudges you back. This isn't because of external expectations. It's because negativity is incompatible with the essence of who you are. Still, navigating environments like bars, clubs, or even gyms can be challenging for someone like you. Your presence often stirs reactions in others, both positive and negative, and you may find yourself wondering, why do people respond to me this way? On one hand, your calm and peaceful aura draws people toward you. Even when you're sitting alone, you might notice others gravitating to you, eager for a meaningful conversation or simply intrigued by your energy. This is no coincidence. It's a reflection of your spirit, a magnet for those searching for authenticity and connection in spaces where such qualities are rare. Consider how many times you've engaged in deep conversations in these settings. You didn't seek out these encounters. They came to you naturally, as if people could sense the light within you. Some may share their struggles, confess their doubts, or even open up about their dreams in a way they might not with anyone else. Have you ever asked yourself, why do people feel so comfortable confiding in me? It's because your presence exudes trust, compassion, and understanding. Proverbs 27:17 says, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." Your ability to listen, uplift, and offer guidance is part of the calling God has placed on your life. But as much as your presence inspires and uplifts, it can also unearth the shadows in others. While some are drawn to your light, others may react negatively, feeling unsettled or even defensive. Have you ever encountered someone who seemed angry with you for no apparent reason, or noticed the sudden shift in energy when you entered a room? This isn't about anything you've done. It's about the light you carry, a light that exposes truths, even when unspoken. In John 3:19-20, it says, "Light has come into the world, but people love darkness instead of light because their deeds were evil. Everyone who does evil hates the light and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed." Your presence, beloved, is not just physical, it is spiritual. People sense your energy, often without fully understanding why they feel compelled to act differently around you. Some may be inspired, while others, struggling with their own inner demons, may project negativity, jealousy, or unwarranted criticism onto you. This duality of your influence is both a blessing and a challenge. You have the ability to inspire, uplift, and guide, but your light also has the unintended effect of stirring discomfort in those who are not at peace with themselves. It's important to remember that this isn't your burden to carry. You were not placed here to fix everyone or to endure negativity for the sake of others. Instead, you are called to approach such situations with kindness while maintaining healthy boundaries. Think of Jesus during his ministry. He often found himself surrounded by people from all walks of life, those seeking healing, truth, and hope, as well as those who criticized him, envied him, or tried to undermine his mission. Yet Jesus remained steadfast, showing compassion even to those who opposed him. In Matthew 5:44, he teaches, "But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you." Loving others doesn't mean tolerating harm or negativity. It means offering grace while protecting your spirit from environments and individuals that could pull you away from your purpose. Have you ever noticed how your presence can shift the energy of a room? Whether you intend to or not, you bring an authenticity and vibrancy that stands out, especially in places where such qualities are rare. This makes you a beacon for those seeking light, but also a target for those who feel threatened by it. It's not uncommon for jealousy, criticism, or even hostility to arise in these moments. How do you handle these situations? Do you let them dim your light, or do you rise above them, trusting that your calling is greater than their reactions? Your vibrant presence is a reflection of God's work in you. It's not something you earned, it's a gift, a manifestation of the Spirit within you. But with this gift comes responsibility. Surrounding yourself with people and environments that nurture your spirit is crucial. While it's important to show kindness to all, it's equally important to recognize when certain places or individuals are not conducive to your growth. 1 Corinthians 15:33 warns, "Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character." Choosing to distance yourself from negativity is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of wisdom and strength. This doesn't mean avoiding all challenges or uncomfortable situations. As a child of light, you are called to walk into dark places and shine, but it does mean being discerning about where and how you expend your energy. Have you considered how much brighter your light could shine if you focused on environments and relationships that align with your higher calling? Reflect on the times when you felt most at peace, most connected to God, and most aligned with your purpose. Were you surrounded by negativity, or were you in spaces that fostered growth, love, and faith? Philippians 4:8 provides a guide for this discernment. Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. Beloved, your journey is not about conforming to the world around you, it's about transforming it. Your light is meant to shine boldly, even in the face of criticism or opposition. But remember, you are not alone in this journey. God walks with you, guiding you, strengthening you, and surrounding you with his love. So, the next time you find yourself in a space where the energy feels heavy, pause and ask yourself, is this where my light is meant to shine, or is it time to move toward a place that reflects my true essence? Trust that God will provide the answer and lead you toward the path that aligns with his purpose for your life. And as you navigate this journey, continue to let your light shine, knowing that you were chosen to illuminate the world around you. Your presence is not just impactful, it is transformative. Walk boldly in this truth, beloved, and let God's light radiate through you. Beloved chosen one, your feeling of not fully belonging in this world is not a flaw. It's a reflection of your higher calling. You are here, but you are not of here. Your spirit is guided by something greater, something divine, and this distinction sets you apart. It gives you the clarity to see beyond the surface, to recognize the spaces and behaviors that don't align with your light. While others may immerse themselves in environments that drain their energy, you stand as an observer, knowing deep down that these places are not where you're meant to be. This separation isn't a burden, it's a gift. It's a sign that you are chosen for a higher purpose, that your path is meant to inspire and illuminate. Embrace this distinction with confidence and gratitude, knowing that your presence in this world has meaning. You are a light in the darkness, a beacon of hope, and a reflection of God's love. I pray that this message has resonated with your heart and offered you clarity and encouragement as you navigate your journey. If this video has been a blessing to you, I humbly invite you to support the channel. Whether through a like, a comment, subscribing, or a donation through Super Thanks, every gesture means so much and helps to sustain this space of inspiration and reflection. Your engagement, no matter the form, is deeply appreciated. To those who have supported through Super Thanks or in other ways, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And to those who simply take the time to watch and reflect, your presence here is a blessing. Every view, every thoughtful comment, every silent prayer is a testament to the growing community of people who are seeking light and walking boldly in their divine purpose. As we close, I want to leave you with this blessing. May God's light continue to guide you, strengthen you, and fill your spirit with peace and joy. May you walk boldly in your purpose, knowing that you are chosen, loved, and equipped to make a difference in this world. May your light shine brightly, touching the lives of everyone you encounter, and may you always find comfort in the truth that you are never alone. God is with you, always. Thank you for being here, for being a part of this journey, and for letting your light shine. I look forward to sharing more insights with you in the next video. Until then, may God bless you abundantly, and may you walk confidently in the calling He has placed upon your life. Go forth with peace and purpose, beloved, for you are a child of light. God's chosen ones, have you ever wondered why it feels like the storms in your life were crafted with the precision of a master plan, as if disaster after disaster was unleashed to test your very soul, to extinguish your hope and bury your dreams? Yet, despite the weight of these trials, you are still here, not just surviving but thriving, standing stronger, wiser, and more resolute than anyone could have imagined. The forces that sought to destroy you failed because they underestimated the fire God has placed within you, a fire that cannot be quenched. Take a moment and comment 777 below if you faced battles so fierce it felt like all of hell was against you, but by the grace of God, you rose above it all. To those of you who have supported this channel with super thanks, your encouragement and generosity are truly humbling. Your kindness allows us to continue sharing these messages of hope and strength, and for that, we thank you from the depths of our hearts. Your story is not unlike that of Joseph in Genesis 37. Betrayed by his brothers, thrown into a pit, and sold into slavery, Joseph's life seemed doomed. His enemies plotted with jealousy, saying, "Come now, let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits. Then we will see what becomes of his dreams." Genesis 37:20. Yet what they meant for harm, God used to elevate him to unimaginable heights. Joseph's trials didn't destroy him. They prepared him for the palace. Think about your own life. Could it be that the betrayals, the fiery storms, and the overwhelming challenges you faced were not meant to end you, but to shape you? Every trial, every tear, every scar may have been part of a divine plan to reveal who you truly are. like a phoenix rising from the ashes, or a warrior strengthened by every battle. You were forged in the fire, transformed by the very storms that were meant to destroy you. Even heroes of legend like Beowulf faced overwhelming odds, monsters of fear, dragons of despair, and enemies bent on his destruction. These weren't mere battles of strength. They were tests of purpose, of resilience, of an indomitable will. Just like Joseph, like Beowulf, you've endured trials that have left marks on your soul. But those scars, they are not symbols of defeat. They are badges of honor, whispers of battles fought and won, testimonies that declare, I stood firm while others fell. And now here you are, unshakable and unyielding. Like Joseph, who rose from the pit to the palace, and like every warrior who defied the odds, you too are chosen. Could it be that the disasters meant to destroy you have only sparked the fire of your destiny? That your enemy's schemes have unintentionally set the stage for your greatest triumph? Stay with us as we uncover how God is turning every weapon formed against you into a tool for your transformation. The challenges you've faced may just be the beginning of your legend. Let's explore how God's divine plan is unfolding in your life. Even in the midst of what seems like chaos, your story is far from over. It's only just beginning. God's chosen ones, they created disasters to kill you, but you rose from the depths of hell stronger. The first disaster you faced was personal, and isn't that always where the deepest wounds are cut? It was the kind of pain that storms into your life without warning, breaking down everything familiar and leaving a haunting emptiness where there was once certainty. Loss. A word so small, yet it strikes like a hurricane, stripping away joy, purpose, and identity. It leaves you asking questions no one can answer. Why did this happen to me? Where was God in this storm? How do I go on when everything I held dear has been taken? Let me ask you this. Have you ever sat in the silence after a storm, staring at what remains of your life, wondering if you'd ever feel whole again? How many times did you cry out for answers, only to hear nothing but echoes of your pain? Job once stood where you stood. In a single moment he lost his family, his wealth, his health, everything that made life feel stable. The Bible tells us, then Job arose, tore his robe and shaved his head, and fell to the ground and worshipped. And he said, naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked shall I return. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Job 1:20-21. What kind of faith does it take to worship in the face of such loss? Have you ever wondered if your grief might hold a deeper purpose? You see, grief doesn't come to destroy you. It comes to shape you. You wrestled with it. You let the tears fall, and with every tear, you proved that the pain did not own you. You learned that grief is not a sign of weakness, but a testimony to love. Love so deep that even its absence carries weight. But loss was only the beginning. Then came betrayal, striking like a knife in the back, cold, sharp, and merciless. There is no pain quite like betrayal, is there? Who among you has trusted someone with your heart, only to watch them twist it for their gain? The very people you believed in turned their backs, leaving you to question, did I mean so little to them? How could someone I love hurt me this deeply? Even Jesus knew the sting of betrayal. Judas Iscariot, one of his 12 disciples, one who walked beside him, learned from him, and shared meals with him, sold him for 30 pieces of silver. Imagine that. 30 coins, the price of a slave. And yet, Jesus looked at Judas and called him friend. Friend, do what you came to do. Matthew 26-50. Pause for a moment and think, what would you do if you knew the person you trusted most was plotting against you? Would you be consumed by anger, or would you rise above it, refusing to let their betrayal define your story? Betrayal did not define Jesus' destiny. It fulfilled it. And so it was with you. When trust was broken and the walls you built came crashing down, you stood in the rubble and made a choice. You realized betrayal says more about the one who betrays than the one betrayed. Did it hurt? Yes. Did it break you? No. Instead of growing bitter, you grew wiser. Instead of hardening your heart, you let the pain sharpen your purpose. But then, when loss and betrayal had weakened your walls, self-doubt crept in, that insidious voice that whispers when no one else is around. You're not enough. You're broken beyond repair. Why even try? How many nights have you fought battles no one else could see? How many times did you believe those lies, letting them keep you chained to fear and regret? Gideon knows your struggle. When the angel of the Lord appeared and called him, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior," Judges 6:12, Gideon's first response was doubt. But how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I'm the least in my family. How many times have you said the same thing? Who am I? I'm not strong enough. I'm not good enough. But listen closely. God didn't see Gideon as weak. He saw him as a warrior. And what if I told you that God sees you the same way? What if the voice of doubt isn't the truth, but a test? What if every time you rose, every time you proved doubt wrong, you were building something far greater than you ever imagined? You silenced that voice, not with empty words, but with action. You fought back. Every time you stood up when it would have been easier to stay down, you sent a message to yourself and to the world. I am greater than my fears. I am stronger than my pain. I will not quit. Now look at yourself. Those battles, they didn't destroy you. They revealed you. The ruins of trust, you've rebuilt them into a foundation no storm can shake. The ashes of loss, you've turned them into the fuel that fires your purpose. The shadows of doubt, they're now behind you, nothing more than proof of the battles you've won. So, what if every disaster was meant to prepare you, not break you? What if everything you've endured was shaping you for a destiny far greater than you can imagine? You see, the scars you carry aren't marks of defeat. They are proof of triumph. Every scar tells a story. Every story declares this truth. They couldn't destroy you because you refused to let them. You were refined, not ruined, strengthened, not shattered. And now you stand, not as a victim of your past, but as the architect of your future. Who are you now? You are the survivor they couldn't silence. You are the warrior who wouldn't bow. You are living proof that the fire meant to consume you only refined you. So I'll leave you with this. Will you see your battles as curses or as the tools that made you who you are today? Will you let the story end here, or will you rise knowing that you are greater than the storms that tried to take you down? Because you, my friend, are unbreakable, and they never saw you coming. You conquered the storms within, loss, betrayal, and doubt, but the fight didn't end there. The next battlefield stretched beyond your heart and mind. The obstacles weren't just personal anymore, they were systemic. Yes, the second disaster you faced was systemic, an entire world that seemed determined to keep you small. The odds were stacked, the ceilings were built low. Do you know the feeling of being told you don't belong, that you'll never make it, that the road you're walking is too steep, too rough, too impossible? Oppression came at you like a tidal wave, crushing opportunities before they could take root. Inequality carved barriers into your path, ensuring every step required twice the effort. Where others were given ladders, you were handed walls and rejection. It wasn't just silent, It shouted. It called you unworthy. It sought to erase you, invalidate your voice, and convince you that the shadows were the only place you'd ever belong. Have you ever noticed that the brightest light breaks through the darkest cracks? That is exactly what you did. You didn't cower in silence. You roared back. You took their ceilings and shattered them into glass shards. You ripped apart their chains with the force of your will. Every time they told you, not you, you rose and declared, "Watch me." Does this not remind you of Moses standing before Pharaoh? Egypt's oppressive system was designed to keep the Israelites enslaved, their backs bent under the weight of labor, their voices silenced under the rule of power. Yet, in Exodus 5:1, Moses spoke boldly before the ruler of the most powerful nation, declaring, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go." Who would have believed that a shepherd, a man who once doubted his own voice, could challenge the strongest empire and win? And you, what gave you the courage to rise when the odds said you couldn't? When the institutions labeled you less than, when opportunities were denied, when the world tried to keep you quiet, you didn't give in. You became louder. You turned their silence into thunder. You became the voice that wouldn't be silenced. Where they built walls to block your progress, you tore them down stone by stone. Where they tried to cage you in shadows, you clawed your way to the light and claimed it as your own. Every system that told you this far and no further became nothing more than a challenge, a chance to prove that no system can hold back a soul driven by purpose. Did they underestimate you? Of course they did. They saw your struggle, but they missed your strength. They forgot that even the smallest crack can topple a fortress when the pressure is constant. Every act of defiance, every refusal to quit, became a ripple that grew into a revolution. In Galatians 6:9, the Apostle Paul tells us, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." You didn't give up. You kept showing up, even when the world tried to push you back. You planted seeds in soil they said was barren, and now you stand as proof that resilience can thrive where others only saw failure. So, how many times have they told you it's impossible? And how many times have you proved them wrong? Every barrier they built was a dare, daring you to fight, daring you to rise, daring you to claim what they said you couldn't have. You didn't just survive the systems designed to erase you, you turned them upside down. You became the outlier, the exception, the one who rose when everything was against you. Every step forward you took became a revolution in its own right. Every yes you carved out of their no became a reminder that you are not someone who can be caged. Let the world hear you now. My rise is inevitable. Say it. Claim it. Because they thought the odds would break you, but instead they built you. They thought rejection would silence you, but you became louder. They thought you were powerless, but now you are the force they cannot ignore. Claim your power. Stand in your light. Let them see that nothing, not oppression, not rejection, not the weight of an entire system, can hold you back. Because you, my friend, are a revolution in motion, and nothing can stop what has already been set in motion. You fought battles within yourself, and you tore down systems that tried to cage you. Yet even as you rose above man-made barriers, the third disaster, the forces of nature itself, came next. Unrelenting, raw, and merciless. Nature came for you, not in whispers, but in roars. It sent storms to howl at your door, floods to swallow your foundations, and fire to turn your hard work into nothing but ash. What could you do when the world itself turned against you? When everything you relied on, your home, your security, your stability, was ripped away, what was left for you to hold on to? The storms came first, didn't they? They howled in fury, tearing through your life like an unstoppable force. Your foundation, the very thing you thought was secure, was flooded. How many times did you feel like you were drowning, barely able to keep your head above water, clutching for something solid, something certain? Remember Noah. In Genesis 7, the floodwaters came, and they didn't just drizzle. They consumed the earth. For 40 days and 40 nights rain poured without pause. But Noah, faithful and patient, clung to God's promise. In that ark, surrounded by the chaos of the storm, Noah waited. When the waters finally receded, he didn't return to the life he knew. He stepped into something new, something greater. Isn't that what you did too? When the waters rose, you climbed higher. You didn't let the flood drown you. You rose above it, trusting that even when everything is swept away, a new beginning is waiting on the other side. Then the ground beneath you shook. Life, which once seemed solid, cracked open without warning. Earthquakes have a way of breaking what we thought was unshakable. Have you ever been there, standing on trembling ground, looking around at the wreckage and wondering, is this the end? How do I rebuild when the very ground is unstable? But earthquakes don't destroy, they reveal. They shake loose the weak foundations, exposing what cannot stand. And so you learn to build again, not just on the surface, but deeper, stronger, unshakable this time. And the fire, oh, the fire. It roared with no mercy, consuming everything you held dear. How do you face the flames when there is nowhere to run? How do you watch the fruits of your labor turn to ash, knowing you can't stop the fire from spreading? Do you remember Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the book of Daniel? They were thrown into the fiery furnace for refusing to bow to an earthly king. The fire was so fierce that it consumed the soldiers who threw them in. Yet, in Daniel 3:25, the king looked into the flames and said, "Look, I see 4 men walking around in the fire, unbound and unharmed, and the 4th looks like a son of the gods." The flames were meant to destroy them, but instead they revealed the presence of God. And when they stepped out, not a hair on their heads was burned. Isn't that you? You walked through the fire, but you emerged not as a victim of destruction, but as someone forged by it. The fire didn't consume you, it refined you. Nature tested you to your very limits. Droughts came to test your patience, forcing you to endure seasons where nothing seemed to grow. Hurricanes pushed you to prove your strength, tearing away the old so something new could take its place. Quakes demanded resilience, shaking everything loose until only what truly mattered remained. What did you do in those moments? Did you surrender or did you rise? You didn't just endure nature's fury, you faced it head on. When the winds tried to scatter you, you held steady. When the floods came, you climbed higher. When the flames roared, you walked through them, unscathed and unbroken. You proved something that few will ever understand, that nature's power may be fierce, but the power within you is greater still. Every disaster that came to strip you bare, to reduce you to nothing, instead revealed the unyielding spirit within you. Where others saw devastation, you saw opportunity. Where others gave up, you rebuilt, not to restore what was lost, but to thrive in ways they could never imagine. So, have you ever wondered why the storms, the fire, and the earthquakes came for you? Was it to destroy you, or to show you who you really are? Because now look at yourself. The winds have passed and you are still standing. The waters receded and you are still rising. The fire burned and yet here you are, stronger, bolder, and more alive than ever. Nature thought it could outmatch you. The world thought it could break you. But it underestimated the force of a soul that refuses to bow. You are proof that no flood, no fire, no shaking ground can take away what is meant for you. You didn't just survive, you conquered. Tell me, what is left to fear when you have already faced the fury of the earth and risen from its wreckage? Stand tall. Speak boldly. Show the world that no disaster, no matter how unstoppable it seems, can match the unstoppable spirit within you. You stood unshaken through the storms, the floods and the flames, but then came a battle of an entirely different kind. This was no external force. There were no winds to face or fires to outrun. What happens when the war is not around you but within you? What do you do when the fiercest enemy hides in the silent corners of your mind, whispering lies, twisting truths, and trying to steal the very essence of who you are? The fourth disaster was spiritual, an invisible war fought in the depths of your soul. It wasn't the earth beneath you that shook this time, it was your faith. Not a single drop of rain fell, yet you were drowning. There were no flames, but your purpose felt as though it had turned to ash. Have you ever felt that hollow emptiness? The echo of meaning lost, the suffocating weight of doubt pressing against you like a vice, whispering, "What's the point? Why even fight?" Faith, once so steady, so sure, shattered like glass. Every sharp shard left you bleeding with questions. Is God even here? Am I alone? What if this is all for nothing? These were not battles the world could see. They were invisible wars, raging in the quiet hours of the night, where no one else could hear the cries of your soul. You were not alone in this struggle. Even the great prophet Elijah faced this darkness. In 1 Kings 19, after his victory against the prophets of Baal, Elijah fled into the wilderness, overwhelmed and broken. He cried out to God, "I have had enough, Lord, take my life." 1 Kings 19:4. Can you feel the weight of those words? This was Elijah, God's chosen prophet, reduced to despair, hiding in a cave, ready to give up. Have you ever felt like Elijah? Have you ever looked at your life and thought, "I can't do this anymore. I have nothing left to give"? Despair doesn't shout, it whispers. It convinces you that the fight isn't worth it, that the darkness is too deep, that you might as well surrender to the void. But here's what they don't tell you about despair. It is not the end. It is a turning point. Elijah, in his brokenness, heard the voice of God, not in the fire, not in the earthquake, not in the wind, but in a gentle whisper. And from that whisper came his purpose, his renewal, his strength to rise and continue. You too heard that whisper. Maybe it came as a flicker of hope, a stubborn refusal to quit, or a quiet voice inside saying, "Keep going." You didn't yield. You faced the darkness, even when it felt like it would swallow you whole. And when your faith crumbled, you didn't stay in the ruins. Instead, you built something stronger, something unshakable. What you rebuilt was not blind belief, not empty words repeated in desperation. No. What you forged was a hard-won certainty, a faith that had been tested by fire, sharpened by pain, and refined in the furnace of your trials. When despair whispered, "You are powerless," you answered with action. You refused to let hopelessness define your story. You dug deep into the depths of your soul and pulled out light. And when no one came to save you, you became your own salvation. Isn't that what Jesus himself did in the Garden of Gethsemane? On the night before his crucifixion, he fell to the ground in anguish and prayed, "Father, if you are willing, take this cup from me, yet not my will, but yours be done." Luke 22:42. Even Christ, the Son of God, felt the weight of his purpose and the darkness pressing in, but he chose to stand, to act, to face what lay ahead with strength and surrender, and so did you. The spiritual war was designed to break you, to leave you hollow, hopeless, and lost. But instead, it refined you. It stripped away everything false, everything fragile, and left behind something unshakable, unmovable, unstoppable. Let me ask you this. Who are you now that you've faced the void and refused to fall into it? Do you see the strength in yourself? Do you recognize the power that comes not from avoiding darkness, but from standing firm in its midst and saying, "You will not defeat me"? You emerged from this war with something priceless, a soul that knows its worth, a faith that cannot be shaken, and a light that no darkness can extinguish. Where others would have surrendered, you rose. Where others saw only a void, you found the courage to fill it with purpose. You didn't just endure the spiritual disaster, you conquered it. And now, when the world looks at you, they don't see someone who gave in to despair. They see someone who refused to be defined by their darkness. They see someone who became the light. So I ask you again, what did the war within teach you about who you are? Did it not show you that even in your weakest moments, you were stronger than you ever imagined? That even when your faith was shattered, you were capable of rebuilding it into something unbreakable? Let the world see that the darkness couldn't hold you, that the questions didn't define you, that the void couldn't swallow you. Because you, my friend, are not just a survivor. You are a conqueror. You are proof that even the battles no one can see can be won by a soul that refuses to surrender. The wars within were fierce, but the fight wasn't over. As the dust settled, a truth began to emerge. A truth that would change how you saw every disaster, every pain, every betrayal. What if none of it was accidental? What if every storm that came for you, every fire that burned you, every rejection that tried to silence you was part of something far bigger than you realized? You see, these challenges were deliberate, a calculated, ruthless assault on your very existence. Loss, betrayal, inequality, rejection, they weren't random acts of chaos. Each disaster was a weapon, sharpened and thrown at you with precision. Do you feel it now, looking back? The way the weight pressed against your shoulders, the way the pain tested every part of who you are. They wanted to see you crumble under the force of it all. They wanted to bury you so deep that no one would even remember your name. Have you ever wondered why they fought so hard to destroy you? Why the trials came in waves, one after another, as if the universe itself had turned against you? It's because they saw something in you that you might not have seen in yourself. Power. But their greatest mistake was believing you would stay down. They underestimated you. They thought the blows would break you, but instead they became the forge that turned your pain into power. Every weapon they hurled at you didn't destroy you, it transformed you. Do you realize what you've done? You turned their destruction into your reconstruction. Look at the life of Joseph once more. His brothers threw him into a pit, sold him into slavery, and hoped to erase him from their story. For years, it seemed as though Joseph's life was nothing but a chain of suffering, false accusations, imprisonment, abandonment. But in Genesis 50:20, Joseph spoke a truth that echoes across time. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Do you see now? What was meant to bury you became the very thing that built you. The rubble they left behind wasn't a grave. It was raw material. Every loss you endured became a lesson that shaped you. Every betrayal sharpened your focus, giving you clarity about who you are and where you're going. Have you ever stopped to think about that? That the things you thought would end, you were, in fact, preparing you for something greater. The storms they sent didn't leave you weak. They left behind the tools you needed to rebuild. Can you see it now? The foundations you stand on today are made from the very bricks they threw at you. The rejection they hoped would silence your voice became the loudest echo of your defiance. The oppression they thought would crush you became the solid ground from which you rose. They believed pain would be your ending, but they didn't realize that pain was the fire that forged your purpose. Every scar you carry now tells a story, not of defeat, but of triumph. The scars that once marked your wounds became the blueprints for your rebuilding. The setbacks that were meant to stop you became stepping stones that elevated you to heights they never imagined. And so I ask you, what are you building now? Can you feel the empire rising around you? Every failure they tried to force on you is now fuel for the unstoppable force you've become. You didn't just crawl out of the wreckage. You claimed it. You gathered the ashes of destruction, and with your own two hands, you built something unshakable. Let this be the truth you carry. You are not a victim of what happened to you. You are a master of what you've made from it. Think of David standing before Goliath. The world saw a shepherd boy, unqualified and small. Goliath laughed, mocked, and underestimated him. But David declared, "You come against me with sword and spear, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty." 1 Samuel 17:45. And with a single stone, the giant fell. Did they underestimate you too? Did they think their weapons, loss, rejection, and despair would be enough to take you down? They forgot that what lies within you is greater than anything they could throw at you. Now look at yourself. You're not just standing, you're building. Every brick they hurled at you is part of the empire you're creating. Every setback is now a monument to your resilience. Every time they said, "This is the end," you proved that it was only the beginning. They tried to destroy you, but all they did was make you inevitable. So, one more time, who are you now? Are you someone who crumbled under the weight of it all? Or are you the one who turned their destruction into your legacy? Because you are not just a survivor, you are a conqueror, a builder, and a force they will never forget. Every trial, every betrayal, every storm only added to the unstoppable force that you've become. They tried to write your ending. Instead, you wrote a beginning so powerful, so inevitable, that nothing and no one can stand in your way. Chosen ones. Do you know that in Japan, there exists an art form called kintsugi? It is a practice that honors what is broken, not by hiding it, but by making it beautiful. When pottery shatters, it is repaired not with glue, but with veins of gold. Each crack is transformed into a line of strength, a mark of resilience, a visible story of rebirth. What was once ordinary becomes extraordinary, and its value is not diminished by the damage, it is magnified because of it. Isn't that what you've done? Have you ever looked at your scars, your emotional fractures, and realized they tell the story of your rise? The disasters that came for you, the losses that shattered you, were never meant to be your ending. They were the beginning of your transformation. Every scar, every wound, every fracture you carry has been filled with gold. The gold of your strength, your resilience, your unyielding spirit. Where others might have hidden their brokenness, you let yours shine. You didn't mask the damage, you turned it into your power. And now you are no longer just whole, you are unshakable. Let me ask you, have you ever thought that the cracks in your life could be your greatest beauty? That what the world sees as broken is, in fact, the proof of your endurance? Remember the words of the Apostle Paul in 2 Corinthians 12:9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Paul didn't hide his wounds. He celebrated them because he understood that where he was weak, God's strength would shine the brightest. And so it is with you. Your fractures, your imperfections, they don't diminish you. They reveal your true brilliance. You've taken what tried to destroy you and turned it into a visible, undeniable testament to your resilience. The storms didn't bury you. They uncovered the strength that was already within you. The fire didn't consume you. It refined you into something sharper, brighter, and unstoppable. Let's make one thing clear. This isn't for the faint of heart. This story, the one you're living, isn't for posers or pretenders. It's for those willing to stand in the wreckage, stare down the chaos, and rebuild into something greater. Do you think you have what it takes? If you're here, reading this, then you've already proven one undeniable truth. You are built for this. Every ounce of strength you possess was forged long before the disasters came. Resilience wasn't something you discovered in the chaos. It was something you uncovered, a force waiting to be unleashed. When the storms hit, it wasn't luck that carried you. It was your ability to adapt, to outthink, and to outlast. When the world thought you were finished, when everything seemed lost, you didn't rely on hope alone. You clung to the unshakable knowledge that you were made for more. How many times did they say, "You won't make it"? And how many times did you rise? How many walls did you tear down? How many flames did you walk through, proving that your essence was never fragile? It was forged for fire, created to overcome. Friedrich Nietzsche once said, "That which does not kill us makes us stronger." But you've proven this truth with your life. What broke others only sharpened your edge. What caused others to stumble became the momentum that propelled you forward. Pain became your fuel. Despair became your purpose. And failure? Failure wasn't the end. It was the very force that launched your next victory. Have you noticed how much stronger you've become because of the struggle? The comfort you once craved wouldn't have made you who you are today. Your strength wasn't born in ease. It was carved in adversity. Every disaster, every hardship, every rejection, these were the tools that shaped your transformation. In Romans 8:28, we are reminded, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Nothing was wasted, not the pain, not the trials, not the failures. Every moment was a stepping stone, building you into a force the world could not deny. Look at yourself now. You are the embodiment of resilience, the very definition of strength forged in fire. You don't just survive, you conquer. You don't just endure, you rise. You are what happens when pain meets purpose, when scars become blueprints, and when adversity is met with resolve. Have they understood you yet? Have they realized that every weapon formed against you only made you stronger? That what they thought would destroy you became the very thing that defined you? Now you shine, not in spite of the cracks, but because of them. The lines of gold running through your story are proof of your victory, proof of your transformation, proof that you are unbreakable. So, are you ready to claim the empire you've built from the ruins they left behind? Let the world see that you are not fragile, not defeated, but reborn, stronger, sharper, and more brilliant than ever before. Because you, my friend, are not just surviving. You are inevitable. You are the Kintsugi masterpiece, a testament to what happens when resilience meets resolve and brokenness is turned into brilliance. Beloved chosen ones, every trial you faced, every blow you absorbed wasn't random. It was deliberate, precise, and designed to break you. Loss tore through your life like a storm. Betrayal sliced through your trust. Rejection tried to silence you. But each strike didn't weaken you, it revealed you. The fire didn't consume you, it tempered you. Weakness gave way to steel. Devastation became the foundation of something unshakable. They thought they were crushing you, but they were only chiseling away the excess, revealing the unyielding core within. Have you ever wondered why you didn't stay down? Why, in the middle of chaos, you kept moving forward when others would have stopped? That wasn't luck. It was your resolve. The pain you felt wasn't a sign of failure. It was proof of transformation. When the ground beneath you collapsed, you didn't wait for someone to pull you out. You rebuilt it stronger, brick by brick. When systems locked doors in your face, you refused to knock politely. You tore those doors from their hinges and walked through with a purpose they couldn't deny. This is the truth. You didn't just endure, you transcended. Every scar on your body and your soul tells a story of triumph. Do you see them that way yet? These aren't marks of defeat. They're reminders of battles won, lessons learned, and strength gained. Rejection, which they hoped would silence you, only sharpened your edge. The betrayal that sought to break you became the lesson that refined your focus. The rubble they left behind was never your grave. It was the raw material for your rise. Every failure they tried to force upon you became momentum, pushing you toward a victory they couldn't stop. Think about Thomas Edison. When his entire laboratory, the result of years of innovation, was consumed in a devastating fire, he stood in the ashes and said, "I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." His response to ruin was not despair, it was action. He didn't focus on what was lost, he focused on what could be rebuilt. And within months he was back at work, creating, innovating, and reshaping the future. His fire didn't erase his genius, it revealed it. Isn't that what you've done? When disaster struck, when your life felt stripped bare, you didn't surrender. You tapped into something deeper, a force of resilience that was always within you, waiting to be uncovered. The truth is this: what happens to you doesn't define you. It's how you respond. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are a builder of your future. Stop seeing the rubble as proof of your failure and start seeing it as the foundation of your triumph. Every brick they threw at you in an attempt to break you is now in your hands, ready to be reshaped into something even greater. What was meant to destroy you has only fueled you. Every time they underestimated you, every time they whispered, "You can't," you quietly turned it into, "Watch me." And let's be honest, you didn't wait for permission and you didn't wait for rescue. You fought for your place. You didn't let circumstances dictate your worth. You demanded your success. Every ounce of strength you possess was forged long before the chaos began. You didn't find resilience in the storm. You uncovered what was already within you. You turned devastation into opportunity, failure into forward motion, and scars into the legacy of your rise. But here's the thing, no one does this alone. Surround yourself with those who understand the fight. The right people aren't just supporters, they are your armor. Build a network of those who have walked through their own fires, who've emerged from their storms stronger, sharper, and ready to lift you higher. These are the ones who will remind you of your power when doubt creeps in, the ones who will stand guard when you need to rest. Together, you'll form a force that doesn't just survive, but thrives. One that turns personal victories into collective triumphs. Protect your energy fiercely, because healing isn't passive, it's a daily battle. Cut off what drains you, whether it's toxic relationships, harmful environments, or your own self-doubt. Prioritize rest, nourishment, and growth, because this isn't selfishness, it's survival. You can't rebuild from ashes if you're still burning yourself out. Every choice to heal, every step you take toward fortification is an act of rebellion against the forces that tried to break you. You are not just recovering, you are fortifying. You are becoming sharper, stronger, and more relentless than ever. So ask yourself this: what will you build now? Every scar you carry is part of the masterpiece you're creating. Every setback has only added to your strength. You are not defined by what happened to you, but by how you've turned it into power. This is not the end. This is the beginning of something unstoppable. You are not just a survivor. You are a builder, a visionary, and a force the world will not forget. When the storms came, they thought they'd bury you. Instead, you rose. When they pushed you to your limits, they didn't realize they were only revealing how limitless you truly are. You didn't just endure, you conquered. You didn't just rebuild, you created a foundation that others now look to for hope. Your story is a beacon of possibility for those still walking through their fires. Proof that no disaster, no betrayal, and no rejection can define a soul determined to rise. Let the world see you now. Every trial, every flame, every broken piece has led to this moment. You are the living embodiment of resilience, the walking proof of what happens when adversity meets resolve. No matter what comes next, remember this: you are unshakable, unstoppable, and undeniable. You didn't just rise, you transformed. And the fire that tried to destroy you, it became the very light that now guides your way. Chosen ones, let me emphasize again, you are not here by accident. Every scar, every trial, and every moment you thought you wouldn't make it was preparing you for this, something greater than you could have imagined. Psalm 35 reminds us, "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning." And now, morning has. Every disaster that was meant to break you only revealed your strength. You didn't just endure adversity, you turned it into your power. Where others saw endings, you saw beginnings. Where there was rubble, you built foundations. And where others gave up, you rose. Proof that resilience isn't just grit, but a divine gift. You are no longer a survivor. You are a builder, a leader, and a torchbearer for those still trapped in the ashes of their own storms. Your triumph is a reminder that no fire, no betrayal, no storm can define your future. Your strength has become a ripple, inspiring others to rise, to rebuild, and to transform their pain into purpose. This is not the end. It's the beginning of something unstoppable. You are the spark that turns destruction into creation, chaos into clarity, and despair into a revolution of hope. The world hasn't seen the best of you yet, and they will watch in awe as you build, rise, and inspire. If this message resonates with you, if you see your story in these words, share it. Share it with those who need a reminder that their battles can become their victories, that their scars can become their strength. Let your story inspire someone still trapped in the rubble to believe in their rise. To each of you who has embraced this message, thank you. Thank you for your courage, for your presence, and for being part of this movement of resilience and transformation. I honor your journey, and I celebrate the battles you fought to stand where you are today. May you be blessed with unshakable strength, boundless hope, and unwavering faith. May every setback you face be a setup for something greater. May you rise higher than you ever dreamed possible, and may your light guide others to do the same. Keep building, keep rising, and keep inspiring. The world is better because you are here. You are unstoppable, and your time to shine is now. God's chosen ones, you've walked through trials and endured hardships that would have defeated others. Yet here you are, standing strong, ready to prove every doubter wrong. Drop a 77 in the comments if you feel the power within you, and thank you to everyone who supported us through Super Thanks. Your generosity is a blessing that fuels this mission. Have you ever wondered why God chose you to bear such heavy burdens? Why you've been the one facing battles that others couldn't imagine? Could it be that every struggle, every tear, was molding you into someone unstoppable? Now, as you step forward, how will you make your mark knowing that all you've endured has led you to this very moment? The world may have questioned your strength, and many may have tried to hold you back, but it's time to reveal the resilience that God has placed within you. Are you prepared to step into the purpose behind your pain, to rise above every challenge, and to claim the victory that is yours? Let's dive into the message that may finally unveil the greater reason behind every hardship you've faced and the destiny awaiting you. God's chosen ones, you've endured hell. Now prove them wrong. Chosen ones, you have faced trials that would have broken many. You have walked through storms and endured valleys so dark that only the strength of God Himself could have kept you moving forward. Yet, here you are, standing firm, breathing deeply, and stronger than ever before. This story, your story, has been written with tears, etched in trials, and shaped by the fires of adversity. But make no mistake, you are not here by chance. Just as the Israelites wandered through the desert, never walking alone, your journey, though tough, has always been under divine guidance. Unseen hands, hands full of grace, have shielded and protected you, even in moments when you felt utterly abandoned. The world tried to break you, didn't they? They doubted you, mocked you, left you in the dust, convinced that your story had ended before it could even begin. But look at you now, you have risen, just as Joseph was betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, thrown into prison, and left for dead. So too have you faced moments of betrayal. Those you trusted turned their backs on you. Yet, like Joseph, your setbacks were not signs of defeat. They were divine appointments in disguise. God was preparing you, shaping you for the higher purpose He had destined for you. You may not see the full picture just yet, but you feel it, don't you? A pull, a calling to something greater, something divinely ordained. Pain may have knocked on your door, perhaps even entered your life and made itself at home, lingering in the dark corners of your heart. But understand this, every struggle, every hardship, every painful moment has been molding you, purifying you like gold refined in the fire. As the Lord says in Isaiah 48:10, I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction. Your pain has not been in vain. It has been your teacher. Every tear you shed, every ache you endured, every silent prayer you whispered has been building the strength, courage, and wisdom you now possess. How many times did you ask, why, God? How often did you feel as though the weight of the world was too much to bear? Yet you kept going. You kept trusting, even when the path ahead seemed impossible. Like Job, who endured unimaginable loss yet never lost his faith, you too have weathered the storms. Job declared in Job 23:10, But He knows the way that I take. When He has tested me, I will come forth as gold. You are being tested, yes, but you are also being transformed. Think of the times when you felt completely alone, abandoned by those who should have supported you. Yet somehow you found the strength to rise, to keep walking, to keep believing. That is not just strength. That is divine power working within you, guiding you through the darkest moments, leading you towards a purpose far greater than you can currently imagine. So, to all those who doubted you, to all those who tried to break you, God has the final say. You have endured, you have persisted, and now it's time to prove them wrong. God is not done with you yet. Your story is still being written, and it's only just beginning. Your greatest triumph is ahead, and nothing, not even the darkest storm, can stop what God has already ordained for you. Are you ready to walk into that purpose? Are you ready to rise to the call that has been placed on your life? In the end, your trials were never meant to destroy you. They were meant to refine you, to prepare you for the glory that is to come. Just as God was with Joseph in the pit, He is with you now, preparing you for something far beyond your understanding. Keep going, keep trusting, because your victory is near and your breakthrough is certain. Chosen ones, survival is not merely about enduring life's hardships and emerging unscathed. It's about the transformation that takes place within you as you emerge from the fire, wiser, stronger, and more aligned with the divine vision that God has for you. Your survival isn't just about the breath in your lungs. It's about the strength and wisdom that God has instilled in you through every trial. And now, as the world looks at you, they may wonder, how did they do it? How do they keep standing? How do they still smile after all they've been through? What they fail to realize is that every wound you've carried has been healed by the one who knows your name, the one who saw your pain and gave you the strength to continue when you felt like you couldn't go on. They don't understand that the battles you fought weren't yours alone. They were His too. The same God who promised, "I will never leave you nor forsake you," Hebrews 13:5, was right there with you through every moment of despair. Do you remember the times when the weight of the world felt unbearable? When each step you took felt like dragging a mountain uphill? Think back to those moments when you thought you couldn't take another breath, when you thought you'd reached the end of your strength, and yet somehow you found the will to keep going. Those were not wasted moments. Those were the times God whispered to you, "I am with you." Just as David faced Goliath with the knowledge that God, who had delivered him from the lion and the bear, would deliver him again, 1 Samuel 17:37, so too did you face your giants, not in your own strength, but with the power of God fighting on your behalf. You didn't face the enemy alone. When the storms raged around you, you were not standing in your own power, but in the mighty strength of the one who calls you His. Each battle you faced, every struggle you endured, was part of a greater plan, a plan that was not just about your survival, but about the purpose God has for your life. Think about the giants in your life, those overwhelming obstacles that seemed insurmountable. It could have been betrayal, rejection, loss, or self-doubt. Whatever they were real. But so was the power of God that worked within you, empowering you to keep moving forward. When you felt abandoned, you were never truly alone. God was with you, preparing you, refining you, strengthening you for the next step in your journey. As you look back now, what do you see? A person who has been shaped by hardship, yes, but also a person who has been empowered by the love and grace of God. Your story is one of victory, not because you didn't face challenges, but because you fought through them with God by your side. Like David, you may have faced giants, but you fought with a power that was far greater than any obstacle that came your way. And like David, you will emerge victorious, not because of your own strength, but because the God of Israel, the one who never leaves or forsakes His people, was fighting for you every step of the way. Are you beginning to understand the depth of what you've been through? The struggles, the heartaches, the setbacks, they weren't just moments of suffering, they were moments of preparation, moments where God was equipping you for something greater. Your survival isn't just about how you endured, it's about how God shaped you, how He refined you through every trial. You are stronger now, wiser now, and more capable of fulfilling the divine purpose that He has placed within you. And no matter what giants come against you in the future, you will face them with the same God who has carried you through it all. Here you stand, having walked through fire, endured storms, and faced despair so deep that it could have shattered the spirit of anyone else. But you are not like others. You are chosen, set apart by the grace of God for a higher purpose. Yes, there were moments when the weight of life felt unbearable. Times when you felt as though the burden was too heavy to carry, when every breath seemed a struggle and your strength was fading. But it was in those very moments that God was drawing you closer, calling you to lean on Him with a trust deeper than ever before. He was teaching you that His strength is made perfect in your weakness, 2 Corinthians 12:9. What appeared to be a breakdown was really a breakthrough, a divine opportunity for God to show you that in your most fragile state, His power is most evident. Let me remind you of something, chosen ones. You are not just survivors, you are overcomers. You did not make it through the storms just to breathe for another day. You didn't face the fire only to exist. You were chosen to rise, to live a life of divine purpose, and to walk boldly in the calling God has placed upon you. Your journey was never about simply enduring. It was about becoming the person God destined you to be. You may feel weary, burdened, and even scarred by the battles you fought, but each scar is a testament to your strength and resilience. It is a badge of honor, proof that you've overcome what seemed insurmountable. Just like the Apostle Paul, who said, "But we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us." 2 Corinthians 4:7. Your scars are not weaknesses. They are evidence of God's strength working through you. Each one tells a story of victory, of moments when you could have given up, when you could have let despair consume you, but instead you chose to press forward, trusting that God would provide the strength to carry on. You didn't back down when the storms came. You stood firm, knowing that God was with you every step of the way. Think about the times when others might have expected you to crumble, when your circumstances seemed too overwhelming to bear. What kept you going? It was God's grace, His unshakable love that carried you through. You didn't get here on your own. Every step, every victory was a result of God's divine presence in your life. He was, and still is, your ever-present help in times of trouble, Psalm 46:1. So when you look at yourself in the mirror, don't just see the scars and the weariness. See the warrior that God has shaped you to be. You've been through the fire, but you're not the same person you were when you started. You're stronger, wiser, and more equipped to fulfill the divine purpose God has planned for you. The battles you've won, the pain you've endured, they are not signs of defeat, but signs of your perseverance. And with God's help, you will continue to rise, to overcome, and to walk boldly in the purpose He has prepared for you. Are you ready to fully embrace the destiny that lies ahead? To walk with courage and confidence, knowing that every scar you carry tells a story of victory and divine strength. God has equipped you, and with His power, you'll continue to overcome whatever comes your way. As you move forward, carry with you the powerful truth that your scars are not mere reminders of pain. They are marks of resilience, testaments to your journey, and evidence of the strength you have found within yourself. Each scar tells the story of a battle fought and won, a struggle endured, and a victory that God helped you achieve. You have experienced nights that seemed endless, prayers that felt unanswered, and challenges that appeared insurmountable. But hear me now, those moments of darkness, those trials, were not the end of your story. They were the beginning of something far greater. They were the start of a story that only the chosen ones could live. A story of rising from the ashes, of discovering light even in the darkest corners of your life. This is the story of stepping into the power that God has always seen in you, even when you couldn't see it in yourself. It's a journey of transformation, from brokenness to wholeness, from despair to hope. As the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Psalm 35. Yes, you may have wept, you may have knelt in anguish, but your morning has arrived. The darkness has passed, and the light of a new season is breaking through. This is your moment. This is your time to rise, to claim the life that God has been preparing for you all along. You are no longer bound by the chains of your past, no longer defined by the pain you've carried. That pain was not meant to break you. It was meant to shape you, to mold you into the person you were always destined to become. It was a doorway, and you have walked through it. With every step, you have moved from the shadows into the light, from a place of limitation into a place of purpose. The pain you endured was not in vain. It was part of the process that led you here, to this moment, where you stand stronger, wiser, and more equipped for the journey ahead. Remember in 2 Corinthians 4:17, Paul reminds us, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." The struggles you have faced are not permanent. They are temporary, but the glory that awaits you is eternal. Your endurance, your perseverance, your willingness to press forward despite the odds, it has all been part of God's greater plan. You have been shaped by those trials for a purpose far greater than you can imagine. So, as you step into this new chapter of your life, remember this: you are not defined by your scars, but by your ability to rise above them. You have overcome, and now you are stepping into a life of purpose, into a destiny that has been waiting for you. The past is behind you, and your future is ahead of you, filled with promise, hope, and a divine calling that no one can take away. Your time to shine is now, chosen one. You have chosen to keep going, and because of that, you will rise and walk boldly into the life God has prepared for you. Are you ready to fully embrace this new season? Are you ready to claim the purpose that God has always had for you? You are no longer just a survivor. You are an overcomer, and your best days are ahead of you. Let's be clear, this journey is far from over. The world may continue to throw its challenges at you, and it may try to knock you down once again. But here's the truth. Now you know who you are. You know that you are chosen. You know that you are set apart for a purpose greater than yourself. The path you walk is not an easy one, but it is one that has been designed for you. Discipline is a key part of this journey. To endure the road ahead, you must be like a soldier in training, steadfast, unyielding, and relentless. Just as ancient athletes pushed through the pain and exhaustion, knowing that every drop of sweat and every moment of discomfort was part of their preparation for victory, you must rise above the setbacks. You must lean into the discomfort, understanding that the race you run is not for earthly accolades or fleeting rewards, but for a crown of righteousness, the eternal reward promised to those who press on with faith and perseverance. Hebrews 12:1 reminds us, "Let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us." This is no ordinary race. It is not a competition for worldly recognition or temporary gain. This is the race of life, your calling, your destiny. You were made to endure. You were made to overcome the trials and struggles that come your way. Each challenge, each obstacle, is not a roadblock, but a stepping stone, designed to strengthen your resolve and draw you closer to God's purpose for your life. Just as an athlete must train his body and mind to reach peak performance, so must you train your spirit. You must be prepared for the battles ahead, knowing that they are not in vain. They are opportunities for growth, for becoming the person God has called you to be. Think about the athletes who train for years, enduring hardships and setbacks, but all with their eyes fixed on the prize. Their training is tough, and sometimes it feels unbearable, but they know that the reward is worth every sacrifice. In the same way, the challenges you face today are preparing you for the ultimate victory that lies ahead. And let's not forget, you are not running this race alone. God has already equipped you with everything you need to endure. His strength is made perfect in your weakness, and His grace is sufficient for every moment. When you feel like you can't take another step, when the weight of the journey seems too much to bear, remember that He is with you every step of the way. Just as the Israelites were led through the wilderness, not by their own strength, but by the mighty hand of God, you too are being led by His guidance and His power. Your calling is far greater than you can imagine. You were not created to simply survive life's challenges. You were made to conquer them, to rise above them, and to carry a message of hope to those who need it most. The world may try to break you, but God has designed you to withstand, to rise, and to keep going no matter what. Chosen one, are you ready to embrace the discipline needed to finish this race? Are you ready to rise above the discomfort and setbacks and claim the victory that God has prepared for you? The prize is waiting. The crown is ahead of you. Keep running the race marked out for you, knowing that with every step you are fulfilling your purpose and walking closer to the calling that God has for your life. You're going to be misunderstood. Some will doubt you, others may even mock you. They'll ask, "Why you? What makes you so special?" But here's the truth. They don't see what you've seen. They haven't walked your path. and they haven't carried the weight of your burdens. They haven't felt the pain, the isolation, or the struggle that has shaped you into who you are today. Just as David faced giants with unwavering faith, the doubts and mockery of others are but faint whispers compared to the roaring strength of God that resides within you. You are not alone in this fight. When God is for you, nothing can stand against you. Remember, when you rise, they will notice. When you step into your calling, the light of God that shines through you will be undeniable, and the world will be forced to take notice. Yes, they doubted you. They left you behind, thinking that your story had ended. They thought, this is where they'll give up. This is where they'll quit. But what they didn't realize is that a chosen one doesn't quit. The calling on your life is not one that can be silenced by doubt or rejection. When you walk in God's purpose, even the darkest night is only the prelude to the dawn. It's not the end, it's the beginning. Just like Joseph, who was sold into slavery by his own brothers, you were pushed down, knocked down, and cast aside, but only so that you could rise higher than before. What the enemy intended for harm, God used for your good. When the world threw stones at you when they tried to tear you down, God wasn't sitting idly by. He was at work beneath the surface, building a strong foundation beneath your feet. What seemed like a setback was actually God's setup for your breakthrough. Like Joseph, who was betrayed and rejected by those closest to him, you may have felt abandoned, alone, and misunderstood. But those moments of pain were not for nothing. They were building the character, resilience, and faith that would enable you to rise and claim the purpose God has set before you. In Psalm 27:10, David writes, "Though my father and mother forsake me, the Lord will receive me." God is with you even when others turn away. He sees the bigger picture, the story that's unfolding, the victory that is yet to come. Your setbacks were never meant to define you. They were simply part of the journey that has been leading you to a place of strength, purpose, and destiny. So, chosen one, keep going. Keep rising. No matter what others say, no matter how many times you're knocked down, know this: God's plan for your life is unstoppable. When the world doubts you, remember that the one who called you is greater than all the doubts and all the setbacks combined. The foundation has been laid. The storm is over. Now it's time to rise up and walk boldly into the future that God has prepared for you. Are you ready to prove them wrong? Are you ready to step into the power and purpose that God has uniquely designed for your life? You were made for this. Remember those times when you felt utterly alone, when it seemed like every door was slammed shut, every friend turned their back, and every prayer seemed to be met with silence. Those moments were your wilderness. But even Jesus himself went into the wilderness, fasting and praying, facing temptation, and emerging from it stronger and more focused on his divine mission. He didn't remain defeated by the hardships of the wilderness. He emerged victorious. And just like him, you too have walked through your own wilderness. You've faced the struggles, the loneliness, and the silence. But now you are emerging from it stronger, with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to step into the next chapter of your life with fresh strength and clarity. But let me tell you, chosen ones, this isn't the end. Life will keep testing you. Challenges will arise, and each time you will face a choice. You will have to decide whether you'll let these hardships define you or whether you'll use them as fuel to propel you forward. This is the same choice Moses faced when he led the Israelites out of Egypt. The journey was long and fraught with obstacles. The people doubted, they grumbled, and they faced their own wilderness. But Moses kept moving forward. Why? Because he trusted in the promise of God. Despite the challenges, he remained focused on the goal, on the promise of deliverance and the destiny that awaited. And like Moses, you too are called to keep going, trusting that God's promises will carry you through. God has not brought you this far to abandon you now. Look around you. Every struggle, every hardship, every setback you faced has been part of the preparation for your next step. They were not meant to destroy you. They were meant to refine you. Just as gold is purified in the fire, you too are being refined. Your spirit has been strengthened, your faith has been deepened, and your resilience has been tested in the flames of adversity. The trials you've endured have made you stronger, wiser, and more capable of fulfilling the purpose that God has placed on your life. Consider the words from 1 Peter 1-7, which remind us, "These have come so that the proven genuineness of your faith, of greater worth than gold, which perishes even though refined by fire, may result in praise, glory, and honor when Jesus Christ is revealed." Your faith has been tested like gold in the fire, and it is being proven true. With each challenge, your trust in God has grown. Your understanding of His plan has deepened, and you are being prepared for the incredible future He has for you. When the next challenge comes, remember this: you are not alone. You are being refined, shaped, and strengthened for a purpose far greater than you can currently see. The wilderness may be hard, but it's only temporary. Just as the Israelites journeyed through the desert, and Moses led them to the promised land, you too are on a journey that leads to something far greater than you can imagine. The promise is still ahead of you. The best is yet to come. Will you choose to keep going, trusting that God is with you every step of the way? Will you rise above the challenges and continue to move forward, knowing that every trial is part of your preparation for what God has planned? You're being refined for greatness, and the time to step into that greatness is drawing near. Let me remind you, this isn't just about survival. This is about transformation. You are not the same person who entered those trials. You are stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Every hardship, every setback has shaped you into someone greater. And let me ask you, chosen ones, do you feel it? Do you feel that fire burning inside of you, that spark of something greater, that purpose that refuses to die no matter how many times life tried to snuff it out? That's the Holy Spirit working within you, igniting the power and purpose that God placed inside of you from the very beginning. He is reminding you that you are here for a reason, and that reason is far greater than any pain or trial you've endured. Remember when Jesus said, "In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world." John 16:33. He wasn't just speaking to the disciples, He was speaking to you, chosen ones. You are part of that victory. You are part of that overcoming. Every challenge you've faced has only brought you closer to the realization that the victory has already been won. You are no longer fighting for survival. You are walking in the victory that Christ has already secured for you. So rise up. Stop waiting for a sign. You are the sign. Stop waiting for permission. God has already ordained you. Stop seeking approval from the world. You have been approved by the one who created you, who called you, and who has been with you every step of the way. Just as God called Joshua to be strong and courageous, He is calling you to step forward with unwavering faith into the promised land, your purpose, your destiny. It's time to claim what God has prepared for you. Maybe you're standing at the edge of a new chapter, looking out over a future that feels uncertain. Maybe fear is whispering in your ear, telling you that you're not ready or that you might fail. But hear me clearly. Fear has no place in the heart of a chosen one. Fear may try to creep in, but faith is your anchor. Faith is the bedrock that keeps you grounded, even when the storm rages around you. Just like Peter stepped out of the boat, his eyes fixed on Jesus, you too are being called to step out in faith. You are being called to trust that God will not let you fall. Your faith will keep you steady, even when the waves seem too high. When you look in the mirror, you may see someone who has been through more than they thought they could handle. You may see someone with scars, with weariness in their eyes, and doubt in their heart. But let me remind you, those scars are sacred. They are not signs of weakness, but signs of the strength you've gained. Each scar is a testimony of a battle you fought and won. They are proof that, though life tried to break you, God has rebuilt you, stronger than before. Just like a warrior who wears their scars proudly, you wear yours as a reminder that you are a conqueror, not a casualty. You have overcome because God has been with you in every battle. Chosen one, are you ready to rise? Are you ready to step forward, knowing that God's strength is within you, that His promises are true, and that you are more than capable of stepping into your divine purpose? The world may have doubted you, but God has called you His own. You are equipped, you are ordained, and you are ready. The time to step into your destiny is now. Faith is your foundation, and God's power is your strength. You've been through the fire, and like the phoenix, you rise from the ashes. And here's what I need you to remember, chosen ones, you are not alone. God walks with you. He goes before you, preparing the way, and He stands behind you, guarding you with His strength. In the moments when you feel weakest, when the weight of the world feels too heavy to bear, remember this: God's strength is made perfect in your weakness. 2 Corinthians 12:9. You don't have to be perfect. You simply have to be willing. God can take your weakness and transform it into His strength. Let me speak directly to you, chosen ones. The greatest obstacle you will ever face is not the world outside, not the people around you, not even the circumstances you find yourself in. The greatest obstacle is the person you see in the mirror. Too often we look outward, pointing fingers, blaming circumstances, others, or everything but ourselves. But the truth is, the cause of our downfall lies within. It is our own fears, our own doubts, our own reluctance to face the challenges within us that holds us back. You are not powerless in this fight. You have the key to unlock every door that stands before you. You hold the power to break every chain that binds you. It's your time. It's your turn. The wait is over. Rise up and reclaim the light that has always been yours. We can become so entangled in the busyness, the distractions, and the endless noise of the world that we lose sight of who we truly are. We lose ourselves in the chaos, forgetting that we are called to a purpose far greater than just surviving day to day. But I understand your pain. I know that the suffering feels endless, and the darkness can seem so thick that it's hard to imagine a way out. It's difficult to envision a better outcome when the storm clouds gather and the winds howl. But hear me clearly. If you just believe, truly believe, and hold on to your faith with everything you've got, brighter days are coming. Just as the dawn breaks after the longest night, so too will your trials give way to triumph. The storm may rage now, but it will not last forever. Weather the storm, endure the pain, and I promise you, victory is on the horizon. You are not a quitter. You are not destined for fleeting success or shallow victories. You are called to greatness. Perhaps the early chapters of your life didn't unfold the way you envisioned. Maybe you've stumbled, made mistakes, and faced setbacks that seemed insurmountable. But let me remind you, the game isn't over at halftime. You have a third quarter, a fourth quarter, and a new beginning awaiting you. The Apostle Paul wrote in Philippians 3:13-14, "Forgetting what lies behind and straining forward to what lies ahead, I press on toward the goal for the prize of the upward call of God in Christ Jesus." Release yourself from the chains of your past. Let go of the trauma, the guilt, the shame, and step boldly into the next phase of your life. Your future is not defined by your past, and your potential is not limited by the mistakes you've made. Now is the time. It's your turn to rise, to press forward toward the prize that God has set before you. You are not who you were yesterday. You are becoming who God always intended you to be. Your journey isn't over. It's just beginning. The best is yet to come. Do you believe that? Are you ready to take the next step, trusting that God is with you, that He has equipped you for this moment, and that His plans for you are greater than anything you can imagine? I don't care what the scoreboard says right now. This moment is your opportunity. A warrior doesn't need multiple chances to prove who they are. All it takes is one, just one, to show the world that they are more than just a dreamer, that they are a force to be reckoned with. If you are going to change the legacy of your family, if you are going to be a light in the midst of darkness, then sometimes you have to rise, even when you don't feel like it. Sometimes you have to push forward when every ounce of your being screams to stop. The road ahead won't always be easy, but you have a choice to make. You can either suffer under the weight of your struggles, letting them define you, or you can choose to rise above them. You can choose to reinvent yourself, to overcome, and to emerge stronger, more resilient than ever before. There is no obstacle too great when you align your life with the purpose God has set before you. When you walk in His calling, you are empowered to do what others might deem impossible. No, there's no way you're going to stop. And neither will I. We will not let anything defeat us. The storms may come, the darkness may surround us, and the pain may threaten to engulf us, but we will not quit. We will not yield to fear or doubt. Until our last breath, we will strive, we will climb, we will conquer, and we will do it together. We are not alone in this fight. God walks with us, and with His strength, we will keep moving forward, no matter how hard the journey gets. Don't give in. Don't lose hope. When life knocks you down, choose to get up. Every time. Choose to keep fighting, to keep pushing, to keep pressing forward, even when it feels like everything is against you. You have a purpose that no struggle can take away. You are destined for more than just survival. You are destined to thrive, to rise, and to fulfill the mission that God has placed on your life. Every challenge, every setback, every obstacle is a chance to prove that you are a warrior, a child of God, and that nothing in this world can stop you. The Bible tells us in Romans 8:37, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through Him who loved us." You are not just a survivor, you are more than a conqueror. With God's help, there is no force on earth that can defeat you. So, no matter what you face, remember this: you have the power to rise above, to overcome, and to achieve the purpose that God has prepared for you. Choose to get up every time, and together we will keep moving forward, climbing higher, and conquering the world. Your victory is inevitable. Keep fighting. The Apostle Paul faced countless trials, imprisonment, beatings, shipwrecks, but he never lost sight of his mission. Despite everything, he declared, "I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, I have kept the faith." 2 Timothy 4:7. Paul's words remind us that no matter the obstacles, staying committed to our purpose and our faith is the ultimate victory. Like him, you will not regret the effort, the sweat, the tears you've poured into your dreams. Every moment of struggle, every sacrifice is part of the journey. Your journey is worth every sacrifice because you are worth every sacrifice. The path may be tough, but the reward is incomparable. Choose the hard path, the one less traveled, because that's where true growth takes place. The easy way might seem tempting, but it's the challenges that refine you, that shape you into the person you're meant to become. When you face obstacles, when you push through the pain, you are growing stronger. Don't stop until you've reached the summit, no matter how difficult the climb. Many people don't have the opportunities you have today. Some are fighting battles they never expected. facing illnesses that have shortened their time, yet they choose to inspire others to live courageously despite their circumstances. They push through the pain. They carry on with grace. And so should you. When your legs feel like they can't carry you any further, stand tall. In your weakest moments, find your strength in God. He is your refuge and your strength, a very present help in trouble. Psalm 46:1. Isaiah reminds us, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles." Isaiah 40:31. Keep pushing, keep working, keep thriving. From the depths of your soul, conduct your business, pursue your dreams, and do what God has called you to do. There will always be those who don't agree with you, who watch and wait for you to stumble. But there's no need to engage with them. Stick to your purpose, pray for them, and keep moving forward. The enemy will always try to distract you, but you are on a mission, and that mission is greater than any distraction. Jesus taught us to love our enemies and pray for those who persecute us. Matthew 5:44. When others criticize, judge, or misunderstand you, don't waste your energy on negativity. Instead, channel that energy into your mission. Let them talk. Let them doubt. Let them misunderstand you. Your consistency, your dedication, that's what will set you apart. Stay focused. Remain steadfast in your purpose. Your perseverance will do more than just keep you going. It will transform the hearts of those who doubted you. Eventually, your critics will become your believers, and your enemies. They may become your footstool, not because you've defeated them, but because you've risen so high that their negativity can't reach you. Remember, the harder the journey, the greater the reward. You are more than a conqueror, and with God by your side, there is no limit to what you can achieve. Keep moving forward with faith, purpose, and unwavering determination. The victory is already yours. As we wrap up this message, remember that you're not just a survivor, you are a warrior, a conqueror, and a person of purpose. Your journey, with all its trials and triumphs, is shaping you into the person God has destined you to be. No matter how difficult the path may seem, know this: you are capable, you are strong, and your story is far from over. Keep pushing forward, keep trusting God, and know that every step brings you closer to the victory He has already prepared for you. If this message has touched your heart, I encourage you to support this ministry by using the Super Thanks button below. Your contributions, whether big or small, help us continue sharing words of hope and inspiration with those who need it most. But no matter what, I want to thank you, whether you donate or not, for being part of this journey. Your support, your presence, and your faith are what truly matter. If you've been encouraged today, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this message with others who might need it. Let's continue to spread hope and inspiration. Drop a comment below and let me know how this message has impacted you. I'd love to hear your thoughts. May God bless you abundantly, fill your heart with peace, and guide you every step of the way. Stay strong, keep fighting, and remember, your best days are ahead of you. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. God bless you.